$5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve, as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So, what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So, we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company or yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, um, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. About 10 days back, there was a news that in UP, which is one of the province in India, there is a discovery, or you know, the scientists have found a huge stash of gold, or rather, in it is 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton of gold have been found deep inside the forest in our state called UP. Now this is going to change the dynamics, the global dynamics, and so far this much gold is available, and it was sort of hidden out of plain sight for centuries. Nobody knew that such a big mountain of gold is there. That will change the dynamic, as I said, because uh, this finding of the gold will bring India number two after United States in terms of the gold reserves. So why this is so important? Let me very high level. Let me draw your attention to how economy works. So basically, economy works based on average person sees these currency notes, and these are issued by the central bank of each country. Like you go to Kenya, there will be a central bank there. They are responsible for printing the notes. Likewise, we have in India Reserve Bank of India, which is responsible for circulation and printing of the notes. It's not that anybody can print these currency notes. Now, how much currency to be printed, that is a question mark. That it is basically based on certain economic facts, and the starting point of this economy, which is like foreign exchange reserves, how much what is the size of my GDP, etc., etc., and how much currency I have in circulation. All that really started maybe 1,000 years back, maybe 2,000 years back, but wherever it started with gold. And in ancient time, the India was known for the gold. Everybody had gold. In fact, today the Indians love their gold so much that it is part of, it's like it's the ultimate investment. It's considered as an investment. It is also considered as ultimate inheritance. So while the Indian government does not have that kind of a gold in reserves, but the people, which is 1.3 billion people, whichever religion they are, they all love their gold, and all of these people have some gold or the other. So if you bring all of this into organized sector, we will be much ahead than the global any country, even United States. We will surpass them. But let's not talk about that part, because those that gold is privately held with individuals in the country. But this one, which has now been found out, is a mountain of gold, and the estimate value is 3,000 to 6,000 metric ton in state of Uttar Pradesh. If that is added to the Indian gold reserve, we will be number two after United States. You can straight away imagine, as a layman, I'm just not talking too complex things here. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm not talking use these, difficult terms. I'm just saying that if you have gold, you will have better economy. Your ability to invest increase, your ability to spend increase, there will be more currency in circulation, and blah blah, and so on and so forth. So this has a very profound implications in years to come. Right now, the status of this gold is the UP government is going to do e-tendering, and by way of e-tendering, they will select the companies, whether government or private companies, who will basically excavate this gold and produce it. After that, what will happen? Whether Uttar Pradesh will have access to this gold, or whether they will have a joint ownership with central government and the Uttar Pradesh government, So will it belong to India as a whole, or will it belong to Uttar Pradesh? That is what something that needs to be seen and ascertained. But right now, the way it looks like, and in fact, because of the Shaheen Bagh protest, this particular news was totally buried by all channels. But this is going to come up in a big way. It is going to transform India in next 10 years. It will become, India will again live the past glory of being called the golden sparrow, Sone ki chidiya. So with this, I will end this video, but I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting facts. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technology and you are welcome to the show. Today is a wonderful day as usual, and today we'll be discussing about one of the most important land reform which is being done by central government about Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, because earlier before 370 article, no outsider was allowed to buy the land, but this bill is passed and Kashmir is for everybody. Now anybody go and in Kashmir and buy. And this bill also being passed on a very important day, that is Infantry Day. That means yesterday. To discuss more about this bill and the repercussion, we have Siddesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio and also a very keen uh, critic on political scenario. So welcome to the show, Siddesh. How are you today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this conversation yet again. And it's so close to my heart, Kashmir, and I am yet to see it fully. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, wonderful. Things are okay, and I'm celebrating this particular law which is being passed by Central Government, because Kashmir is it remains in my heart, because I passed my childhood in Kashmir. And when we see Kashmir for all, I think that gives an immense pleasure and happiness.
That's right, Kanchan. Uh, the biggest tag that has baffled me, and actually it has hurt me many times, is that before last year, I was not a permanent resident of the state, categorized inside the law. And therefore, I could always go to the state as a tourist, the state which was my own, the state that I cherished in the 1960s movies made famous by Shammi Kapoor Sahab and his famous Kashmir Ki Kali movie and other movies of after that. Times have changed. 45, 50 years later, last year when it was made, Jammu and Kashmir was made as a union territory, then there was a hope that this particular tag of permanent resident of the state would go away from the section 17 of the law. So this notification which has come yesterday is runs with 111 pages. And it also applies to the farmland as well as the residential land. But I'm sure government will not allow a big bang approach, knowing the sensitivity of Kashmir and the Jammu region. And therefore, this has only paved the way for any Indian citizen to buy land and property in Jammu and Kashmir. And outsiders will now be able to purchase the urban or non-agricultural land. Contract farming will also be allowed. and permitted in the agricultural land. But as we are seeing the kind of protests happening from the valley leaders, it is very disheartening. What do you say about it?
I feel that is a bit disheartening, definitely, because now Kashmir is permanently part of India in terms of law and centralized law uh, and other aspect. Because this the most important amendment has been made in Jammu and Kashmir Development Act that deals with the disposal of land with the center omitting the phrase permanent resident of the state from section 71 or 17 of the law. This means people who are not permanent resident of the state can purchase land, and this kind of attitude should be celebrated by especially Kashmiris, because now this is a way towards development. Many more companies will come, not only people from India, but many more companies will come, and Kashmir will see a height of development which was, I feel, was stagnant to shikaras and stagnant to the 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 old tradition which was there. Now, youth of Kashmir has a lot of selections they have in front of them in terms of career, in terms of uh, going out, and in terms of agriculture, what things they want to do on their land, and especially people who go out who are not resident, and if they go and buy a land, they will also add in the economy of Jammu and Kashmir. And in case people who are against this, I feel this is really disheartening. Isn't it, Satish?
So I think, Kanchan, the changes that have applied is only applied to the Jammu and Kashmir and not the Ladakh. And that is something that makes it little more interesting. And since last year, the former state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, was also protected by Article 35A. But now that was repealed last year, and which created a lot of flutters and sensitization in the valley. And a lot of local political leaders were put under necessary house arrest kind of situation. And the yesterday's decision will actually make it easier for an Indian citizen to feel at home while he or she is in Kashmir. And I think until and unless a region is secluded or segregated, something like Hong Kong enjoys, something like Macau enjoys, till then, Kashmir should be a integral part of India. And when we say integral part of India, they cannot have a separate flag, they cannot have a separate anthem. And of course, the land buying, going, staying, and should also be as homogeneous as it is by everyone else feels in every other state. So the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, he claims that the agricultural lands were not up for sale to non-local buyers. So the amendment that has been done to encourage the investment. And that investment is a very important aspect of Jammu and Kashmir to make it a world-class destination, even if it is for the tourism purposes. What do you think?
Yes, definitely, I agree with your point, because at the moment I think Kashmir is not at par with other states in India as far as development is concerned. So I think that's a great move of central government, and that also give way for immense progress, because as it is, Kashmir is known for tourism, But then if there will be rise in tourism after this, and there will be more settlement or more places a part of what are being existed in Kashmir. So people will come and see the people who will come and buy land, and they may make a recreational spot. So that is also becoming easier for people. And since I have lived in Kashmir, I can very well understand sentiments of people who are opposing, and also sentiments of people who are with this law. Especially, I prefer that the law. I appreciate this law. I am with the law because now maybe people who are not against this law are not supporting this law. I think they maybe later on start supporting when they see economic development in the state, and they feel proud of this state.
Right. So, Kanchan, there has been basically a four major land laws in Jammu and Kashmir, and because of these, the first two laws have been abolished. The last two, where it talks about the permanent resident clause, has been deleted. And therefore, I can proudly say, or we can proudly say, that we are equal citizens in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir. So, after eliminating the protections, the Home Ministry will push the changes that would definitely shake up the Jammu and Kashmir's largely self-sufficient rural economy. I'm not saying that it will not be shaken up. It would be shaken up. But it will also lay open the industrial and the commercial force from outside. There will be development zones, and these development zones will bring in designated industries. So earlier, the development authorities could acquire land under the Former Estates Land Acquisition Act, which was said that it was allotted or leased out for residential purposes to anyone who was not a permanent resident. Now, land will be acquired under the central law, which has no such restrictions. They will have an industrial development corporation, and that will help building up some commercial centers related to various industries. And this corporation will manage the industrial areas and the industrial development zones. And the government is also required to keep the land at the disposal of the corporation and acquire the land under the central acquisition law. And there are strategic areas that need to be developed that will be available for development in all this. This will also allow for low-cost housing, and the land will not remain in the hands of few big landlords, as has been seen. And therefore, a government will be able to push for promote public-private partnership for affordable housing. There will be fast-track approvals, and if this law is amended, it can be sold to any Indian citizen. So maybe we can think of our next plot of land in Gulmarg, isn't it?
Yes, sure. Why not? I also want to put across this fact is that this law is being passed on Infantry Day. So in a way, it is respect is being given to soldiers and their families and people who are being affected during this war in Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 when intruders came in Kashmir. And these soldiers had to move from house to house to clean up these intruders. So I think this is a very big gesture of central government, and I appreciate this law, and I support this law. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sudesh, and we'll discuss some other topic tomorrow in the next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm going to explore properties under magicbricks.com.
Please give me also information regarding especially land buying in Kashmir.
Yes.
Okay, bye bye. See you.
Bye. Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and we are welcome to Tavras. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava. As you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing professional, IT professional, and he is also associated with radio broadcasting. So today we are discussing some very interesting topic with him. So welcome to the show Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey, Kanchan, thank you so much for this show. And every day it's interesting, stimulating talks that I do with you, which also brings back a lot of youth like energies inside. And I remember the college days of my life. Let's begin. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Things are pretty cool here. And we, as you know, as a festival going on of Ganesha, so we are indulged in that. And in between, there was a ruling of court, and where the Prashant Bhushan, who is a prominent lawyer in India, is being fined 1 rupee for the contempt of court. So I was just thinking 1 rupee fine on a lawyer like a Prashant Bhushan. So things really, I was compelled to think how come and what now Prashant Bhushan will be doing, because contempt of court is a serious charge on any lawyer by a court, isn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. And of late, for last few years, uh, thanks to Supreme Court and thanks to some of the uh, judges and the lawyers and the attorneys, they have uh, brought some interesting issues in front of us in their interesting ways of judgments, interesting ways of coming out in public and bringing in this discussion again and again, whether things being discussed in the public media, on the social media, is acceptable and how much it is acceptable inside the court of law. And in this wake, this current Prashant Bhushan 1 rupee punishment, accept, give the 1 rupee or take a 3 months of jail, or and also 3 years of stop the practicing of the law, is something that has really put me back into reading into the words of their judgment. And I was, Kanchan, surprised to see that 102 page of judgment was being written for this, and 82 page of sentencing for few tweets. And that's what proves the point that today a few tweets can cost you this thing. Or you can say, what does 1 rupee buy in today? 1 rupee buys in your 3 months of jail or an apology and 3 years of barring from the court of law. So, if we see it from the lighter angle, the value of 1 rupee has been proved again. And the other thing is that I always wonder, 102 page of judgment and 82 page of sentencing for, I think, 2 or 3 tweets. So I think it is an interesting part, and me and you both are from the broadcasting side, and we have been into broadcasting. I think it is important to read the judgment, to speak about the choice of words of our Supreme Court, and try to see whether the wordings need to change or they need to be upgraded so that the larger public can understand its meaning. What do you say?
Yeah, actually, I also think that I've been watching these proceeding of Prashant Bhushan and other lawyers. Somehow he is associated with few wrong issues, like he supported Naxalism. He also supported Narmada Bachao Andolan. Then he also was against on Ajmal Kasar's hanging. So I think that all accumulated, and then again he was against most of the judgment which is given by Supreme Court. So I think one day, I think that is fair enough, and then I think it for a lawyer like a Prashant Bhushan, it's my personal feeling that he's stuck, because earlier he said I will not say pardon to the Supreme Court. So ultimately, Supreme Court has given a 1 rupee penalty to him, and I think that is all kind of whatever experience, whatever work, good work he has done. I think it has shrinked into 1 rupee. That's what I feel, and I feel pain of that sometimes, because I'm been
Yes.
associated with lawyers in my family. I can understand the process and understand how things goes. So I also wonder what now Prashant Bhushan will be doing.
So, Kanchan, I understand the life of profession of lawyers or who are into judiciary. They play around some very heavy words, which we always see in the judgments, in the contracts, in the legal documentation, legal studies. The other is the executive, which is the judiciary in our Indian setup. The judiciary, the executive, the parliament, these are, the three pillars of our democracy. And all these three have to uphold the essence of the constitution by which they perform and they exist. And what you said, I agree that Mr. Prashant Bhushan and the series of tweets, not only the recent tweets, but also his previous statements in the social media. And mind it, he is not just an attorney, he is also an activist. And therefore, many a times he has moved on from the judicial language to the political landscape, and it can be a very, very thin rope and very sensitive, and one sometimes doesn't know in which side the person is moving. So of course, I also believe that it is not just because of these 2 3 tweets that has been handed over, but his overall activism has been asked to exercise restraint, being the Supreme Court lawyer that he is, and from the family he belongs to. His father himself was a lawyer of his times. Uh, but it is at the same time, Kanchan, I feel couple of things. And that is one thing, is that when we talk about this whole social media stuff, writing on social media, talking on social media, and then saying that a social media stuff is not admissible in the court of law. And that's why we tend, as a normal citizens, we tend to do the judgment based on social media. We tend to do the judgment based on television or what is being talked about in the newspapers. But we must also understand that judges are also citizens, and therefore they have their human nature,
they are a product of the same democracy where we all function. So the question is whether they became judges first or they became citizens first. I think this is something which needs to be thought. Probably I am not a legal luminary at all, but in today's times, it is important to really think about, am I a citizen first or am I a judge first? We also need not become judgmental, which I feel as a society we are becoming judgmental a lot based on what we listen, what we hear. So that is something that brings, especially in the Prashant Bhushan's case, that I know that he has been associated with Mr. Kejriwal's activism few years back, and then how he fell apart from Mr. Kejriwal and he had to go his own way, and all those things, you know. So one other important thing, Kanchan, is that I read some portions of the judgment, and I must tell you, it enlightened me to some of the English words that I haven't used for probably many years. And I was really wondering who uses these words, or has anyone done any kind of a research to use those kind of a heavy words? I can tell you three of those words, Kanchan. One of the words says magnanimity of the judiciary. The other is scurrilous use. The word is scurrilous. It is not there in the spoken English, at least in the Indian parlance that I have seen. Then one particular another word that was used is contemner. You know, we all are hearing contempt of the court. We have heard this word contempt of the court, but contemner. So probably the judgment that is being passed, somewhere we need to bring it down to the level which is broadly understood, rather than a heavy choice of words and explanation also by those heavy words. So I'm happy that me and you are discussing about it and trying to break it down to a level where many people can understand. What do you say?
So when you're talking about these heavy words, I am remembering Shashi Tharoor's English, and which
Yes.
is world famous.
Yes.
But then I want to put a point further here about this whole case is that Supreme Court is the powerful court of India, and the judgment, which is all luminaries are sitting there. They have a vast experience of giving out the judgment, and they go through all the parameters of judgment, and most of the time the judgments are pretty clear, pretty honest. And somebody who comes again and again and doing saying something about the judgment of the Supreme Court, which is the supreme structure, supreme base of Indian Constitution. So I think we all have to understand that whatever judgment Supreme Court is giving, that has some weightage, and just for the sake of criticizing, nobody, no citizen of India can criticize that without actually having any fault in that. And lately, I have not seen Supreme Court judgments are having any faults in that, and they are very balanced, and they are very to the point, and they are very clear in their judgment. So I think that again establishes the power of Supreme Court judgment. What do you see?
No, that absolutely. We in a democracy, we have to say some institution and some people in those institutions is above anything else. Like in Shakespeare's drama, it is said, Julius Caesar's wife is above the law. And that has been quoted many times. And we have a long legacy of luminary lawyers in our country. Today, Prashant Bhushan, we had Ram Jethmalani, we had others as well. We have interesting stories. But the important part is that the whole judgment that was passed and the stance taken by Mr. Bhushan, and that when he retracted by paying that 1 rupee coin, and then he accepted that, he agreed to what Supreme Court said. I think it should be more seen from the freedom of speech, at the same time camaraderie between the lawyers as well as the justice, because the same attorneys at some point in time they become judges by passing some exams. Many of our judges were attorneys before they became judges. So what has been done, what we see today, is something that is just what do you say, a lesson or a message that Supreme Court judges as well as the lawyers, they have to uphold the law as much as possible with as much integrity and transparency. And if there are questions against the institution itself, we must address them at various levels and not at the public level. You know, we have seen that those recent two movies, Jolly LLB. And you know what? So these are, I mean, there are pressing issues. I mean, there are court cases pending, years and years of court cases. So there needs to be a discussion. And of course, me and you can only talk about it. I am not a legal luminary. I don't know. But we need to see that our current judicial system is changing as per the current trends. Judgments are being passed faster, and stopping the media for speculations and stopping the social media for speculations so that the better judgment can prevail. I think judges are, that's why we call them my lord, your highness, my lord.
Yes, Sitesh, we have yet to see what will be the line of action of Prashant Bhushan. And as usual, it is so good to talk to you, and we will be discussing again if this topic persists more, and seeing the line of action of Prashant Bhushan and what the Supreme Court will say about this particular action of Prashant Bhushan. We'll meet again on this topic sometime later. Till then, bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, Neville.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas to you, CK, and everybody out there. National Farmers Day. Have you got enough milk?
We got milk, but I think there's a lot to be done. We have to treat farmers as business people. There are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are waiting to leverage this opportunity.
Absolutely. So it's National Farmers Day, so go talk to a farmer. You never know what you can help them with.
And this discussion is coming up right now.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, friends. And we know we're just 2 days away from the big day, the magical day. And today is also the Farmers' Day celebration in India. And to discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, 2 days away from the magical day. And actually, Farmers' Day is a magical day because, frankly, without food, which comes from mostly from the land, um, you and I would starve. So this is a really important day in many respects, and I think what we need to do is to just bring people up to speed of how farming has changed over the years. Because I remember as a child, going to farms. My parents used to have friends who were farmers, and we go on a farm and we would do everything. We'd milk the cows, we'd, play around with all the sheep and just generally have a lot of fun. But a farmer's life is pretty tough, in many respects. So, what's it like in India for a farmer these days?
So, Naval, today is a Farmers' Day, and we are giving respects to the people who are involved in this trade of doing farming. And I understand that it's not an easy job. It requires sort of physical labor, and also the knowledge of weather pattern, and also the knowledge of soil, nutrition, and also the knowledge of what crop will grow at in what season and what they have to do. So I think it's very scientific. And many times when we eat food, we don't think about what has gone into producing that food. So I think today's day is very relevant for India. And as you rightly pointed out, farming has come a long way. It's mostly mechanized. And then specifically with regard to India, there are two predominant farming seasons. And why these seasons are there? Because the pattern in India are uh, very clearly for weather, which drives the whole landscape and the farming practices. Because if it rains so heavy during monsoon, there is nothing that can grow. So that is a time for keeping the field ready for the next phase of farming. So there is one season which happened, we just finished in November. The cultivation happened in November, and then the godowns are filled with food material across the country. And the next season will come just before the summer sets in. So there are very clearly two distinct uh, seasons, farming seasons, which drives almost 90 to 95% of the farm produce. So farmers in India have two seasons where they can make money. I will just try to bring a little bit of business around it. That means they have two marketplaces twice a year, and they have to do a lot of hard work again twice a year. So it's not something that we do it in our kitchen garden. That hey, if you want to grow something, some herb in my kitchen garden, I don't have to follow any weather pattern. But when it comes to the serious farming, which talks about many metric tons of produce, then you need to really follow the weather pattern. And that is why farming is a very big science, which people like us who have never done farming, including myself, don't really appreciate and respect those people who are involved in this trade. So I think that is one aspect of the farming which I feel that we should respect the farmer, and that is why we have Farmers' Day celebrated today. Second thing is in India, there are a lot of cooperatives which are provided, and these are non-government initiatives. The business people, they come together and help create different kinds of facilities for farming people. So they provide hospitals for their animals. They provide advisory on different soil samples. They provide how to get these medicines back in their fields. And these are all cooperative movements where the farmers become member of different cooperatives, and they actually leverage certain activities which these cooperatives are bringing to them, and using them make their cultivation and produce the farming produce, and then the cooperatives then help them sell it also further. So it's a complete ecosystem which is available in India, which is being leveraged. And there are things like if the animal dies, then how to dispose of the remains. All that is part of all these activities so that the work happens smoothly and there are no hardships provided to the farmers when they are doing working really in the field. So I think there is a complete ecosystem around it in India.
Oh, there's definitely a complete ecosystem, and thanks for taking us through rather a rapid condensation of what goes on in the farming industry in India. And as you mentioned, cooperatives. As you well know, I use the word collaboration. Cooperatives are a collaboration, and they're a good collaboration. And a lot of businesses outside of the farming industry could actually help those cooperatives really succeed. Um, Anyone in the SaaS arena, software as a service, for instance, can join the fray, because guess what? Most farmers, they don't specialize in software. They don't specialize in this type of service. They're really good at doing what they are. So you could join these cooperatives, and we encourage you to go and do it. Go and talk to them. See what you can offer them from your world, because that's how we're all going to grow. Excuse the pun. But anyway, let's just think about one specific area: AI, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, or automated process. Because farming is one of those arenas that's had a lot of automation come in probably quicker than quite a lot of other industries. For instance, just the process of milking cows today, it's not manual. I remember as a child, about 5 or 6 year old, and I'm sat on a stall and I'm milking a cow, you know, pulling udders. It was only a small farm, and they hadn't gone into automation. Um, but it's how we learnt what about husbandry of the farming arena. How animals are important to our future. But today there isn't a milking farm in the world that hasn't got automation. You physically you go in and you see it's almost like a Ford production line. If you imagine the Model T Ford being built all those years ago on a production line, well, milk is a production line. The cow comes in, the machinery goes on its udders, and it pulls out a certain amount of milk dependent upon the cow. What I learned many years ago was that each cow doesn't produce the same amount of milk. So some cows actually are on different settings. And the farmer knows all this. And today, they don't even have to know it, because each cow is microchipped, and the microchip sets off, okay, I've now got Maisie the cow, and Maisie the cow is coming to my stall, and Maisie, we're going to take exactly 4.5 pints from Maisie, because she's on that particular cycle. So it's far more automated than people realize. And I wonder how many of our entrepreneurs out there have even thought about the processes that go on in this heavily automated arena. What do you think?
I think India as a country has a huge potential for getting these technologies in. Um, and there are other areas also related to farming. There is one area which is related to freshwater conservation. So India has a huge population and huge landmass. At the same time, it does not have a great freshwater source. We have few rivers. We have built a lot of dams. We try to, get the water, fresh water from these rivers, which are predominantly coming from the Himalayas. But it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient. We have built channels all over the place, but that are not sufficient. So we are getting new technology on water conservation and drip irrigation from Israel, because Israel, they are the expert world leader in this area. So we're getting a lot of support from them. Similarly, in the area of AI and merging that with mobility, I think that will be a killer solution for India, because at a lower cost, a farmer will be able to use an app to control how much the drip irrigation he has to do in what section of the field, and also how much nutrients are required in the soil of a particular section of his field, so that his resources can be utilized appropriately. He does not water where there's enough moisture in the soil, and look at the other area of the field. And similarly, he does not over fertilize the land where the fertilization is not required. So these are the things which a country like India would need, and I'm sure there are a lot of work happening by the Indian entrepreneurs in this area. I think the challenge we get right now is getting the sensors at a lower cost, because right now, uh, most of the sensors are manufactured out of China. Those are not very real good quality. The real good quality are being manufactured by Germany, but they are very expensive and they are far away from the reach of a common man. So I think that is where the challenge is. The software, automation, AI, dashboards are already there. With I know personally in my ecosystem, there are at least 10 to 15 companies, startups, and SMEs having these systems. The challenge they face is getting these sensors so that they can supply these to different sensors to farmers uh, at a lower cost.
Yeah, as you say, we're really moved into technology in the farming industry, and I've got a couple of projects going on with a drone company where I'm a non-exec, and we're doing a lot of aerial mapping. You mentioned water. Water's a huge issue with regards to farming. In India, in monsoon, you've got too much of it, and in many parts of the year, you've got none of it at all. So it's that conservation issue, and it's not just having the right crop in the right place, but it's also finding out where the water sources are. And as I say, we've got two big projects going on currently using drones, because you can get to pretty inaccessible parts of your land by using a drone, if you've got a really good pilot. There's another issue. There aren't many good drone pilots out there, so calling all drone pilots, let us know who you are. Um, you've got that issue of capturing a lot of data very quickly and creating something that someone else can then use. Because in the company that I'm helping, they haven't got water specialists. They're a drone company. They're very good at what they do. They map terrains. They do a 3D modeling, and they're using sensors. And as you say, sensors are really the way to go now. Um, we use sensors all over the place, and it's not just for farming, but for COVID, for instance. We're now taking temperatures from a whole area using one little sensor in a drone. It covers a huge amount of. Imagine a cylinder being formed around a drone. It's not quite a cylinder because it's almost like a cone. So you have a drone here, and in a conal area, you're actually measuring the temperature, which is absolutely fascinating. The amount of capability that we've built into all of these very small sensors is just phenomenal. But, we need to move on. And the key thing is there's lots of businesses out there, hopefully, are thinking, well, perhaps I need to be talking to farmers, perhaps I need to be, finding out what their problems are, because we've got some solutions that we we can't use anywhere else, and maybe they've got a problem. But like anything else, CK, there's no point in creating a great solution if you haven't got a problem. I remember many years ago, there's a program on the TV called Dragon's Den in the UK. It's got various different names around the world, but fundamentally, what you have is four or five money men, money people, that are sat in front of you, and you're pitching to them, and it's all televised. So it's done for entertainment, really. It's not the sort of place that I would suggest people go into, because it's the entertainment factor that they're after, not whether or not you've got a good entrepreneurial product. But I remember one particular product was a beach bag. And when you got to the beach, it rolled out as a towel. And I'll never forget what one entrepreneur said. One of the dragons said, They said, so what you've invented is a beach towel in a beach bag. And they said, yes, fundamentally, that's what we've done. He said, well, I've got a beach bag and I've got lots of different beach towels. So why would I buy yours? Which means when I roll out my beach bag, I haven't got a beach bag. So if I want to go, you know, somewhere else and I want to take my beach bag with me, I've got to take my towel. My simple point here is don't create a solution until you find a problem. If there's a big problem in the world, and believe you me, there's lots of problems in farming that they'd love to solve, but they're thinking as farmers. They're thinking of what they've currently done. And that's, don't get me wrong, they're probably quite well advanced. So they're thinking in an advanced way, but they're perhaps not thinking the way you think in your industry. I've spent a lot of my career working in oil and gas, and you wouldn't be surprised, but many people are surprised about what we as a management team would look at elsewhere and bring it into the oil industry because we'd never seen it before. Some of the simplest things in different industries that they take for granted, don't get me wrong, they're probably quite I would sit there and look at it and go, so wow, we could do this and this and this where we are, which was a real leap of faith in our industry, but for them, it was common sense. So the message, I think, today is, being National Farmers Day, think about what you could do for the farming industry, but find out what their problems are first. And how do you do that? Have a conversation with a farmer or someone that works in the sector and ask them, what are your problems?
So, Naval, I think you made a fantastic point of identifying what is the problem, and I think the entrepreneurs need a problem to solve. I think that is where the entrepreneurship is, based at. So, there is another issue with the farmers in India specifically, is that they have to now take the next leap. It's not only the technology available to them at a very, very lower cost, they also need to find advanced ways to sell their produce. So there is a requirement for, some sort of e-market, so that they can sell their produce directly from their farm, and they don't have to carry the truckload of produce into some central location and then try to sell their produce on in an exchange. So the exchange can be brought as part of their uh, portal, which will help them find out soil condition, water condition, health of the plant, weather pattern, and also the e-market. So I think there is a whole lot of integration possible uh, for the benefit of Indian farmers, and that has not yet happened. I think the field is quite open. Uh, there are a lot of ideas which a lot of entrepreneurs can leverage and provide to this segment. And as you rightly pointed out, Naval, and I'm very thankful to you for saying that we have to treat farmer as a businessman, because we have not treated them as a businessman so far. So we talk about their problem, but nobody goes and talk to them. So I think the first step would be to go and find out what they need. I think at this juncture we can end our discussion. There are many things to discuss, but I think we will celebrate Farmers Day, and after 2 days there is going to be Christmas, the magical day. So I wish you once again a very happy Christmas.
A very happy Christmas to you. And don't forget, farmers are real people. Go and talk to them. You've probably got something that can really help them, but only if you have the conversation. And they're not going to come to you because they don't know you. They don't even know what you do. But at least you've got the advantage. You know what they do. Or do you? We'll see. It's great talking with you, CK. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Neville, and we will catch up tomorrow again. Bye bye.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about some of the trends which are based on our learning, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. And the first trend is coming right now. COVID pandemic is probably the most serious issue that the global or the world has seen in last 100 years, and that is why it is very relevant for a leadership emergence of this leadership to happen on various scales, and especially large countries like India, US, China, and so on. So there is a very strong leadership that has emerged, and these leadership are basically creating a mass movement in their own respective countries. And important thing is these leaders are also collaborating with each other so that the global pandemic can be handled, can be tackled, and the entire global economy can come out of this. So I think the trend, number one trend, is that the emergence of very strong leadership that has come out among people, and there are a lot of followers for these people, so that together as one humanity we fight this pandemic. Number two trend is the decline of China. Now, if you try to understand the China as a country, they have prepared their baseline economy based on production. And China always knew, being a newly independent country 70 years back, they already knew that they have a lot of people, the population is huge, and the development is not there. So they, over the years, prepared their production lines to cater to very large requirements. So if you see today across the world, any country is or every country, every human being is using a China made article or a product, whether it is a small toy to very large machinery. Everything is manufactured out of China, because there is no country which has built the baseline economy or the production lines in such a way that they can compete with China in terms of pricing, in terms of distribution, etc. And when it comes to raw material, the dependency of the world is even more relevant if you look at China, because China, being a large country, they have a lot of natural resources. So they also excavate some of these elements which are required by the world, different countries, for production. So China as a country not only provide the prepared goods for consumers in retail, but also the raw material, so that you can buy the raw material at a lower cost and then start manufacturing in your own country. So the dependency of China is, it's well established. They have been ruling the world for last 30 years when it comes to any trade or any manufacturing or any raw material which is required for any industry across the world. With COVID-19 pandemic, all the countries were forced to um, seal their borders and to basically to reinvent their own production, reinvent how they can get the raw material, etc., for past 2 months. So this has actually shown the first time that the China is having a little bit of issue, and because of the COVID, China themselves shut down their own assembly lines and production lines. So they actually put everything under lockdown for last 2 months, and the other countries which were dependent on these raw materials and the finished goods had to look elsewhere. So now this chain is broken after 30 years, and this could be a decline of China, because many countries are now talking about sanctions on China and different kinds of tariffs which they are going to impose. So after post-COVID, when the lockdown is lifted, um, the world may come out in a different fashion. It may not be the same as it was in January or in 2019. Number three trends, dear friend, is the era of localization or deglobalization, which essentially means that now the borders are sealed. people are not traveling by ship or by air, and a lot of these material which is required across all countries, there was a sourcing mechanism from each country, and then the whole established business was there for last 40-50 years, and all the supply chain lines were built around this sourcing mechanism. And now for last 2 months that has broken. In fact, if you look at the IT also, or the systems which were developed, was to basically look at the supply chain which was already existing, which is buying from different countries, and there were, in true sense, a true globalization for last 50 years or even 60 years. Now what has happened is, since the borders are sealed, there is no air travel, there is no shipping happening, because the fear of COVID spread is more than what you want to bother about when it comes to supply chain. So most of the countries are now forced to look inwards and to fulfill those supply chain, and hence there is a logical move that once the lockdown is lifted, there could be an alternate mechanism locally available, and hence the countries may not have to look at the global business at all. So I think this is number three very big trend, that world is moving from globalization to localization. Number four trend is just in time concept. And since the supply chain was very well established, there were a lot of systems and there was a lot of processes which were very well established for last 50 to 60 years. So people didn't, there was no need for any country or any large business to stock beyond what is needed. So they didn't have to maintain a huge inventory. And because there was always supply, and if they need something, it can be procured very quickly. Now the borders are sealed, and hence that supply chain is broken, and just in time buying, just in time hire, just in time concept maybe maybe gone after when the government lifts the lockdown after COVID-19 pandemic. I think all the businesses will be required to maintain certain amount of adequate inventory, and which will help them in their production. So this is something new which will emerge after this, and this is number four trend as far as we are concerned. Number five is the emergence of distributed workforce. All these while, even during the Second World War, even before that, the whole measure of the industry was really measured at by considering how many people are working for them, what is their infrastructure, what is their capital investment, and so on and so forth. So now after COVID, that infrastructure is not required, and businesses across the world have seen that if they keep the workforce distributed, it may be less risky, and it could be a good risk mitigation method. So the emergence of work from home as a concept has come up in a big way, and also the distributed workforce. That means you don't have to set up a huge factory or a huge setup in one location, like Boeing has a huge factory in one location. Instead, this business can spread out and then control and properly implement risk mitigation, because all regions may not be affected equally in case there is a pandemic like this in future again. So I think the emergence of distributed force has come up in a big way, and it will become even more stronger after the lockdown is lifted. The number six trend, which is last on the list today, is the digital economy. Now, everybody is predicting that it is not unique, and we will also like to predict that the e-commerce or the digital economy will be the only economy in near future after the lockdown is lifted, because people will not like to go around and going to mall, going to this place, that place. They rather sit in their homes or their offices, small offices, and order whatever they need. So right now it's mostly retail business, predicting that very soon the wholesale business will also emerge on the digital platform, because right now it's only Alibaba, but I think very soon Amazon and all these different websites, Walmart, will come out with a wholesale e-commerce platform other than retail. So the whole digital economy of buying things, and you can literally, you would be able to buy anything on the internet, even from starting from objects, articles, even services you should be able to buy, and education as well. So the whole scenario is going to change. In fact, education and media, these are the two businesses which are going to see major recalibration in their whole business. Some of the jobs which people have lost during the past 2 months are not going to come back. Parents are not going to send their kids to school even if the school opens, because nobody wants to put their children at risk by sending them to school. So there is going to be a major changes, starting with media and followed by education and then followed by rest of the industry. I think the digital economy will take off in a very big way, where people are only buying using digital platforms. These are the 6 trend predictions we would like to make, and I will be more than happy to hear your comments. Do write back to us and we will engage with you. See you next time. Until then, bye-bye.
Good morning, and this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this very interesting edition when we want to discuss about the first paperless budget from the Indian government. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Money, 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 hey? Don't we love a budget? Don't we love a paperless office? Come on, CK, spill the beans.
Right. I think the Indian government has started the first paperless budget, and they have also launched an app, which we will come and discuss more about in a minute. But let's throw some figures. The size of the Indian economy is almost $3 trillion. And if you look at the GDP as a measurement, and that makes it the fifth largest country among all the 203 countries in the world. And if you look at the PPP, which is a people purchase power, then we are at $10.5 trillion, which makes India as a number 3 economy in the world. So, the budget of India, which is an annual affair, is a very big deal. Especially, we are among the top countries, top 10 countries, and whatever we decide will have a global implications. So, this is one thing which I thought I will inform you. And there are other bit of information which I also want to inform you about is the split of GDP, and that is in terms of the different sectors that we have. One of the large sector is agriculture, which contributes to about 16% towards the GDP. Then we have industries, which is 25%. Manufacturing is slightly low. I think it could be better, and that is stands at 14%. And a large chunk of GDP is services. So you see, India is a very big services destination, which is almost 50% of the economy is based on services-based GDP. So that is why the budget is so important for us and for a lot of other countries as well. For your information, Naval, the budget was presented for 2021, 21-22. It was presented in Parliament yesterday, and as we speak, the debates are going on. So, you have any opinion or thoughts about this?
You threw some big numbers at me there, CK. And fortunately, in my life, I can actually deal with those big numbers because I've lived in the big number world for years, especially in my finance roles in the oil and gas industry, where you used to put 3.2 and it wasn't 3.2 pounds. It wasn't 3,200 pounds. It was 3.2 billion pounds. So, and the reason we put 3.2 is you can't put all the zeros by the end of it. You know, remember those days of calculators? If you were to start to put 1 trillion into the calculator, it would come up with a E at the end of it, error. We
Right.
can't go to those numbers. So fortunately, these days of progress, we've got spreadsheets that can actually go to those sort of numbers. So wow, 5th largest economy in the world. Purchasing power, $10 trillion. I mean, these are just phenomenal numbers to get your head around. And I bet there's a lot of young people at school thinking, I can only just about count up to 10, let alone a trillion. I mean, how long would it take me to count up to a trillion? So, yes, I mean, these are big, big numbers. And for anybody in the world to say that Indian economy is not going to be a global player, they need to start thinking again. Because, as you said, being the top 10 in the world anywhere, in anything, all of a sudden people need to start to listen. And it's a growing economy too. It's an exciting economy to be part of, and a growing, expansive economy, thinking about exports and imports at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, these are amazing times, really, on the back end of last year, COVID, you know. So at last we've got some excitement coming out of the pipeline. But paperless office, that's what we need to be talking about. Because just imagine cutting all those trees down to talk about this $3 trillion budget. You know, I mean, it's quite crazy. It's also quite crazy, by the way, that we talk in trillions of dollars. Because you can imagine what it would be in rupees. I mean, it'll be what, $3 trillion would be what, 300 trillion rupees?
I will tell you in Indian calculation system, it will be 36 lakhs crores. So there are two
Yep.
measurements there.
There you go. Just the thought of 36 lakhs.
Crores.
Wow. Exactly. You know, and you just go, that's just going to blow my mind, really. And it's
So
certainly not
simplify-
lacking in anything, is it? So
just to simplify the numbers, this 36 lakhs is 36 followed by 5 zeros, and then crores is followed by sort of multiplication of 8. So it's 36 into 100,000 into $1 billion. So it is like $1 billion rupees. So it is like 8 zeros after that. So
you probably lost lots of mathematicians along this way. So let's forget the numbers for the moment, and let's look at this, the way that the government have put the budget out there, because I think this is the most exciting bit, really. Not the fact that India is one of the leading lights in the world economy, but the exciting bit for me is this app. So let's hear more about this app and how people are going to get involved in it.
So, Naval, the interesting bit is that the budget is not yet finalized. It's just tabled as of yesterday. There was a speech by the finance minister, and really the arguments will start today in the parliament. And the budget is as it is stands today is already out for the public scrutiny. You can download using an app, and so let me show you, what this app can do. Let me switch over my view to show you my mobile in a bit. It'll take a few seconds when I switch
Sure.
over to my mobile. So while this is happening, I will just talk about that. It's a app which we can download on Android and iPhone, and download it. I downloaded it, and I'm very excited to bring it to you. Can you see my mobile screen?
Yes, I can. Now we're seeing into your. This is CK's home screens. This is what he uses, everybody. So have a quick look in here. This is an insight into CK's mind.
Well, you can say that. You can say that. This is my mobile, and
I bet you use Uber a lot, don't you, currently? The answer
I
is
don't
no, you're
use
not
it.
using Uber. No, exactly. We're all a bit locked down here.
So I have downloaded this, Neville, and it is available on my homepage. And it's an icon. I just go straight into this, and it says the Union Budget of India with the Indian logo. And I just enter this app, and then it starts. So it's so simple, earlier if you had to access budget, it was a humongous exercise. You need to find an expert who can take you there to that page, to that para. But here you can just download it in your mobile and review it. You can see how the government planned it, and after the arguments and approval from the parliament, lower house and upper house, and finally the president, you will know exactly how this budget has shaped up from the current situation to after a few days from now. So as you can see that you can choose multiple languages, and since this is the first time, there are only two languages here, which is English and Hindi. So I'll go ahead with English, and then there are certain things here. Let me go to the speech. So what was the presented here was also recorded, and the text of that is available in the form of PDF. So this is a speech as of the finance minister as of yesterday, and the entire speech is here. Somebody missed it. Somebody wants to do a little bit analysis of what she talked about. Um, any confusion, because when it comes to the press, there is always some confusion. So you can correct your perception by reading the speech. It was a six-hour long session yesterday, and it was a high-level presentation on the budget. So this speech contains all of that. And then if you want to look at a glance, then you can click on this first tile, which will take you to at a glance what is covered. And surprisingly, this is a PDF which is in Hindi language. Probably, can we read Hindi, Neville?
No, but the point is, it was a couple of observations. Really simple screen to manipulate. Once you click on it, it does what it says. It actually tells you budget at a glance. It's going to be a budget at a glance. The full statement. And it's great because, as you say, one of the key things that we struggle with around the world is getting really good communication. So this is typical of what a communication expert would say, straight from the horse's mouth. There's no middleman. You're actually seeing it as it's presented, which I think is the best way round, really. And then you can go and read in the newspapers people interpretation, and you can go onto Twitter and all the social media platforms, and you can listen to interpretation. But I just absolutely love this. I think this is really the way forward. I'm sure this has taken an awful lot for anybody to do, let alone a government. And I think we've got some real simplicity here. So what's your thoughts, CK?
Absolutely, yeah. And since this is available on my in my hand, in my mobile, I have freedom to search whatever you want. And as you can see, the search bar is very prominent. You can search on what you're looking for, and then it also, by nature of the app, it gives you different tiles so that you don't waste time searching for things which you're not necessarily looking for. So things like expenditure profile, where the money of the government will be spent, you can straight away click on that, and you can find out what is what is the state expenditure, what is the general expenditure, and so on and so forth. So if you want to do really do research on this, you can actually go and drill down this document, or you can download the complete document, which is also attached here at the top. You can see that there is a just above the search bar, there is a place where you can download the entire document. So if your mobile device or your tab or your PC has the space, you can download the entire budget. So I think it makes very easy for a common person to just continue looking at the budget as it is being discussed in the parliament. And by the way, the Indian parliament is also live telecasted So if somebody is interested, really following what is going on and how the budget is going to shape, some things may be dropped, some income tax may be added, some cess may be added, some cess may be dropped. So you can actually be with the government of India and monitor these changes as they happen.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's a very transparent approach. It's very looks easy. Should we test it? Should we give it a little test? Go into the search bar and let's put a term that is on the tip of most journalists' tongues at the moment. Let's put in farming, shall we?
I'm doing income tax.
Okay, put income tax.
Nothing is happening. Okay, let's go with farming, your first choice.
You're going to need to spell it properly. There we go, farming. Didn't like that either. Agriculture. And you can imagine this is a huge source file that it needs to go and.
Right. So I think this is launched yesterday, and the plan is to roll out all the budgets for last 15 years. And I checked in the morning when I downloaded this app. Right now, it is showing me only one of the year, which is current year. But I
Right.
think as this app matures, I think the search may be enabled, and it will be much more intuitive. But the important thing is, like, for example, if I want to go to budget at a glance, I can look at things like these, which are sometimes very difficult to even understand, like budget at a glance, and you can click on that and probably read only 5 pages. You see, if you want to
Yep.
read the budget at a glance, it says 5 pages. So you
Yep.
can just read the 5 pages. Interested in numbers, you can review these numbers, the split of various things.
Yep. Yep. No, it looks good. Very comprehensive. I mean, we're looking at this for the first time. We're going and sort of testing it. We need to give a little bit of latitude while people are putting these things out there. So perhaps the search bar is not quite what it needs to be. But the more important thing, if you go back to the home page, CK,
Yes.
it's there for you anyway. So you can actually, I can imagine now as a student, someone who has never been interested in budgets or politics or what have you, you can now actually just click on here and find out about what's happening in your economy immediately. So
Absolutely.
I think this is a great stride. Actually, this is almost like going to Mars. Frankly, I feel as though we've just arrived on Mars and someone's given me how the economy is going to be sorted. So don't want to give them ideas, but that might be the way forward.
Absolutely. I think it is very interesting because I think these guys have done a good job. And as we are progressing towards finalizing the budget, I think some of the search commands which are not working will start working because probably this is only interim and they are giving only PDF. So probably the search does not search nicely into PDF. But once the
Yep.
PDFs are finalized and the budget will be rolled out, which is before during the month of March, and 1st of April, it will be applicable. I think it will be much more comprehensive that time. Important thing is I'm very happy that, I can see the budget. I don't have to switch on the TV, waste my time, and I can actually look at what tile I'm interested in and review that whole part of the budget.
And you're mentioning those wonderful words. You're not going to turn on the TV and waste your time. You're not going to get an interpretation of what other people are saying. You're literally hearing it from the horse's mouth. So in my language, behavioral waste has been reduced. So now that's going to help you focus. And it might just get other people that are not necessarily interested in government budgets, but it might help people get to the bottom of what's happening in their country. I think this is a superhuman effort by the people involved. The thought has come from any government around the world, frankly, is definitely a huge leap. I mean, it's the sort of thing you expect in a big corporate organization, not in a government body. As we know, public bodies tend to be quite slow in moving, but I think this is setting the tone for the rest of the world, frankly. So I wonder who's going to be next.
Yes, I think it is a big deal because the level of transparency this government is showing is remarkable. I think it's not the technology which is to be blamed; it's the will of the people who are actually driving things. So I think the bill is intent is also very clear. They want to be as transparent as possible because the thinking of this government of India is that they are the representative of people and people have right to know what they are doing.
Absolutely. It means that they can become accountable, as indeed they should be. At the end of the day, they're actually spending your money. They're collecting the taxes and then spreading that wealth around all parts of the economy for the benefit of everybody. So yeah, they should be accountable. And what best way to hold people accountable than every citizen having access to the facts? So fantastic strides forward. Thanks for sharing that little move around the app. Look forward to seeing it unfold, and the debates, of course. Because as the debates crystallize opinion, the budget will change, and it's a lot easier to change a budget when it's all in one place.
Certainly, I think this will also avoid the confusion which is created every year because of fake news and trolls and Twitter handles which are designed to do this work. So I think it will have a much better positive outlook. Having transparency, and you can by just doing this small thing, you can actually avoid the entire fake news bust their designs.
We can all take a few lessons from that, CK. So thank you for sharing that today. I wish everybody to have a fantastic day and a fantastic week ahead. Get the app, find out what your country's doing. Get involved. You never know, you might be the next Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Neville, and thank you very much for finding time. In fact, I'm quite excited, and I'll tell all the citizens of India to download it and review the budget because it concerns all of us. So, with this, I say goodbye to Neville, and Neville, we will catch up again with something more interesting tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today, we have eminent historian, Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is working in Banaras Hindu University. So, welcome to the show, Binda ji. How are you today?
Great.
Bintaji, we have discussed Chalukya King Pulkesh in our last episode. And today we are discussing about Kalyani Chalukya, who were much later than Pulkeshan. And it is said that Vikramaditya, the king about whom we will be discussing today, so who displayed a great military he was a great military general. He displayed great military skills. So we'll be discussing, and I would like to know more about this great king of India.
Sure. As you have already connected it with the name of the dynasty, the Badami Chalukyas. And these Chalukyas from Kalyani, they also trace their origin from the Badami Chalukyas. So they're linked, they're connected. But the exact link is not yet established. So It is the eulogy of the kings that connects them to the earlier rulers who were the empire builders of this southern part of India. Now, this Chalukyan king Vikramaditya VI, because as you know that this name is very popular in ancient India. Many rulers, either they were having their first name as Vikramaditya, or they took the title Vikramaditya as a special title to show that the military strength and valor in them. So they used to call them, because Vikramaditya means those who are like sons in the victory in the war. So, very radiant kind of career. And Vikramaditya sixth of the Chalukyan dynasty, I think the name Vikramaditya suits him very well if we see his military career. So to begin with, we can say that how did he become a king? Uh, like we have seen about many other rulers of ancient India, even Vikramaditya VI had a little problem in becoming the paramount ruler of that dynasty. It did not come to him very easily. He had to fight against the other claimants, and then he could acquire the throne. He could do that because of very important two reasons. One, certainly he had the dynastic lineage, so he was one of the very prospective claimants to the throne. But other, when he was a prince, he had started his military career and he had proved his skill, his commandership. And because of that, there must have been a lot of generals who were in support of this king, because they had seen that he is a very powerful, mighty, he has all the potential to become the heir to this great kingdom. So before he could become the king, he already had definitely some military strength on his side. And that's how he became the king. Now, after becoming the king, the condition of this Deccan was quite volatile, because Rashtrakutas had declined, and on the decline of the Rashtrakutas, the Chalukyas, this Kalyani Chalukyas had emerged. But Rashtrakutas were not completely finished. So obviously some of the aspirant heirs were also trying to regain their lost position. Then on the western side, and we have seen that western side of India is very, very significant because of the international trade. So Kadambas were there. And on the western side of Karnataka, just adjacent to the kingdom of Kalyani, the Hoysalas were there. On the eastern side, as we have already seen earlier when we talked about the legacy of Pulakeshin, the Vengi Chalukyas were there, who were towards the mouth of Godavari. And again, a very significant land geographical location because of the eastern sea. On the southern side, a very powerful kingdom of the Cholas were there. And one of the mightiest rulers of the Chola kingdom, Kulothunga Chola, was contemporary of Vikramaditya. On the northern side, the Paramaras had emerged as a very powerful kingdom. So for Vikramaditya, it was not very easy to maintain his superiority in Deccan, hold all the vast territory under control. But something very interesting is that all this turmoil was put to an end right at the beginning of his career.
Okay.
And that shows how powerful he was.
Yes, and I think he led a successful military campaign as far as modern Bihar and Bengal. So I would like to ask you, what is the impact of this particular king in southern military, or how good he was a general? As I agree that he has been facing a lot of powerful empires at his time, which was surrounded his empire. But then, what is the impact of all this military and political campaign of Vikramaditya during that point of time?
Yeah, I mean, see, there are two ways in which the kings, they managed these um, constant tensions which were there on different boundaries of the kingdom. Sometimes it used to be by the direct military attack, sometimes by having some kind of a collaboration with some other powers who are on your side, and then singling out a particular enemy and attack. Now, this kind of policy he used while he was fighting against the Cholas, or even partly against the Pandyas. Then there is another way that is more of diplomacy. So you develop some friendly alliances, you develop some family relations. We can see in case of Vikramaditya, he had taken queens from so many kingdoms surrounding his own seat of power. Now that certainly must have been for these kinds of political alliances, because in ancient India, this was a standard practice that when a political alliance is met with, then that was consolidated further by having the marital relation. So if we see the queens of Vikramaditya and different locations from there had come to the uh, kingdom of Vikramaditya or to the royal palace of Vikramaditya, we know that he must have been a very good negotiator. And that's how, this is one of the rarest cases in ancient India, that a ruler could rule for a very long time, almost half a century. Really,
Right.
we do not have much examples of similar kind in ancient India,
Right.
because the political situation was always so troublesome.
Right.
Different kingdoms were emerging, and any ambitious ruler, what they used to do is that they used to form alliances with the maybe some weaker rulers, maybe some rulers who are on their side because of the family relation, and then used to try to acquire maximum land under their one umbrella, one control.
Right.
Vikramaditya succeeded in maintaining it for 50 years.
Right.
And that definitely shows that for all these years, it must not have been only through the military power. It's not possible. No
Yes.
king can keep fighting for 50
Yes.
years.
Right.
So fights was one part of it, military conquest was one part of it, but diplomacy must have been very, very effective.
Yes. So actually, at this point of time, I would like to ask you that there are two aspects when we are talking about any king. One is one a successful king has to be great general, like we see about Harshvardhan, or we see Bindusar or Ashoka for that matter. Then other side is keeping the kingdom intact, keeping people happy by good administration, looking after of people needs, and becoming popular among subject. So on these parameter, how you would rate Vikramaditya 6 of this Chalukya dynasty?
A very good question. If we see what kind of administration this king promoted, the kingdom was very systematically divided into provinces. And something which is very interesting for ancient India, and especially these days when we are talking about the feminist history, when we are talking about the role of women in different historical periods, I think Vikramaditya's period is one of the best periods that we can quote for ancient India, because many of his queens were given the responsibility of different provinces of his kingdom. Now, that is something so worth paying attention to. There are different reasons for that. One, that establishes a more close connect between the king and the ruler. Because king in his physical self cannot be there everywhere in the kingdom. But then who could be the next to the king? Obviously the queens and princesses. So if he had so many of his queens participating actively in the administration of different provinces of his kingdom, that shows one very important aspect of ancient Indian polity, where the kings are advised to pay attention to the needs of the people. In modern terms, if we consider it, it will be like establishing a direct connect between the ruler and the ruled. And I think this was very evident in this period when we can see so many queens there discharging the duties of administrators. Other than that, if we see what kind of ministers he had, most of them, they were very learned people. So obviously, such people have a respect amongst the people amongst whom they are supposed to be working for their scholarship, for their learning, for their knowledge. So their word will be respected. And because they would be knowing different rules of polity, they would accordingly advise the king what should be done in certain situations. So I think this must have been also one of the reasons that he could rule for such a long period of time. And we don't see much unrest from any corner of his kingdom other than his own brother who became ambitious and who wanted to usurp the throne. In royal families, such kind of tensions was very common. But amongst the people whom he was ruling, he was trying to establish a good connect through his queens and very worthy, very knowledgeable ministers that he had. Other than that, if we see, now here I would like to quote that we have very nice sources for the study of the rule of this king and different provincial activities which were going on by way of number of inscriptions. We are very lucky to have a huge corpus of inscriptions of the time of the rule of Vikramaditya VI. And those inscriptions tell us how these queens used to discharge their duty, how they used to promote education, how they used to promote learning, how they used to promote scholarship in their regions by giving donations to the temples, to the mathas, to different acharyas, the religious teachers. And in ancient India, we should remember one thing. When we are talking about religious institutions, it is not just for the rituals or some kind of a spiritual activity. That certainly was there and that was the primary activity. But most of these places used to be places of learning. So when we see that different rulers, when they're promoting religious institutions, giving donations to the learned Brahmins, like in case of Vikramaditya, we have seen that he established 500 or more Tamilian Brahmins in his territory. And it is not because they were Tamilians, it is because they were well versed in the Vedic knowledge. So when they are established in his own kingdom, they are given lands to settle, which means through them, the king is attempting to spread the knowledge of the Vedic culture in his territory.
Okay.
So such kind of activity must have generated respect amongst the population, amongst the people whom he ruled, and that gave him a big support. This is what I feel very strongly. Another
Okay.
source of information is a very nice, very classic Sanskrit text.
Mhm.
It is called Vikramanka Devacharit.
Mhm.
So we have in India, we have a tradition of biographies of the king, and Harshavardhana's biography is very famous. It is written by Banabhatta, Harshacharit, one of the best masterpieces of Sanskrit literature.
Right.
Vikramanka Devcharit also is one of such texts.
Mhm.
And that is written almost like giving a biography of Vikramaditya VI. So we know that what activities this king was involved in.
Mhm.
But that is not just the thing. If we see the quality of Sanskrit and the author, Vikramaditya patronized this scholar. He was a scholar in his court. Like Banabhatta was adorning the court of Harshavardhan, we can see Bilhana was one of the gems, jewels of the court of Vikramaditya VI. Now, who this Billana was? He was a Sanskrit Pandit far away from Kashmir.
Mhm. Okay.
And for some reason, he had to leave Kashmir and he was seeking patronage. And by patronage, what we mean is that somebody who would appreciate his scholarship, somebody who would recognize his knowledge of Sanskrit. And when he crossed through the whole of northern area of India and came to the court of Vikramaditya VI, then he mentions it that I didn't get any other scholar to appreciate my scholarship than this king.
Right.
And
So it
also
was
the
actually, yeah, actually it was so great to know that we have a king who believe in women right, who is feminist, and it gives a lot of boost to like somebody who really think about in these lines actually. Now, with the discussion which our viewers has come to know that he was a great general, he was also able administrator, and he created that kind of atmosphere in the kingdom, and he ruled maybe half a century or maybe few years more. Now he patronized the he took care of the uh, uh, cultural aspect of that particular part in India. Now I would like to ask you, what is the impact of his era uh, to I mean, what in other ways, what the legacy he has left for all Indians?
nice. But just before that, I would like to add one more thing because we are connecting it with the earlier rulers that we have discussed also, like Harshavardhan and Pulakeshin. Even Vikramaditya, he went beyond the frontiers of India to establish his relations with the foreign rulers. So he had a very close, friendly relationship with the ruler of Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Now that is so important because for India's trade with Southeast Asia, also the Arab trade, which was by then very prosperous on the western side of India, Sri Lanka was very important. And the Tamil country in which Vikramaditya was trying to penetrate into and have his conquest on the southern side, though he did not succeed much, and Tungabhadra River became the boundary between these two mighty kingdoms, the kingdom of the Cholas and kingdom of Vikramaditya VI. But see the diplomacy that beyond the Tamil country is Singaladesh, that is Sri Lanka. And a king from the Deccan is establishing a friendly relation with him. So I think this kind of a diplomatic vision that this king has shown is very important. And that also can be seen as a legacy.
Right.
Because we also have got future kings who were constantly trying to establish contacts with the Southeast Asian islands. So I think Vikramaditya VI can be seen as one of the links in these kinds of connection of India and the spread of Indian culture beyond the frontiers of India, and Indians having very close association with Southeast Asia. In the field of scholarship, as I was telling you, one certainly is Billanu, but otherwise also he himself was well versed in poetics. In fact, we get a very interesting detail about his learning, what the king himself had learned. He was a very learned person. He had learned scripts, he had learned Sanskrit language, he had learned poetics, and obviously, because he was a prince, he must have got the training into statecraft also. But this is very interesting that he was well versed in reading and writing, because he was well versed in scripts. Now, such kind of data we don't get very often in ancient India. So that can be seen as one of the very important uh, ideal of a king that was followed, that the king being a learned person. In his court, there was another scholar. His name was Vigyaneshwar. And he wrote a commentary called Mitakshara on one of the Smritis, Yagyavalkya Smriti. Now, what is the importance of this? Because Smriti literature, that is the source for law for Indians. Do's and don'ts, privileges and duties of people in different walks of life. Kings, ministers, queens, prince, ordinary people, people of different, like the Kshatriyas will be there, Vaishyas will be there, traders will be there, craftsmen will be there, for all of them. And now look, the king is promoting a scholar to write a commentary. Now, why the commentaries are written? Usually the commentaries are written because there are a lot of legal codes which need to be restated for the times in which those rules are to be applied. Now that also shows the vision of the king, that he's promoting this activity. Vigyaneshwar was his court scholar, and he was writing a text on Yagyavalkya Smriti, Mitakshara. And to tell you further, that today, I mean, when in the British period, when Indians had to form their own laws, Mitakshara was also taken as one of the most important sources, and especially in issues related to women. So that is. Secondly, his building activities. We have got number of towns which came up during this period, and Vikramaditya himself was responsible for making these cities grow. And what we call as present Bijapur, that was Vijayanagar, that was established as a new township by Vikramaditya. Kalyani was one of the most famous town of the period. Vigyaneshwar talks about it, that no capital like Kalyani, no ruler like Vikramaditya exists in contemporary India. That's what boastfully he talks about his patron. But to a large extent, it is true. He constructed reservoirs of water, one of the most important uh, activity for the welfare of the people. Of course, temples were constructed, forts were constructed. So a lot of construction activity that took place. And that has remained even till today. We can see many of the temples, many of these structures, even today. So we can say that this is a ruler who has contributed so immensely in so many ways to Indian culture.
Yes, when you mentioned that he encouraged to do a commentary or write a commentary of the state proceeding, so that is quite amazing. It is something like proceedings of parliament on daily basis, which is being written. So it's quite amazing, and it is so wonderful to know about this particular king. And I think many people may not be knowing the contribution of Vikramaditya the sixth, who is from Kalyani Chalukya dynasty. So it was so lovely to really listen about
Can
this.
I add just 2, 3 more things,
Yes,
because they are
yes,
very
yes.
significant for our viewers. In ancient India, we had different calendar reckonings. And some rulers, they had the reckoning in their name. So we have got Chalukya Vikram era also. And that continued, as you were talking about the legacy. The era is a very important legacy, because
Right.
the calendar reckoning in the name of that king.
Oh,
Or he also created feeding houses, like on the banks of Tungabhadra. To a temple, he gave donation for feeding to the people, the river farers there. Or his queen was assisting him in the capital city where the king himself is administering. Now, this is again a legacy where you are um, giving so much of importance to the queens who would participate actively in the administration. And we can see that in the Chalukyan dynasty, the further rulers also, they continued with this. And the queens were very important.
okay. So it was so
So
wonderful to
I think
talk to you,
the
Bindaji, and to know the finer points of the personality and the administration of and about the great general Vikramaditya, the sixth, of Chalukya, Kalani Chalukya dynasty. So we'll meet again with some other profile of a great king of India in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Bye bye. Namaste.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this bright sunny day.
Of course, we are good. So far, so good. Today is day 9. And
Day 9.
yeah, I would like to share some information from India. So what is happening is while the government and all the state governments and a lot of sane people, a lot of COVID warriors are working to protect us. And there are some elements which are also creating false and fake narratives. So earlier, the case used to be that, the fake news and the real news used to go together in social media. People never objected to it. But I have been seeing this change now, that moment there is a fake troll which comes and creates a narrative, there are hundreds and hundreds of people which jump on that troll and ask him to shut up, or they use all kinds of language. So there is a mass movement which is coming out and trying to stop the fake news. So which is quite interesting, because the government has because we are living in a democratic world, the government has not imposed any limitations because there is freedom, but the people themselves are coming and stopping this fake trolls.
Brilliant. That's really music to my ears, because that's how you stop this fake news going around. Bad news is going to be everywhere, but it's differentiated between the bad news that people have orchestrated and the bad news that's real. We can deal with more. If we know that it's the reality, we can deal with it a lot better, because we start to believe the sources. So this is all about, where does it come from? So, and I've seen some very similar things. Someone puts a video up on a WhatsApp group or a chat group, and someone says, what's the source for this? What's the validation? And sometimes people will give the validation, and other times they take it down because there is no validation. And it's quite clear with some things it's been orchestrated. Even with the cleverest video artists out there, you can see that that it's not real. So it's really good news that people in your country are stamping it down. I've seen people really stamp it down. Use very interesting language to these people. But what is all this? Okay, what are we dealing with here? We're actually dealing with information that's coming to us. We're moving it through our ears, using these things. We're listening, we're thinking. And the people that are responding there are giving feedback, which is brilliant, because actually the world doesn't give much feedback. We just sit there and take it. And as business owners, we sit there and take it too. And we don't actually talk to our teams, to the people that work with us or for us or above us, and we don't generate that communication link where feedback, however bad the news is or however good the news is, it's just feedback. And as Ken Blanchard says, feedback is the breakfast of champions. Let's just think about what that really means. It's breakfast. When do you have breakfast? What part of the day do you have breakfast?
Well, it's usually in the morning.
Exactly, it's usually in the morning. You know, some people that work different shifts might have it late in the evening, but no, but effectively it's breaking the fast, and that's where it comes from. So it's breakfast. So usually in the morning. When does the morning happen for most people? When does the morning happen for you?
So the breakfast time usually for me and most of the neighborhood is about 8 to 9.
Yeah, so it's really in the morning. So you've got up, you've got dressed, you've been washed, and breakfast could be a coffee and a croissant, or as we would call it, a full English. You know, sausages, bacon, eggs, toast, beans, etc., etc. But the point is, it's the time of day that you get feedback. So if you're having feedback as breakfast, you're setting your day off in the best way possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the way you put it, I think especially when you talk about feedback, I think we also sit together as a family during breakfast and we talk to each other and we get
Yeah.
to know, because the mind is fresh, we get to know many things, what is going on with each individual in the family, which is also sort of a feedback, I guess.
It is sort of a feedback, you know, like anything's feedback. I look at the sun shining and smiling at me. That's feedback. So if we start, you know, feedback for some reason has this hook of criticism. So throw the hook away. It's feedback. We're having a conversation. I'm sharing something with you, you're sharing something with me. And if we get the right relationship going, just as a family at breakfast, we can all go and feel happy about it. Because we know what we're all doing, we're getting on with life, we're enjoying ourselves. And guess what? When we come back in the evening and the family get together again, there's more feedback. So what did you do today? What was good about your day? You know, what didn't you like about your day? What are you going to do better tomorrow?
Right.
Now, there's no criticism in here. So a lot of people in the working arena think, oh, I can't give feedback. I don't know how to give feedback. Whatever I say always comes out wrong. You know, and I'm really trying to help this person, but I just start off with, you're doing it wrong. Well, actually, why don't you think about how you start things off? If you think you're doing it wrong, so in other words, you're getting feedback from the person that you are doing it wrong. So then you might be doing it right to someone else, but it's the information you're giving to someone else that's important. So if you start off with, you're wrong, how does that make you feel? If I started every conversation that you and I had with, CK, you're wrong, how would that make you feel?
Well, I will see this as a constructive feedback up to a limit. But then if you're always criticizing while giving feedback, and if the limit, my personal limit, crosses, then I will think that it's a negative feedback that you're giving. So
Exactly. And who knows, you've really explained that really well, because I don't know what your limit is. You may have reached your limit an hour before we have this conversation, in which case then doesn't matter what I'm going to say, because I'm always going to say it the same way. So you've already reached your limit, and what you've done is you've just switched off. Yeah, all right. Keep going, Neville. You know, not a problem. You just keep walking and talking to me. But you're not saying that. You're thinking it. And I'm not feeling it because I'm just going and doing the normal things that I always do. So when you are speaking with other people, you know, and don't get me wrong, this is not necessarily easy. But once you start doing it, it becomes easier. So if you're having a great day, you might well have a smile on your face. If the other person, you recognize the other person hasn't got a smile on their face, and normally they're very a smiley person, you don't have to say, "You're not looking really good, are you?" Yeah. Shall we go for a coffee and, break this mundane arena? It's saying the same thing, but in a very different way. And the way we can really help our teams, because they're now very remote, is we can become more aware of how they're looking. As we said yesterday, some people have got lots of screens up all the time so they can see everyone all the time. I think that's a distraction, if you want my honest opinion. It's a bit like a CCTV camera looking at everybody and ticking people in every time they go and make a coffee or go to the toilet or something, But again, that's feedback. And the issue is, how do we use it? And more importantly, for our friends, colleagues, working colleagues, supply chain, how do we give it? And giving feedback is really, really important. Go ahead. Sorry, you're interrupted.
Interestingly, the example that you just gave about multiple screens on your PC.
Yep.
What I've been noticing for past couple of days that since people are in lockdown, they are now publishing those screenshots on social media. And
yep, seen it all over. Even our Prime Minister's doing it, including he put his own unique ID up there, so someone could actually hack into it.
Oh.
Hello. Not clever.
So I think the point that you made today is very important. Feedback, and more so constructive feedback, is what is required from both sides, the person who's taking it and also person who's giving it. So from both parties, the feedback has to be in a constructive, should be considered constructive, not destructive feedback. So I think, and this applies to the fake trolls also. So I think
absolutely, yep. And if you see fake news, or what you believe is fake news out there, go and challenge it. Where does this come from? Where's the source? And if someone says, "Well, I don't know, it came from a friend," well, go and ask your friend. This is a way we can help other people not spread fake news. So, because there are some people. Go ahead.
So interestingly, what is going on is that so people are very clever. So one entity creates a fake news, and the person who has a public kind of a profile, who has millions of followers, will get that news and forward it, or like it, share it. So when somebody says, "Hey, what you're doing? You're spreading fake news," so very cleverly these guys will say, "Oh, it's not me. I just liked it." So I have freedom of speech, I have freedom of expression, so I have freedom to like something. So this is what these guys are doing. Somebody else create a news who's a not known entity, and the known entity basically just forward it.
But the interesting thing here is, we go back to the 4 elements of having a mind-fit mind, okay? How we think, how we feel, what drives us, and our social connectivity. If that person is liking it for no other reason than they just like it, are they thinking? What is it telling us about that person? Maybe it's telling us nothing, that person isn't thinking and they're just using their influence power just to, build up more of a connection. So, for instance, when I see something comical, I'll like it, If people look at something and I've liked it and they think, well, that's not very comical, in fact, that's quite insulting, does that mean that I'm being insulting? Well, no, I didn't want to insult you, but I found it funny. I was in the mood to find it funny. If I'd have looked at it now, maybe I thought I would think otherwise. But in the moment, I found it funny. I may have just seen a comedian on the stage and this just reinforced it. I found it funny, This is where if we could prejudge people really quickly here, and the whole point is you can't judge people by a tweet.
So that's the whole
It's
point.
an opening.
That is the whole point, Neville. As a person who can influence masses, you have to be responsible. In fact, going back to the first
Absolutely.
information that you gave us,
Yeah.
you have to be responsible what kind of feedback you're sending to people.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and and we should all be conscious of it, but we're not conscious of it all the time, you know. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else, you know, because social media is there for one moment and gone for the next. Things that happen instantaneously. Should we be more careful? Well, life's too short in some respects, and you should probably be more careful with certain things than others. But this is judgment. This is your personal judgment. So, you know, the moral of the day is feedback. Don't be worried about it. You know, use it so that everyone grows. Feedback is the breakfast of champions, not dinner, not lunch, not afternoon tea.
Right.
It's the breakfast. Start on the right foot, and the rest of the day really goes fast, and you'll enjoy it.
Fantastic, Neville. I think it's a good advice. I think most of the viewers should start following it. They should feel responsible and also give feedback. And whatever going on with their life, they should continue giving feedback.
Absolutely. That's how we grow.
Right. So thank you very much. Have a successful day today. Be safe, Neville.
Be safe. Everyone be safe. And say thank you to our Corona warriors, which I think is a brilliant term. Brilliant term.
Yes. Thank you so much. In fact, the people who are going out in this situation, they are not compelled to go out. They're doing it willingly. So I think that is why we call them Corona warriors.
Absolutely.
All
See you
right.
tomorrow.
See you
Day
tomorrow.
10.
Same time. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and graciously invite you this morning on Jeremy Plane Live. And let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Plane.
Thank you very much, CK. Again, great to be back for our final hurrah of 2020.
Absolutely. Before the end of the season, I think this is our last session in 2020. And we would like to talk about the business outlook for 2021. So with this discussion, we want to end our series for this year, only to pick up next year.
Yes, exactly.
Jeremy, there has been a lot of speculation. What will work? What will not work? What are the new avenues? How business will reshape? I think there has been a lot of speculation. For instance, there is Indian electric vehicle manufacturers, which is a startup here in my city in India. They have announced that they want to launch a three-wheel car. And they've already got, within just 2 weeks, they got 3,000 bookings, mostly from United States. I think this is one of the example of what will happen. You can manufacture in India, but your clienteles are in the US, and the car is completely solar. And their punchline is that you never have to charge your vehicle. So
yeah, great.
Right. So I think, what do you think, what will happen? What is your opinion in terms of your understanding from the global scenario?
Well, I'm going to put a bit of a positive spin on it, actually, CK, this time, because I see opportunity for 2021. Honestly, I do. Many of us have learned to do things differently through 2020. It's been tough, there's no doubt about it. Many organizations are still on the line between survival and failure. Some have failed, some have found ways through. And we've discovered new ways of working and new possibilities, which were not there before because people hadn't been forced over this precipice of change, which is what we've seen this year. So it's taken a long time to get through this. And while I still think we will live with the pandemic for a while to go yet, even though there is the vaccine to come, that will still be there in the background, but we will start to do things and be more active in moving forward while recognizing that. So with that in mind, organizations will start to look again and look at their 2021 and start to think about where are our possibilities, where are our big plays, how do we reshape strategy so it's a little bit more fluid. We can learn from this year so that we have plan B and potentially plan C in place for next year, and then mobilize our resources behind that in new ways, having learned from what we're doing this year. So I feel that there is a more enlightened and a more positive way forward possible, CK.
I think a lot of corporations and a lot of organizations across the world, some of them basically took some drastic measures, and some of them waited for the good times. But net, I think everyone has a great learning, and my assumption is that whatever people have learned this year in 2020, they will basically make actionable items or actionable events next year. For instance, some of these large companies have already announced that they will be working from home for next 3 years. But then there are so many companies. I think the whole box needs to be opened. The lid needs to be opened for the new action point for the entrepreneurs. So, what do you think are the key learning which people need to implement in 2021?
Well, actually, if I come at that in a different way, and the way that I've looked at it and the way that I've started to talk to my customers about it when they talk to me about it as well, there are three distinct phases that it looks like that many organizations are going through when they're looking at their 2021 planning. The first is consolidation, the second is reorientation, and the third is build. So consolidate is thinking about at strategic level, where are we on our transformational journey? That could be the macro transformation like digital or workforce, but for many, it's the operational transformation around remote, virtual selling, how we do things differently now, what we keep because it's proved to be a great practice, and what we try and do differently because we've learned from it. So understanding where they are now is one of the biggest studies that many organizations are doing to inform how strategy is being defined for next year. And that is also including, which I'm really pleased to see, not just the business and the bottom line, but it's starting to include those things that we've talked about of being imperative this year, which is what about our people and what about the communities within which we serve? What do we need to do differently so we're bringing people along with the journey? And that is great to see some leaders starting to having those conversations, a lot more actually than there were coming into 2020. So that's consolidation. The reorientation then is a focus on one of the biggest issues of the past 5 years, which is strategy implementation. So a reorientation from the leadership team to move down a level from where they're looking and start to think about implementation and how we do things. So the discussion has moved in the boardrooms and in executive meeting rooms, be they remote, away from what we need to do to how we need to do things more effectively. Again, looking about how do we look at the plan for our people? How do we continue the journey of more efficient working and productive working? Be it remote working, be it a mix between face-to-face or office-based and remote, and be it going to market in different ways as well. So how have we reorientated our marketing? How is our sales actually evolving so that we can keep some of this good stuff and go to market slightly differently? And what have we learned, and what do we understand of our consumers or customers? How will they continue or choose to buy differently this year? Your example at the very beginning is exactly what we're seeing. is that there are new globalized purchasing patterns emerging because the organizations and buyers are looking beyond their 10-mile radius or 10-kilometer radius from where they live. And they're starting to realize that as a business, they can start to source globally. They can start to look at talent globally, but also they need to start looking cross borders for their business, because for some countries their business may have dried up. So it's a survival issue. So that's the reorientation piece. And then for that reorientation piece, before they move into the build, there's a lot more work that I'm seeing around measurement. So how do we measure the new value in 2021 that is being created, and what we're achieving and how quickly we're achieving it? Then the final stage, which is in the build, is what I'm really pleased to see is that budgets are coming back and being front and center focused on building skills at leadership level, because some leadership have been exposed in this year. And we've talked about this in one of our organizations. There is a narrowing of the gap between the capability of many employees and the capability of the leadership when you consider things like digital, remote working, small group collaboration, online communication, agile working. All of these things are being done in a way that actually is closing a hierarchical gap. So investing in skills for leadership, for the rest of the organization to be able to step up to lead at their level and usher in this new age of empowerment is something that's great to see. And putting the supports in place for a more considered go-to-market plan that we talk about, to make sure you're building and creating early wins from an awareness point of view, making sure that more purchasing opportunities are being considered, and therefore that your chances of conversion are being more. I'm seeing a lot more work on that. So it's great. We're seeing overall this movement from understanding where we are, understanding what we need to do, to much more focus on how we're going to do it and how we're going to do it successfully.
Jeremy, there is one more trend that I have noticed, which is with regard to the gig economy. And, when the times were good, the Salesforce was a leader in the CRM arena. So you have the complete CRM. And they used to basically charge quite a lot of money. They used to charge something like for a basic monthly subscription, $75 a month. And for a more advanced, where lead generation, email campaigns are roped in, it used to be much, much more. But now what is happening is, to support the gig economy, the Facebook is really taking a lead in this, because they have started the ad manager. They are bringing in a lot of other functionality into ad manager. You can generate campaigns, you can do it absolutely free of cost. You can extend the reach within your network and beyond it using simply just the ad manager functionality. So I think there are lots happening in the Facebook arena, and there is a sort of a competition going on between these social media platforms. LinkedIn is not doing much, although they were much ahead in the race, but they are not adding any applications. They are not adding even the live sessions, which Facebook is quickly embarked and giving competition to YouTube. So from your point of view, for next year, to support the gig economy or people who wants to get into the opportunity, what they should do in terms of finding new clients, in terms of building their own pipeline and CRMs?
Well, I actually think we're moving away from legacy systems and platforms, in fact, and we're looking at a new generation of ecosystems that bring a lot of these things together, particularly for the gig economy. So there's a platform stroke ecosystem, which is not even launched formally yet, coming, that I've seen in Denmark, called Pro Collective by one of the founders, Nicholas Schroeder, which is bringing together, if you like, the organization enterprise side with a much more formalized approach with the gig economy behind the trend that we've already talked about around this rise of the independent workforce and the need to formalize what has been the informal. But also, I believe that there are problems, because you mentioned Facebook, but there are many organizations that simply can't use Facebook. Particularly from a B2B perspective, it's not the right platform potentially for them. Some for B2C and B2E, particularly, yes, Pinterest and others still are there. There's been more movement away from Facebook to Instagram, interestingly, from some, even from some B2C, and therefore new elements coming up. And again, and to raise your point about the traditional CRM, there's been reaction in some of the smaller organization, giggers and so on, against these big platforms because they simply can't afford them. So pricing models are being challenged, not just at big CRM and large platform and enterprise system levels, but even the tools that we've been used to using this year, like Adobe Connect, GoToMeeting, Zoom, all of these things. Pricing has come down, 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 because they realize that this rise of the gig economy, you've got one person bands setting up their business, or very small collective businesses of 3 or 4 experts. They're not going to be investing that much. They're looking at what they can build together as a web, as an ecosystem that puts this together, gives them easy access to route to market, utilizes tools which are much more efficient for them in going to market. Some that even aren't perfect yet. So LinkedIn Sales Navigator, for example, it's not a perfect tool, but for small businesses and independents, it can really work well at warming up leads, capturing intent, but also sharing insights and then starting to convert into real business conversations. So it sort of depends. So I actually think that 2020 has been almost a resetting year around these, systems, enterprise systems and processes and platforms that we've seen. And we're now seeing the need for integrated ecosystems that bring all sides of this together. So it just becomes much easier, much cheaper, and much more efficient.
You are absolutely right. Even the large companies are trying to see, trying to see how they can leverage the Facebook or Instagram. I have seen a lot of large corporations also advertising on Instagram lately. So I think the whole ecosystem is changing. The marketing managers are trying new means and new mediums to generate their pipeline, and so there is a lot of training required. There is a lot of orientation required, but even Facebook offers some of this functionality free of cost. It is quite tough to use. It's not user friendly. So training is required in terms of using tools like Ad Manager from Facebook, and also the Navigator by LinkedIn, because LinkedIn Navigator is again a very intuitive tool for the small business, but then it is finding it difficult to leverage to scale up the operations. One of the gaps that I've seen in some of these tools is that the reach is only limited to what you create. So, like for example, Navigator, you have to build your own pipeline, and this is the against the ethos of social media, because the social media help you connect with 10,000 people in with just one message, whereas in Navigator you have to spend more time, bring more people, and then you work on that small group of people. So how it is different from chimp mail, for example? So I think these are the questions that consumer now are asking for, and these social media platforms have to give answer in 2021. I think the last word I can have from you, last advice, what these media platforms should do to rope in more and more clients and become global leaders.
Very simple answer to that is become more customer orientated. It's customer centricity is absolutely critical for this. And what a lot of these platforms have missed are some of the trends around the growth of the independent workforce, the way the workforce is mixing and shifting, the way organizations need to go to market, the growth of entrepreneurship and small businesses that don't have those same legacy ways and means to go to market and are exploring new ways. So they're not doing enough in going to investigate what their audience actually needs now and how that has evolved. And LinkedIn is a great example of that. It's like I said as well, it's not the perfect tool, but it can be used if you're prepared to put in the work. But there are some simple things that they could do that would make that, I'm sure, a lot more efficient. Although I must say I use it, and I'm used to doing that. I'm happier, in fact, doing it, because it doesn't overwhelm me with the traditional way of doing these things, where I get 1,000 contacts coming in and I'm having to try and figure out, where's a real lead and where's not, and who I really want and who I really don't. Whereas if I can focus on 20 that I pick myself and warm that up, then I can start small. So there are ways and means. So customer centricity, understanding the true and real emerging needs of the different segments of customers, and then understanding how they deliver that and how they reorientate their own offer, goes back to exactly what I said that many organizations are doing. They're consolidating learnings from this year. They're reorientating their offers and businesses to go to market differently. And then they're building the teams behind that and their systems, their supporting structures behind that to fuel and create early wins.
Jeremy, thank you so much for spending the last year with us, giving a lot of advice to our viewers. And I'm sure your advices, your suggestions, and the direction that you have given to the industry help some of our viewers and also beyond the viewership that we have. So with this positive message, we want to end this year for Jeremy playing live. And I wish you, all your team, your family, and your friends a very happy Christmas holidays.
Thank you very much. And all the season's greetings to you, your team, and all of your fantastic audience. CK, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jeremy, and we will catch up next year once again.
We will. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Dear viewers, as you know that we have discussions with famous personalities and people who have achieved something in life, and therefore today in Spotlight, let me welcome my friend from Ahmedabad. He's a senior advocate at Ahmedabad High Court, and he has been practicing. His name is Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi CK, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi everyone. Hope everyone is doing well in these lockdown period, and I wish everybody well, both mentally and physically.
Thank you, Nagesh. In fact, for the benefit of our viewers, I would like to give a little introduction about you, Nagesh. Many people know you because you're very popular among some people, and then others also who are watching for the first time. For their benefit, let me introduce Nagesh. You are a very senior lawyer and you have a lot of opinion about legal matters, and we will be actually starting a series from today where you will talk about your opinion on different legal and social matters. But for today, we will discuss about the recent demise of the famous film star Sushant Singh Rajput, which has shaken the nation. And people are talking about various reasons, and there are a lot of urban legend around it. So what we want to discuss today, and we have Nagesh on the panel, we want to basically talk about the mental health related subject. What led to the suicide committed by Sushant Singh Rajput? And there may be a lot of people affected by this kind of a syndrome. So with this information and without further ado, let me ask the same question from Nagesh. Nagesh, waiting to hear from you.
Yes, CK. Suicide, actually, which has nothing but, it's a cry for help. And we all know that Sushant Singh's suicide has really moved the world, not only his family, but every individual, his fans have been moved by this incident. Now, when we talk of suicide, suicide is a cry for help. What we hear in the media, there are different views given by his friends, his families, etc., are maybe various. The opinions may be various. But when we talk about suicide, suicide is a cry for help. It is a manifestation of a person's customary coping mechanism failure. Basically, when a person is not able to cope up with his distress, with his difficulties, such a step is taken by a person. So it is now considered as a serious mental state and an act which affects not only individuals but families, friends, and the entire society if one person commits suicide. If we look at the statistics, the WHO statistics tells us that about 8 lakh people commit suicide in a year. That means in 40 seconds, there is one suicide which takes place. You can very well imagine the seriousness of the issue. Now, what is the compelling circumstances? What are the factors? The main factors is that a person is unable to cope up with his life. There are different scenarios where a person is undergoing and is unable to express, unable to share his grief, his sorrow, his loneliness with any other person.
Nagesh,
So,
to you for a moment here because I think there are two very important aspects you have talked about. One was the people are driven to take this step, which is really the most difficult and ultimate step for anyone. And you say that it's a cry for help. So, if this is a step and this is the messaging people are giving by saying, "Hey, I need help," but next day, next moment, they are not there. So, who others are going to help? So, do you have any opinion? While we understand this is cry for help, but the person has already taken a step and he will not be available from that point onwards. So how do we cope up with that situation where if there is an early warning which others can see and try to help this person?
well, CK, as you just said, that, after suicide, what is to be done? It has come as a shock to everyone that Sushant Singh had committed suicide. Now, there could be a lot of symptoms. When we say it is a cry to help, 95% people who commit suicide do not want to die. Their wish is to live. But unfortunately, when they look around, there is nobody there to share their grief, their sorrow, their loneliness. And therefore, it is very much necessary that people around that person must uh, come forward and see the symptoms which a person is notifying to everyone and come forward for help. You have to try a bit of uh, gain trust from them so that that person is able to connect with you and open up with you. So that's a gradual process which you have to begin. Usually, around the middle of the conversation, the person would sort of come out with what is really going on in his life and uh, why he needs help. So, when you start a conversation with a person, you start listening to the story of that person, you would understand how to go about it. Basically, what is your responsibility? A person around has a responsibility of listening to that person warmly. You have to show your warmth that you are listening to that person without being judgmental or critical. If a person has a problem, you generally, people have this idea of being judgmental. People would look at somebody's problem and try to criticize that person or the problem. But what really a person need is a non-judgmental, non-critical hearing of his uh, problem. So if that is given to that person, probably he will come out with his story and can share his grief to the other person, which would again lighten him. I mean, the stress, the feelings which he's overburdened with would get shared with the other person, and therefore that person would feel lighter. The other thing is that what you need to give is an unconditional emotional support. Unconditional emotional support would allow you to concentrate on the feelings which a person is going through. Maybe person when he's talking to you, maybe he's very angry, he's very depressed, or he's kind of not able to speak. There would be times when he would be completely silent about talking about his problem. So one has to give understand the feelings that person is going through and give an emotional support while giving him an assurance that you would keep everything whatever he shares confidential, and you would not reveal his identity to another person. Basically, for winning the trust of that person, you need that a person builds up a trust in you to share whatever he is going through. So that is very important for a person to help a person with these kind of symptoms.
I have a question, Nagesh, because I think what you are saying is very important with regard to how do we basically have a social life with each other. I think in today's world, what you're asking us to do is basically because we don't know who's going to do this, take this step, who's going to go through that situation in life because people don't share their greatest secrets with others. So I think there is a need for a lot of orientation for the people, for everyone, to understand that they are themselves are going through these symptoms and they should take help as number one. And number two is the people who are around that person. Like you're saying that you have to be warm, have a little warm in relationship. People have habit of sharing with each other. So if these things are not happening, I think it will be very tough to even find a solution to this issue.
Yes, of course, CK, what we need to see is, first of all, we need to identify the symptoms and the signs a person is going through when he's under depression. Usually, when you must have seen around your workplace or amongst your family, there are people who want to stay in isolation. They they don't want to involve themselves. They are in their own cocoon. Then some people show their uh, feelings of low self-esteem. Some people are perfectionists. I would hear like to have an opinion about what was Sushant Singh's personality was. It seemed like he was a perfectionist. He wanted to everything doing correct. And while the process was on, I mean, he must have gone through some failures. And naturally, when a person is doing well in life, there are at times failures which are faced by those people. And when that failure comes, one needs to be able to cope up with that failure, which is very important. And how do you cope up with that failure is that you build up confidence in yourself, which can also happen by sharing your thoughts, by sharing your feelings with others. Because if you're in an isolation, you would not be able to share your feelings. So it is very important whenever a failure comes in anybody's life, one has to share with those failures with somebody who's maybe an elderly person, somebody who's very close to you, and gradually, people would then come forward for your help. So that is what I feel that in the case of Sushant Singh, he had shown signs. He cried for help and spoke to a lot of people. I mean, he tried to reach out to a lot of people, but unfortunately, uh, in their profession, in his profession, there were not too many people who could come to his help. Maybe because of the lockdown situation, also, people were unable to help him reach out to him. And the second thing is, there is a mentality amongst boys, males, that they are sometimes not able to express themselves because they've been taught to be very strong. They've been taught to be not, you know, shed tears whenever there is a problem. So that kind of thing has been built up in boys in our culture, and therefore they are not able to share, and probably sometimes they do not know what expression to use, what feelings they need to share with others. So that is the difficult thing which sometimes people face who are little introvert, or who are not able to talk about themselves or in general in public. And therefore, these things have to be worked on in order to see that you are able to save a life.
In fact, this is a very good advice, Nagesh, that people should not get confused between introvert and extrovert. But I think by habit, they should start be very frank with others, with people who are around them. Now that brings to the second point that you are making is about the factors involved. So would you like to talk a little bit based on your experience, because you work with the judiciary in India, you must be seeing a lot of different types of incidents and cases. So what are the different factors involved uh, which forces people to take these drastic steps?
Basically, you see, when we talk of depression occurs to a person when a problem is persistent for a longer time. If somebody is facing a problem for a long time and he has not been able to get out of it, then a person gets into depression. Now, that depression could be a clinical disorder where you need an psychiatrist or psychologist help. You also need to have little medicines. But the factors generally what we see where a person is uh, kind of under depression is that he loses interest in life. Basically, somebody who gets irritated very fast of at the drop of a hat. A person is not able to control his anger. Sometimes person is having sleepless night. you know uh, he's not able to sleep well, he's not able to eat well. And there are conditions when people who are in depression eat a lot. They would be eating much more than their capacity. So uh, these are some of the factors. There could be a family pressure, there could be a social pressure, there could be a parental pressure. We see all sorts of things happening. Family pressure, could be because of marriage, because of relationships, because of other factors. Then there are social factors. In the present case, the social factor is that there is a bullying, there is people trying to downplay you, they want to downgrade you. All these factors come when you are going in a working environment. At home also, like if we talk about students, there is a study pressure, there is a competition, unhealthy competition between parents, between students. So that brings a lot of pressure on a person, and sometimes he is not able to cope up with those pressures, and therefore it is very much necessary that you know these things have to be identified. The person's capacity to cope up must be seen by the closed ones, persons who are near or dear ones, could be family member, could be of a close friend. And if that is seen, you are very well able to identify the changes, what is happening in that person's life.
Uh, Nagesh, this discussion is very interesting, but we are short of time today. So today, just to summarize our discussion, we have discussed 2 points. One is the mental health needs to be relooked from a totally different arena. We need to see, while we are successful as a nation, but we have to now concentrate more on how do we improve our mental health. So in today's discussion, we have talked about what are the factors involved where people are pushed to the wall and they take the drastic actions. Uh, I think these can be easily corrected by changing the way of life. So in tomorrow's discussion, we will talk about some of these points which will help us improve our mental health. So for today, it was pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We'll catch up tomorrow in tomorrow's session.
Thank you very much. It was lovely talking to you, CK. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously welcome all of you to this edition of Legal Matters. Before I start our discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for introducing me and welcoming me. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Likewise, Jeet, and just to introduce a little bit more about yourself, you are a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known in various legal fraternity. And today we would like to discuss about the farm bills. And there has been a lot of agitation. There are certain farmers which are happy. There are certain set of farmers which are unhappy. And there are a whole lot of politics going around all these three farm bills. So from your point of view, what is these farm bills? Are they going to benefit us, not benefit us? Why there is protest? So I think we will like to know more from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, actually, we see a lot of agitation going on right now and protest in the National Capital Region due to the introduction of these three bills, which have now been enacted and are the law of the land. So the Parliament in the month of September introduced three bills, which are the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next one is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, and there was an Essential Commodities Amendment Act 2020. All these acts deal about and what they are, we will discuss. But before, I would like to tell you what is the existing system till now and how the entire agricultural sector was restricted and regulated under the APMC acts of the states. So basically, agriculture falls within the state list under the seventh schedule of the Constitution. It's a state subject, and states regulate it, and they carry out uh, ag- um, uh, relating to agriculture. They issue laws and regulations and notifications. So this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away, in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited, and therefore in the 1960s states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase, and every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis, and every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed, and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies. And when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors, now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced, is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential
So,
Commodities Act,
friends, I
and it
am
can be
testing
restricted
the
only in the
new scissor
times
stand
of
for the
war,
camera, and
famine,
I
or
have put it,
extraordinary price rise and natural calamity
I'm
of
actually
grave
speaking
nature.
to you in a
So
standing
therefore,
form
they cannot be brought within
where
the purview of
I'm looking at the
essential
camera,
commodity, and
which
there
is
cannot
right
be a
in front of me,
restriction on its
and I'm trying to
uh,
see
production,
how
supply,
the
and
quality of
distribution.
this shoot. Can you
So
hear me
these are the
properly?
three bills
Can
which
you
have
see
been
me properly?
introduced and
Any other
which
changes
have now been
that are
enacted.
happening? All
And
that is
basically,
visible in
the
this panel.
let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels. To promote efficient, transparent, and
Hello,
barrier-free
friends. This is
interstate
Chandrakant
and
from
intrastate
Akulmach,
trade and
and
commerce of
big news
farmers'
today is
produce
Mr. Elon
outside the
Musk
physical premises of
invested
markets or
1.5
deemed
billion
markets
dollars.
notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So this is the aim and object of this act, which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the farmers either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So, one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce in any of the states in the country. So, therefore, it gives a wide variety of buyers, which otherwise was restricted to the APMCs of that regional areas. So, therefore, it brings more competition and it gives more options to the farmers to sell their produce. That is the basic salient features. But what is the objectionable objection and what are the dispute which has arisen is that one of the provision, section 6, provides that the market fee or cess or levy which the state APMC acts was levying on the state for every transaction cannot be levied under this act. Second, so therefore, what the states and the APMCs are contemplating is that it will ultimately uh, it it will ultimately be a loss to the state exchequer, and this is a state subject. So therefore, that will create a problem for the state's development, and uh, also it also provides for the dispute resolution, wherein the dispute, in case if there is any dispute between the buyer and the seller, then the same can be uh, put to an end through an conciliation process, wherein the sub-divisional magistrate would be acting like an umpire who will provide for a fair decision. And if that decision is not agreeable to any of the parties, then the parties can also appeal it. But those orders of these sub-divisional magistrate and the appellate authority would be final and binding. And what it does is it takes away the jurisdiction of the civil courts, and that is what is one of the objections raised by the farmers, that this would not be a fair mechanism for dispute resolution. So this is the salient feature of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill, and also with regards to the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Amendment on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act. The aim and object of that act is to provide for a national framework on farming agreements that protect and empower farmers to engage with agribusiness firms, processors, wholesalers, exporters, or large retailers for farm services and sale of future farming produce at a mutually agreed remunerative price framework in a fair and transparent manner and for matters connected therewith. So, therefore, this provides for a national framework on a farming agreement. So, so this act provides that the salient feature provides that the price which is to be paid to the farmer for the purchase of a farming produce may be determined and mentioned in the farming agreement itself. And it also provides for a guaranteed price to be paid for such produce. So, therefore, it in a way tries to safeguard the interest of the farmers. And these acts would certainly benefit the farmers, and it would get rid of a lot of middlemen which are right now existing in the APMC mechanism. So therefore, this is the scheme of these acts, and this is what it provides and lays down.
Thank you very much for clarifying the law for the viewers. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also not a farmer, but I am a businessman. So I understand the nuances of running any business. Farming is a similar business like any other business. It has a production phase, it has a distribution phase, it has a wholesale, storage, and then retail. So I think all these principles applies to farming. The farmers are producing, and then selling it to the APMC mandis, who are then wholesaling it, distributing it, etc. I think you mentioned about the independence in 1947. Situation that time was that almost 80% of the population of India was involved in farming activities. And we have all studied in our books when we were young that 80% is the farming community, etc. But the situation is totally changed on the ground. Today, the farming community has reduced to about 30% population of India, and the farming industry is not similar to any other industry. Even though the law of the doing business remains the same, which is production, distribution, wholesale, and retail. In the event of farmhouse, what happens is that the land produce X amount of produce, whether you are producing a wheat or rice or vegetables, it has a capacity to produce X amount of vegetation throughout the year for hundreds of years. So one big difference in farming industry as compared to other industry is the other industry can actually grow. There is a growth element. Say, for example, if there's a car manufacturer, the car can double up its production and then grow the revenue and then also grow the company size. In case of farm, if you don't add up your land, you can't grow. The growth is only 1 to 2% year on year. So, in nutshell, what has really happened, I'm just doing this monologue with you just to explain to our viewers that what has happened over the last 70 years is that the farming community has reduced systematically because we have a finite land, and the contribution of farming has also reduced because the other industries like IT, manufacturing, automobiles, oil and gas
Friends, I'm
have taken
visiting
over those
the
because there has been a lot
place
of
where I
development in
can
India. The
where I have to
GDP
look in the
contribution of
camera. So
farming
I'm right now
community
looking
is
in the
actually
camera.
less
Camera
than
is slightly higher
20%.
than the screen,
So
and I'm trying to
80% is
see
coming
if I
from other
can,
industries, other activities that
record this
Indians
way.
do. So I think that is the reality of the whole situation. And then coming to the point where when Jeet had explained about the legal aspect of it, I think the very crucial point is that we have actually not given any elbow room and leg room to farmers. The previous law did not allow farmers to sell his produce in any other to even his neighbor. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm producing wheat. I cannot legally allowed to sell my produce to my neighbor also. I have to go and have only one buyer, which is the mandi. And as you know, some of our viewers would know that there are two seasons, prime seasons for cultivation in India, and different produces are sold at that time. So the farmer has no choice but to load his produce in his truck or a tractor, go to the government warehouse, and take whatever money they get it, right? And if, they are at the mercy of the person there. So I think, from my opinion, as a
So I'm looking
businessman, not
at
as a farmer,
the
not as a
screen
lawyer,
right
I
now
see
and
as a
trying to
pure
see
Indian, I
if
see
this
that
recording
these
works.
laws will free up the
If I don't
farmers
have to look at the camera, I just
from
look at
all
the
these
subject.
compulsion,
How does it look
where
like?
they can sell to anyone, they can sell at any price, whatever price they can strike their deals at, and that will give them that will make them richer, just like any other businessman. So we should not doubt the intellect of farmers that they cannot do business. There are what I've heard so far is that there are e-portals also started by government of India where they can sell their produce. So I think we have to ensure that the farmers are intellectually more advanced, and they should welcome these changes because now they will be able to get more value for their produce. And last thing I want to mention, Jeet, last year itself there has been another farmer protest in Haryana, where the farmers came to know that the peas farmer, the chickpeas farmers, came to know that the APMC bought their chickpeas for 6 rupees. I don't know the measure. I think it's the quintal or kgs. And within one day, in the wholesale market, they were selling it for 20 rupees. So you see, the farmers are the wholesale market itself is selling it for 400%. So by these laws, I think you're empowering the farmers. But we'll go back to the legal discussion. Why so much confusion? Why the political parties are getting involved? Because we are now these laws will benefit the citizens.
Right, absolutely. Well said. You really put it correctly. But as you said, that farming business grows 1 or 2%, but you must also see that since independence, the population has also grown 2 to 3 times. So basically, ultimately, the consumers are the people of this country. So therefore, they are increasing, and the agricultural produce should also increase. But recently, when this bill has been passed, what it provides is that today India has become surplus in most agricultural commodity. So certainly, farming and agricultural produce business has grown tremendously. And though people are coming out and not wanting to do agricultural business and want to shift into other businesses, but still agriculture has continuously grown in this country, and it needs the basic fair market and a proper market where it can take it to a next level. And therefore this act is very important, because earlier what the act is to do, and if I may just
So
give
I'm
the
seeing
supply chain how it used to work.
towards the
So
screen,
initially a
trying to
farmer has
see
to
if
go to APMC and
this is a
give the
better view,
agricultural
or
produce.
shall I bring
Then
the camera
in
down a little bit
APMC the
like
commission
this?
agent would take it to the
A little bit
traders,
more.
and there would be a
Is this a
price
better
discovery
view?
where the price would
I think
be
this is a
decided
better view. It
based
looks
on
like that
the
I'm looking
demand
into
and supply.
uh,
Thereafter, the trader would
into the
take it to the
subject, and
transaction agent. The transaction agent would thereafter take it to
let's see if
the
I
wholesaler to
increase the
the
screen.
retailer to the vendor, and vendor
How does
thereafter
it
to the
look like?
consumer.
Yes, I think this is the
So
best
the farmer
place to put the
would
camera.
sell it
There is
at
a
a,
15
as you said,
degrees
6 rupees, but ultimately it will
elevation
reach the
which is
consumer
auto
at
built in the
25 or 30
camera.
rupees. Because in between there are
If
so
I
many
look at
people
the
who were
screen like
doing
this,
business
it'll be the
with regards to
best
the agricultural
way
produce.
to record
So now
myself.
with this new
I
act,
can
the
move back
farmer
and
can
forth
directly
slightly
take
like
it to the
this.
wholesaler,
I can
retailer,
keep the
vendor,
mic
or
here
any of the trader.
and
It can be anyone,
continue looking into
and
the
at the price which
camera.
they can decide mutually. So these people in between who were to decide these prices are completely wiped out in this new system. Though the APMC will still be there and those acts will remain, but the farmer will have a new avenue of selling it directly to other stakeholders. So therefore, he will get a better price. I would assume that the prices ultimately of these farming products would also increase, because the business houses or the corporate houses who would also get involved would also sell it at a profit. So ultimately, the the cost of these products will increase, and ultimately the consumers will be at a loss. But I think the farmers would certainly benefit out of this system, and as it does away with a lot of middlemen who are in the existing system of APMCs.
So, Jeet, let me explain my perspective on this one, especially when you talk about the prices going high. Uh, in my opinion, what will happen in reality is that the amount that the farmers will get, for example, let's go back to our 6 rupees wala example where the farmers are selling for 6 rupees. But in the new system, they will be able to drive more value for their produce. So they may get 15 rupees instead of 6, and the 6 rupees per kg feed, the consumer will have to shell out 100 rupees per kg. Ultimately, when I buy it, I actually buy it for 100 rupees. So my price of procuring it will reduce. And while farmers' income is increasing 300%, my cost of procuring the farm produce will reduce considerably, almost by half. So I will end up paying 50 rupees. And going back to the corporate buyer, I think the confusion has been created. I'll just like to clarify. Who's the biggest corporate house which is buying? It is the Nestle. It is
Right.
processed
Pepsi.
Pepsi. Those kind of guys are
Right.
buying, and these places to go and buy from. They have to go to FCI and buy from there. So these middlemen will go out. There are more options for corporate houses to buy from multiple sources, and the farmers will have multiple options to sell their
Right. Absolutely, that's correct. as you said. So middlemen, so it is required in that sense that these middlemen should go and farmers must benefit because they are very important part of this country. So I think the farmers should understand, allow this law to operate, allow this to
Hello,
grow,
friends. I've
and
got a
thereafter
new
take a
stand for
decision
my
what are the
camera and
loopholes
I
and
put it
ultimately
slightly
what can be
elevated,
corrected,
and I'm trying to
rather
see
than
if this is the
completely
best
asking for
way
the repeal of these
to record
pre-enactments.
myself. And
So
it
I
looks
think
like this is the best
the
angle
people who are
to
asking
record.
for
And I'm now
these
talking to the
repeal of these
subject
laws
while
are the
I'm
people who
looking
are
into the
going to
screen,
lose their jobs,
and it is
and the
actually
population
capturing
of
my
those kind
eyes
of people are the
properly.
middlemen
So,
and
and I've
the
got this
setup which
mic
is
here
reporting
also very
this
close
to
to
the
my
state
mouth
government
so
or
that my
different
voice
political
can be
parties. So I
captured
think the
very
farmers
clearly.
of all
So, with this, I'm
other
just doing a
states
final
like
test before I make
Tamil
this final.
Nadu, West Bengal, MP, etc., they are not complaining about it. It's only the farmers from one or two states which are complaining. So I think in interest of 30 million farmers in India, hardly 3,000 are on the street. So I think we should just ignore them and move ahead and implement these laws. That is what, as a common citizen, I feel. What is your opinion?
Yes, you are right, but the matters are also before the Supreme Court, and I think the farmers should wait for the uh, judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. Because if they say that the provisions are unconstitutional or without power, then the only authority which can say it is unconstitutional is the Supreme Court, and they are already before the Supreme Court. So therefore, there is so they must trust the apex court of this country and wait for its judgment policy.
I think I appreciate your point, and Supreme Court is the ultimate authority. Since the matter is in front of the court, the honorable judges will decide for the benefit of everyone. And I leave it at that, and we can discuss this further because this is the matter which is still sub judice. We will come back on the subject Jeet, sometime in future once the decision is made. But for the time being, this is what we feel. You have explained beautifully, and thank you for finding time to explain to our viewers what it means from the legal standpoint. I think this is going to be very valuable and knowledge-driven discussion for the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I will catch up with you next Thursday as usual. Until then, bye.
Sure. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is a bright Monday morning here in India. It's quite sunny, and the rain and the gloom has become thing of the past. So, with this positive word, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, your seasons are changing, and so are ours. I've got a sweater on, as you can see. It's pretty chilly over here now. So heating's on, sweater's on, and we're into a new season. American elections this week. So we'll see what happens over there. And unfortunately, the weekend, one of my idols passed away. Quite a sad event, really. Sean Connery, or as most people will know him as James Bond, the original James Bond.
Well, I have one word to describe this. Bond is broken. And
Bond is broken. Very true. Very true. He certainly did. He certainly did set the tone, and it was very, tongue in cheek. Somewhat misogyny was going on in that era, which was, if you like, acceptable at that time, if the word acceptable can be used. But he certainly did set the tone, and it was very tongue in cheek. And we saw new gadgets from Q, and we've seen rapid change actually, and we've seen many other people try to take the role on. Daniel Craig, as we know, is doing his last films now, so I suppose we're all going to see who's going to be the next Bond. Maybe it'll be a woman like Doctor Who. Doctor Who was the current Doctor Who's a female, so you never know. You never know.
Maybe the black guy.
Yes, could be. As I say, you never know. It's about time we sort of mixed it up a bit. And I suppose it's interesting because this month as well is International Vegan Month. Did you know that?
Well, I've been vegan for last 20 years, so it
Well, that's another opportunity to, again, change things up. And vegan in their sense means somewhat more than just eating vegan. It's about practicing vegan behavior, lifestyle. But could be a huge change for people. So the question we've got for people this week is, are you ready for change? Are you prepared to change? We all want change, don't we? We don't want things to stay as they are. I mean, if you ask anyone, if you put your head out the window and says, who wants change? I'm sure everyone would put their hand up and say, yes, please. But then if you ask the next question, who wants to change? Who's prepared to change? In other words, are you prepared to change? The answer to that question will be, not sure about that. Oh, no, I'm quite happy where I am. Thank you very much. Then when you ask the next question, who's going to lead this change then? And all of a sudden, the whole room disappears. There's no one around, because not only have we got a shortage of leaders, we've certainly got a shortage of people that will lead change because, as you and I both know, most change doesn't succeed. It's true, isn't it? 80% of change in big organizations just doesn't succeed. So who's going to lead that one? That's an exit strategy.
Right. So I think you rightly put, Neville. I think I will go back to Sean Connery. During my childhood, I was lucky. During my college years, there was a festival going on in one of the theaters near the college, and I watched all the Bond movies in the morning shows, which are very, very cheap. All of them up to that time. And after that, I have seen all the Bond movies which came subsequently. So in all of these Bond movies, there has been significant change. And if you look the movies where the Daniel Craig is doing a fantastic job, the style and the persona is so physical. So even the Bond has changed over the years. And you mentioned vegan. I think when I was in US, I did not find any trouble while I was in US because there were a lot of vegan friends, a lot of vegan restaurants available for me to go, and there was acceptance also. So, to bring that change in other parts of the world, I struggle sometimes. But Neville, I don't have any animal product on us. We don't have leather, belts, shoes. So it's not only the eating habits, it's also the lifestyle which comes along, and that requires a lot of change. So if we talk about business, as you rightly said, nobody wants to change and nobody wants to lead the change. And that is where the concept of risk management comes in, where the change manager has to incorporate the risk associated with every change and then make the changes which are appropriate so that you succeed. And as you rightly said, if you just change without any risk management, the chances are the organization will fail. But if you do a subsequent risk management and change towards positive, I think that likelihood of positive change is very, very high.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, as you say, it's a bit of risk management, but like anything else, we've got to do any sort of change. We all want to improve. Everyone says they want to improve. They want to get better. But the interesting thing is they don't actually know what they do. They don't know how they do it. They sort of know the process because it's repetition. You know, I did this yesterday, I'm doing the same today, and I'll do the same tomorrow, and I'll do the same ad infinitum. But the question is, if you're not prepared to change, you're not going to improve. You might get, a small improvement just because something happens out there that you haven't really noticed. You know, someone says yes when you expect them to say no, and all of a sudden you've got a contract that you weren't expecting. But you don't know how you got it because it's the other person that made the decision, you know, and then you turn around and say, oh, that was lucky. And each time you need to have that little bit of luck. Well, people that are really good at improving themselves and are really good at things actually know what they're doing. So let's just look at something. You know, we talked about massive change in the film industry. Well, let's look about the massive change in another industry. In the Olympics, let's say a 100-meter runner. You know, although we may not acknowledge it, 30 years ago, the fastest runner in the world was running a second slower than today's fastest 100-meter runner. So Usain Bolt is approximately a second, 1 second. That's almost 10% better than we were 30 or 40 years ago. That is a huge stride because we're only talking over 100 meters. You know, you can actually see 100 meters. And to be 10% better internationally on a world stage is something to be recorded, something to be reckoned with. But now let's look at all of the different athletes, all of the sizes of the athletes that we've had over that 30, 40 year period. Some have been tall and skinny. Some have been tall and well built. Some have been short and stocky. Some have been short and skinny. But they've all run 100 meters and they've all added to it. I mean, if you look at the physique of Usain Bolt and then look at the physique of the person that comes second, Usain Bolt is 8 or 9 inches taller. The guy that came second is stockier, you know, but he's only marginally slower than Usain Bolt. And who knows, the next person, I mean, the current fastest person in the world isn't getting to where Usain Bolt is, but they're shorter and stockier. So we're coming through some sort of cycle here, are we? Or is it luck? The point is, it's not luck. This is about process. This is about being better than I was yesterday. Athletes have it really easy because they do something called personal best. And they know that if all the conditions are there, they will achieve their personal best if they're on top form, if they've had the right breakfast, if they've done the right warm-up session to making that run. And notice they don't do all of these big runs, these major tournaments. They're not week in, week out. The Olympics is once every 4 years. World Athletics, again, once every 4 years. So they have a huge build-up period. But in business, we don't have once every 4 years. Most SMEs, it's week to week, month to month, day to day. But the thing about this is, the message this week is, if you're not prepared to change, you won't improve. And then the issue is, what are you going to change? Just do something slightly differently. Go and practice, go and experiment. Something that isn't going to make a massive impact in your organization, but something that ultimately could make a big impact if you do things slightly different than what you're doing today. Hope that makes sense.
Neval, if I take this learning from you and apply verbatim as it is, I mean, you mentioned about the athletes and the advantage the winner has is only few microseconds. And that is what makes all the difference between gold and silver. So you see, a few advantage in a business also will make a great deal if you're able to change and make those few advantages add to your own business. So I think if I have to apply your teaching today in absolute businesses, the message I can give to my clients and my prospect is that, hey, change is inevitable. And I think as a business, we should be able to change. And today, for next 2 years, we know for sure that digital age has arrived finally. So why not leverage it? So I think that is one thing which the today's entrepreneurs who are waiting and watching, the message is very clear. I think you should embrace the digital age, change, leverage experience of people like us, myself and Neville and our colleagues. We can help you there.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, the digital age is here. It's been here for a number of years. It's something that some people have recognising that it's actually landed because of COVID. They've been stuck at home. They haven't been able to go to their businesses. So just embrace it. Don't worry about it. Change is inevitable. Just do something slightly different than you did yesterday. That could be, go onto LinkedIn and renew some of your relationships that you have forgotten for a while. Pick 5 that you haven't spoken to a while and just send them a little note. Not spoken in a while. COVID's really made a mess of the world. How about having a discussion and seeing where we can go? If you don't make that first step, don't expect someone else to do it. Leadership is about doing things, and good leadership is about getting ahead of the curve and doing things first, being the trailblazer, that experimenter, getting ahead of that curve. And let's face it, that curve has been flattened, as they said, for some time now. So just do something different. And it's within your capability. You're an entrepreneur. You've done something different to become an entrepreneur. Trust me, all you got to do is go back and think, what did I do then? And try again. Just see what's happened, what's changed. And then you'll get better. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely, Neville. I think these are very good advice today you have given to our viewers. I think they can add little change to their lifestyle, the way they do business, the way they reach out their clients and prospects and employees and investors. So with this, we can end our discussion today. I think it's a good learning for all of us. And I'd like to say thank you to you for today's advice.
Pleasure.
And tips.
Well, let's hope people can go and do it, because let's face it, the world needs leaders. It needs entrepreneurs to get out there and do something. So take this advantage. This is the first Monday in November. Make the change.
Thank you so much, Neville. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Cheers, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is SOTI Wednesday, and as some of you know, SOTI stands for Speaker of the Year Award. So this Wednesday we will talk about how do you look, and let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. SOTI Wednesday from a sunny London and a sunny India. So, as you say, we're going to focus on how you look. We've told people about the setting. We told people about where the camera is. So by now, you've all noticed where your camera is on your screen. I hope you put your finger over it, and you can always find it. Now we're just talking about how you look, because when you come over the first time, people are gonna. That's it. They make an impression. They make a distinction. They make a judgment, really, on what you look like. And as you can see, I've decided to dress up for the beach. I've got my flamingo shirt on, so you can't miss that, can you, CK?
This is very interesting, Neville. You have sort of stationary flamingos on your shirt, and whether you are wearing a beach shirt or not, I leave it to the viewers to decide, but definitely you stand out. Definitely it is a different shirt. It's not like a usual shirt.
And the interesting thing is, all of those listeners are going to they're either going to really like it, or they're really going to really hate it, or they're going to say, oh, well, it looks okay. But the thing is, it needs to bring out your personality. Flamingos are great because it always brings a smile to my face when I see a flamingo. Because you know how they get the colour, don't you? Because of the shrimps they eat, they're all pink. So eventually that comes into their colour. I didn't know that until a few years ago on a particular quiz that I got wrong. But it should bring out your personality, who you really are. I can see who you are, CK, you know, typical business guy, top button undone, you know, no tie, very smart casual, as we would say, you know, maybe a bit of dress down Friday going on. But it's your persona, it's how you are, and that needs to shine through on the video that you're going to create. So what do you think of that?
Neville, I think for our listeners and viewers, last week we covered how do you set up your camera, and your light, and your surroundings. And this week we would like to give them little information on how do you project yourself in front of the camera. Because if you're run-of-the-mill, similar guy like me wearing a usual shirt, I'm not going to stand out in the crowd of videos that are coming out. So the whole point, Neville is trying to drive today is that, hey, stand out, wear flamingos so that you are visible. And the content you're giving is also must be interesting, because people have not yet started hearing your content. They're just seeing your camera, your light, your surroundings, and yourself. So I think the important thing is you have to dress up for that particular video, for that event. For example, if you're talking about something serious, something related to education, or something related to business, then you have to dress up like a business guy, or you have to dress up like a teacher. But if you're talking about something which is not related to serious matter, but you can talk about astronomy, then you can probably wear a t-shirt with a galaxy picture on it. So the whole point is that you have to set up your infrastructure in such a way that you dress up for that subject. So what do you think about this, Neville? What is your opinion?
It's absolutely right. And remember, you know, when you go for an interview, because this is not just about a short 90-second interview that we're, video that we're talking about here, it's potentially getting you ready for the interview. Your brand, the brand of me, as we call it in our programs. And you need to understand what your brand is and how you're going to portray that brand. Because just like anything else, people make an instantaneous decision as whether they like you or they don't like you. And the point is, what you want to do is make a good impression at the beginning and keep that impression going on, so it improves that impression. It's not always the fact that people don't like you and then don't listen. Because although they've made a judgment at the beginning, they're human beings. If you're going to then open your mouth and they actually say, oh, I quite like this person now, shame about the shirt, you know, but then they make an explanation as to why they don't like the shirt. We're human. This is what happens. So here's an opportunity, you know, come on to the SOTI Award and practice until you're perfect. So very simple thing today, you know, show who you are. Put your personality on the screen and enjoy it, you know, smile, because smiling is infectious, isn't it?
Certainly, Neville. In fact, there is one more thing which is also very, very critical for a video, because the window to the world is through this small, 12-inch by 14-inch screen. So I think I have seen some videos where people don't even groom themselves. So apart from looking and having a smiling face, I think very, very important to groom themselves, because this is like a 10 minutes window to the world. And if they are not groomed, obviously you will not look too smart for that subject. So you need to have right combination, right color shirt, or cloth which you're wearing, and also groom yourself properly. If you're a man, you have to shave before you come, and if you're a lady, you have to dress up properly for that particular video. So I think that's important, apart from having these soft skills, but also prepare for it. Prepare for wear the right color of your shirt, and also groom yourself and look, as Neville says, with a smiley face. Always have a smiley face.
Have a smiley face. So simple message today, very simple message. You can only get bite-sized chunks of messages. Now you've got to do, go and practice, because practice makes perfect sometimes.
Yes, Neville. In fact, next week in Sorty Wednesday, we will talk about the presentation skills, and I expect you to wear a shirt of flying flamingos, because right now the flamingos are stationary. So next week we will probably see Neville with a real beach shirt with flying flamingos.
We'll see.
We'll see. See you tomorrow, Neville, and thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
And you. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and we are welcome to our show. Today we have a very distinguished guest on our show. Her name is Shonali Ray. She is a principal of one of the well-known school in West Bengal at Haldia, SJPS school. A part of this, she is also teaches professionals leadership skill. She's mentoring many students, many professionals. So without wasting any minute, I would like to welcome Shonali Ray. Shonali Ray, welcome to our show. How are you today?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really glad, I'm fine, and really glad to be in this platform of Akulmach, and I'll be happy guiding the students or the viewers regarding some leadership skills and all, so that could motivate them to do their best in their life. Thank you.
So first of all, happy Republic Day, ma'am. So
Thank
how
you,
you
and same to
celebrated?
you.
Yeah, how you celebrated this day today in school? You have done a
Yeah,
sweet
it was good.
distribution.
We have hoisted the flag, and there were a small program with me and the teachers. And then we made videos of the programs and all, and sent to the students. And students also, they have prepared some cards and all, and some of them have prepared speeches and all. They have sent to the teachers and the school their program. So that is how the work is going on actually.
I know. So actually, we will be discussing about a leadership skill, which I have heard that you are very passionate about. So as you know that leadership school includes ability of people to achieve something, maybe achieving a business goal with team inclination or with a team and drive the change in the company. So do you feel everywhere in students and business in companies, do we require leadership skill? And before that, I also want to ask you, what is this leadership skill is?
Yeah. Basically, I will start saying about what is leadership skill is actually. So this is, we can say this is an art of motivating and inspiring people and also guiding people to take out or bring out the best in them, and also to get a certain goal or achieve certain target within a given frame of time or within a given deadline. So some people have the ability to motivate and guide and direct people, and these people are called leaders. So in other words, I can say the leaders are people whom other people, ordinary people, see as role model and follow them. And also I can say that a leader is a person who knows the way, goes the way and shows the way. So that is all about leadership. So now come to the next part of the question. That is, in today's scenario, as we have seen that in the last year, there was a chaos in all segments, including the education sector also, because of this pandemic influence. So now it is getting over gradually, and the industries are gearing up. In all sectors, there is changes happening, rapid changes rather, I can say, happening, and many startups are also coming up. In education sector also, we are thinking about innovative education technology. So in this scenario, more and more leaders are required in all spheres. So basically, because leaders, or we can train our some of the employees to be a good leader, because certain traits are there that the leaders possess, which sets them apart from ordinary people. Like they have power of effective communication. That includes both speaking and listening power, and also cross-cultural communication. Okay? And then they have the self-awareness, and they can motivate themselves and also other people, and also inspire other people to reach certain target. Apart from that, the leaders in an organization, it is been in the research has been found that if an organization have good leaders, they boost the productivity of the organization. Whereas in an organization, if there is no such good leaders, often the employees have the tendency to get distracted. So basically what the leaders do in an organization. So suppose in an education sector, as I am in the principal position, I am also in a leadership role. So there are certain role that a leader perform in an organization. First of all, they have that decisive power and a balance of emotional and logical reasoning, so that they can fix any problem. So that is the first and foremost quality of a leader, that leaders are able to fix any problem and have the critical thinking ability. Next is that leaders are very good team builders. They build the best team, and they know the ability of their each and every team members, and they always try to find out and bring out the best of the team members and set a clear goal, and help and support also the members to achieve that goal. Okay? Third is leader can, they are boost up the organization in encouraging the innovation, then strategic thinking and creativity, and with proper action. So ultimately, these are the traits a leader should possess. And if more and more employees are given these traits if they are empowered with these traits, so we can get more leaders in the workplace also. And ultimately, that will help in boosting up the organization as well as in the whole industries or this sector, I can say.
It is said that a leadership skill starts with the positive attitude. Somebody who really positive display positive attitude and a self confidence. And somebody who wants to be leader, it always start with themselves. You see, so am I right that leadership skill cannot be taught? Leaders are born.
Yeah, see, there are two, opinion in that case. Ki leadership, some are born leaders. It is already said that some are born leaders. That means these certain characteristics they have, and they have the ability to execute these characteristics. But in other case, we can say that not all the leaders are born leaders. We have seen over the few decades that many ordinary people, they are given proper training, and they themselves, that is what I said, the first and foremost, one needs the self-awareness skill. One should set, prioritize the goals, and if someone has the self-awareness. Or another thing is SWOT analysis. SWOT means if you can analyze your own strength or weakness, and then what threats you are possessing or having in an organization, or how you can get the opportunity. Through this SWOT analysis, anybody can develop themselves. And also one has to have the growth mindset. So if all these traits one possesses, so any person can be trained to become a leader. So it's not always true that leaders are only born. They can be trained to become a leader, good leader, actually. So that is how actually I was not a born leader. I have trained myself to come to this position.
Yes, it's great to really listen to you and the attributes which we are discussing. And since you said that being a leader can be a training, so suppose somebody wants to lead something, and he or she is not having self confidence, and she has a problem in communication. So how to begin? Actually, that is something a crucial question. Anybody who wants to start this kind of trainings for themselves.
Yeah. So first of all, you have to set a goal of yourself. You have to dream big. Okay. If you do not have a dream, you cannot achieve something in life. So I would say that everybody should dream big, actually, and then start. The first thing is one should start from themselves. They should motivate themselves. So for this, that is how there are many motivational leaders and all. They can follow any leader. They can read books. If you increase the power of knowledge, then automatically you can start gaining some wisdom that would ultimately help you to get your goal in life. So if you dream big, and if you think that I have to achieve that dream, then you have to motivate yourself. So by reading books, there are many channels now available on YouTube. Seeing that, basically I have started like that. I started reading books of different leaders and authors, those who have good leadership qualities. Then following the I made some of the leaders as my role model, and I start to read about their life story. How I have seen mostly the leaders were ordinary persons, and from there they have grown up to become a leader. So I started to motivate myself, unless and until I myself has that mind frame that I have to reach certain goal, I cannot improve myself and I cannot reach that level. So everybody should know that we all have that power. So only we need to focus and think about how we can improve ourselves to reach to that power, so that we can give the society or the organization our best, and in return we also get best from the society or any organization. So,
Yes. So,
yes.
in nutshell, what I think that good leaders have self motivation, they have a personal sense of drive, and they have a skill which is needed to push change and action forward. So that's great. So I would like to now want to know that who is that one leader you look up to?
Actually, I have gone through many great authors' book, but one thing, being a female, my role model was Indira Gandhi, because though she was born in a aristocrat family, but I have seen she was the first Indian female prime minister, and she has ruled for so many years, and she has traveled and given India a definite, I mean, I can say a distinct place in the world. So I started first reading with Jawaharlal Nehru's one book that he wrote some letters to Indira Gandhi while he was in prison. So I started from there, and then I went through the details about how Indira Gandhi, was a great leader, because she, being a woman at that time, she was had the ability to motivate others, to delegation of work, and that power of communication, that I mean, others get attracted to her. So I can say she was the first leader whom I started to follow. And after that, there are many books and leaders are available. But for my mind, I started with following Indira Gandhi's path.
Yes, true. She's whole personality was combination of when we talk about leadership skill. She got communication skill. She can motivate. She can delegate. And she has plus flexibility. And I think these are the traits of a good leader. And she had all. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Shonali, on this topic. We will be meeting again on some different topic, and we'll be discussing some interesting aspect of that particular topic. It was great talking to you, Shonali. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. And it was my pleasure to talking in your platform. Thank you.
Pleasure, ma'am. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Indian Constitution Day. And we will talk about the Constitution. But before starting the subject discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK, and happy anniversary, Indian Constitution Day. And I think a lot of people outside of India have got an idea about what this is. But why don't you go into a few details? Because it's such an important day in the country's development. But there's links that we can look at in your company's development. So we're still saying with the letter C, country and company. But let's talk about India Constitution Day and see where this has come from, because I think there's some great analogies that we can pick up here in our own business.
You see, Naval, India is a very new country. even though the civilization has been around for thousands of years, but India as a country, as a new country, and the Indians got an opportunity to get together, put their minds together, and get the best of all humanity. So the Indian work on constitution started in 1946. It took them 4 years, and there was a committee which was driving the whole initiative to create the world longest constitution. Indian constitution has 90 pages and it has 145,000 words, and that makes it very long constitution with 395 articles. But
wow,
it's a very well organized, and they have taken the best of breed at that point in time. And I will come to that, why Indian constitution is very important for the global economy also. So it took them 4 years to write the entire constitution. It was ready in 1949. The final review was done, and it was then launched on January 26, 1950, making India a sovereign country. What is important in Indian constitution is it gives freedom of federalism. So the inspiration the forefathers got was from the United States, where the federalism was very important for freedom, because those were the days of colonies, and the federal structure became very important. That means, for example, if you look at India, there are 29 states. So India as a country, considering the federal state of the union, it is much bigger. It's twice the size of European Union. So you can imagine, if you compare European Union, it has France, Germany, UK just got out of it. But there are different countries speaking different languages, having different legal structure. It is the same way Indian country operates. That 29 states have different language, different legal structure, and different processes, different government. In the end, they all report to the central government. So there is a freedom of federalism which is incorporated very deeply into it, and that gives freedom for any country who would like to join the union. It is allowed. Say, for example, in future, some other country says that, hey, I would like to join Indian Union, like Oman or UAE. There is enough freedom given, as long as the people of that country, follow the Indian Constitution. There is no problem. They can operate independently as a federal state within Indian subcontinent. So that is a very important aspect of Indian Constitution. Number two is the equality and liberty. The equality and liberty, the inspiration came from 1946 Constitution of France, and that was majorly driven in the Constitution. So every human being born or citizen of India is absolutely equal, whether men or women, of any religion, speaking any languages. And that gives a good push to Indian society as one nation, because you can actually bring your own culture, you can bring your own language, yet you will be equal like anybody else. So that gives a lot of freedom of equality and freedom to follow your own religion. Then, the constitution should not be scribbled in stone like 10 commandments. So the inspiration was from South Africa, where the amendment to any article of constitution was allowed. So the power to change constitution was given to the parliament or the assembly. The assembly can form the laws, can be discussed in legislative assembly of state, and the state can implement their own specific laws, and the parliament can create the countrywide law system, and they can also change the constitution. And the fourth most important thing is uh, the legal system. Judiciary has been kept out. Very, very important aspect. It has been kept out from all elections, all legislative powers, all parliamentary powers. So the legal system is totally independent. That is why in Indian subcontinent, the judiciary is called the second pillar of democracy, because if you have a problem with the government, you can always approach the court and overturn the government ruling. So that is very, very important. And number 5 is freedom of speech. So this is a mantra for the Indian people. They can write anything, they can comment on anyone. There is nothing called like monarch. If you go to some other countries, I'm not naming the country, but you can talk about government, but you can't talk anything about against the monarch. Um, so all that is not applicable in India. You can criticize each and everyone. You can joke on everything. You can make cartoons on anything. So it is completely free, and that is why the press or is completely free. They can make any comment on anyone, ask any question freely on any channel, and that becomes the third pillar of democracy. So these are certain things which are part of the constitution. Constitution is very long. We can't discuss all of it, but I think we can get inspired because our founding fathers got inspired from the world's best, and they created this constitution which is very flexible, yet it enforces rule of law, and they got it from the UK. So since I'm ending my monologue on UK, you can take over, Neil.
Well, thank you, CK, for that walk through history, because a lot of people don't know where these things come from. And you mentioned a couple of times here, and you started it off with best in breed, because that's what we should all be doing, you know, looking at the best in breed at the time, not adopting it 100%, but seeing whether or not you can improve it. And I'm sure there was little twists of improvement that the Indian government at the time, you know, we're talking last century, we're not talking thousands of years ago, but we are talking last century, you know, over 70 years ago. And that the important thing here is that they took what was working around the world. Now, at the time, they didn't have Google. They couldn't go and cut and paste at the time. You know, there was no PC where they could literally edit, copy, edit, paste. So they literally had to create this from scratch. But they took the best of breed, which was out there around the world. And this is where we can make lessons today. So I said at the beginning, we can take lessons into our own organization. And just like the Indian Constitution, it was to develop good governance. Now, governance is a long word, really, and a lot of people don't completely understand it. But in your organization, you need good governance. You need freedom of speech. You need your employees to say what they like and what they don't like. You want them to come forward and say what's good about what we do, what we can improve, and perhaps where we need to diversify. This is good governance in any organization. And so today, with this very special day in the Indian history, any Indian company, now take a look at your own governance. Are you doing what you say you're doing? Are you giving equal opportunity to everybody? Not just the C-suite, you know, the chief exec, the COO, the CIO, the CTO, and the EIEIO, as someone might have called a boardroom, to everybody in your organization, because they all contribute. They all add value. If they don't add value, they wouldn't be employed. It's as simple as that. So just work through your organization, however big or however small you are, even a one-man band, you can start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, am I doing what I'm saying? Do I say what I do? It's a simple equation. You know, the mathematicians in the world would love it. You know, the philosophers in the world would love it even more. You know, be who you really are, and that's who people see you as. And it's as simple as that. And this is where this governance arena, this constitution actually gets very personal. So here's an opportunity. Take the personal day. Is it a holiday for this huge benchmark in your history? Is it a national holiday?
It is not a national holiday. Today is a day when the constitution was finally approved. but what was not implemented in 1949, which is 26 November, it was implemented on 26 January 1950. So today is a Constitution Day because it is finally ready, but we don't have a holiday on this day.
Well, that's an important time because it was finally ready for people to understand. So, again, in a company, you've got a document which is finally ready to promote not just to your organisation but outside your organisation. So just imagine the marketing document that's taken weeks or months to prepare. Now's the day to get it out there. So take a leaf out of this very special day in the Indian history and start doing things that are simple. Use the prompt of these national events to look very locally, very specifically in what you do and get the benefit out of it. And the nice thing about these national days is you don't have to remember them because everyone tells you about them. You can read them in the paper. So it should be that little prompt that just jogs your memory. So this is great for the Indian nation. What does it mean for me? How can I take that and improve it in my organisation? And tell the story about where this has come from. Just as we've done today, this is a story. It's history. So it's a his story. Okay? It's gone. It's past. It's fact. Use the facts and develop them within your organisation. This is so simple and a simple message from today. And I'm so pleased that we can share it with everybody on a very special day for 1.4 billion Indians, wherever they are around the world. So let's get on with it. Let's go and have some introspection about what we do. Use this day as an opportunity for change, because that's how we improve.
So Neville, you mentioned a very strong and powerful word called introspection. And here how I will introspect myself. See, what happens is that the people which are in power, they actually draw power and they actually think they are the gods or the ruler or the monarch of that land. So Indian constitution does not allow that. There is no absolute power center in India. For instance, the governance is under the Prime Minister of India, which is selected by the people of the entire country. All 1.4 billion citizens of India will vote for one person. Whoever wins becomes a Prime Minister. Yet, Prime Minister does not have power to control the armed services. That is a precedent. So the chief of army or air force or navy is the president. So he is another power center, but he is not absolute power center. And so his prime minister is not an absolute power center. Chief Justice of India, which is the head of all judges across the judiciary, is also limited power. I mean, Chief Justice can remove the Indian government. The Chief Justice has the power to remove the Indian government from the power itself. And so, there are many examples like that. So Indian constitution does not allow any absolute power center across the board. There is no power center in India. So bunch of people have to work together. So you mentioned word like introspection. I think that is the introspection. Why in a company, why we always look at power centers? We always look at, hey, you are so and so, you have so much power in your company. Whereas the Indian government is not driven by that policy. They don't believe in absolute power. Second thing I would like to get inspired is the federal structure of the subcontinent. So you have your state being governed by a local government, which is also elected by people, yet you become an Indian. So it is a perfect example of distributed workforce. You see, Indian subcontinent is not governed by New Delhi, the central government. It is governed by various 29 different governments. So it's a perfect example of distributed workforce. Yet in companies, in private sector, we find it so difficult to distribute our work. People want to see employee sitting in front of their own eyes on a desk in his office. They have no faith on a distributed workforce. So I think these are the two critical points I will draw for today from my own constitution.
No, that's brilliant. And the nice thing is, as you say, we can draw the best from the best and implement it into our own organisation. And I hope the people listening today can see the analogy between one and another. They are one and the same. So in the country, the Prime Minister is elected by everybody. A chief exec actually is elected by the shareholders, which are everybody, so, and that's in a large organization. So there's a lot of similar things going on here, but one thing that you picked up on is the power base. A lot of the problem we have in the world today is because you've allowed the power base in your organization to get out of control. Take back control. Move it forward for where the purpose of the organization was when it was first founded. And I'm going to leave you with a little simple message here. And we all know about Henry Ford and how creative he was, creating the first production line, in essence, in many respects. And the Model T Ford came from his thoughts, and he created a good team around him. He was a bit of a dictator in many respects, but he did come up with some great phrases that have lasted the test of time. And one is, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. So on this very special day in India, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're absolutely right. But get into the can, because now's the opportunity for introspection and a bit of change. And it's one small change makes a big impact, as we say in the MindFit world. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you today on this very special day. Thank you very much for taking time out of your calendar. And I hope everyone's listening and just literally just have a look in the mirror, because that's where you start.
Thank you very much, Neville. It was a special day for all Indians, and hopefully our message and your wisdom goes through, and some of the people start doing introspection who are in the arena of SMEs or chief executives. I think it's a great day for inspiring not only Indians, but anybody who wants to read the Indian Constitution and get inspired.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you tomorrow in the roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you too. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Another bright and sunny day in London after a full moon, beautiful full moon. And yourself?
Yes, it is bright and sunny and hot. Today is day 15.
Day 15 of lockdown. And we're on that letter L today, but we're not going to talk about lockdown. We're going to talk about how to get out of lockdown, unlocking lockdown, because there's a great opportunity here. And we're going to look at the word leverage, which not many people understand, really, mainly because they don't understand how they can leverage what they're doing. And we're talking on a perfect platform, the Top Brass platform, which in itself is opportunity to leverage. But there are elements of leveraging, using your organization and the levers that are out there. And obviously you need to be a good leader. So leadership comes into it. And we were talking, you and I were talking about the elements of leadership. a little while ago. And one of the biggest elements of leadership is you need to know what's going on. You need to be that Sherlock Holmes, be the investigator, find out exactly what's going on. And I think you were saying that you've got kids that were doing that very thing, during lockdown. Isn't that right?
Yes, Neville. Actually, kids have tried everything because they are in total lockdown. They have tried to play carom. They've tried to play chess. They've tried to play anything that is all the games available. The only thing is that they are not allowed to go out. And kids want to run. They want to go to park. They want to play cricket. They want to play whatever team games. So since the kids are stuck, and yesterday I was surprised, as you can see in this picture, they started their binoculars and they started observing things from our penthouse.
But that's brilliant, because they're doing what we would say is the very first form of leadership. They're becoming aware of what's going on, and we call that being an investigator. What do I see? Why am I seeing that? What's happening over there? And that is a fundamental part of leverage. Because if you don't know what's currently happening, you're not going to be able to leverage what you're doing into what's happening, if that makes sense. So the classic is utilizing LinkedIn platforms, Facebook platforms. Again, these are digital platforms, and they're really the only place at the moment, apart from picking up the phone and calling people, that you can really start to leverage your business and get your team to leverage it as well, which allows you to have communication with other people, so you can collaborate through leveraging what you do, what they do, make that introduction. So leverage is one of these words that people really have never really understood, because they're so deep involved in what they're currently doing. But just take a step back. Be that investigator. Like your kids yesterday. Put the binoculars on. Have a good look what's going on out there. And it's the first element of being a good leader. You might call it being aware in its simple form. But how aware are we? Do we really know what's happening in our organization, in our business? How people are thinking when we communicate with them? Are we clear with our communication? So all of these things get wrapped up. But if we're into our leverage mode, we need to investigate what's happening and really find out the nuts and bolts of not just what makes the business work, but what makes me work, and more importantly, what makes our customers work. Because in the past we've talked about from contact to contract is one letter, R, relationships. And it comes back to the first thing. What relationships have I got? How can I leverage those relationships? Are they important to me? Now's the time to make all those actions. And you've got hundreds of people that you've been relating to and calling over the last few weeks while you've been on lockdown, and you've been leveraging those conversations, I'm sure. Any one in particular that comes out, what problems they're facing or what issues that they're looking at?
Yes, Neville. In fact, let me summarize my discussions with a lot of people. See, there was a time where, we all thought, you, me, and my colleagues, that any sales or any business cannot be generated without the person getting on the street, getting into the car, and going physically have a face-to-face meeting with a client. In fact, there are companies like Levers and some of these large companies. They have invested heavily in developing van salesmen. That means the sales guys used to live in van and then do business out of van. For the last 100 years, I think what we are seeing is going to rewrite the whole concept. And from B2B business, I think the new model will evolve, that is consumer to consumer. And most of the people are having difficulty understanding this thing which is visible right on our face. And a lot of leaders are saying, hey, I mean, the B2B is going out of the window, and the business model which will evolve now will be consumer to consumer. And I think that is a summary of what, to answer your question, that is the summary that I got from my experience.
Well, it's an interesting concept because the bottom line is you're a consumer. I'm a consumer. We happen to be business owners. So if we can put ourselves in the position of us as a consumer, we will make not just the C2C work and the B2C work, we will really make the B2B work. So whether or not new business models come out of this is perhaps a little too early to understand. I mean, I've heard people have said this year, we're going to lose 2 quarters. So half the year will disappear. But they're positioning themselves to come back, to leverage where they currently are and come back and get triple the sales, because not just the competition may have disappeared for whatever reason, but the competition may not have got up to speed as fast as they have. So they're really taking advantage of the digital arena. And we've only got to look at history here. A lot of people thought Amazon were mad when they started to go into the book world. Because Amazon literally was, oh, you bought this book, would you like to buy this other one? And then all of a sudden, they become the biggest retailer in the world. From absolutely nowhere. I mean, it took a number of years, obviously, but they took the leap. They took that leap early. They saw an opportunity in the marketplace and they took the leap. And now, if you look at what Amazon is, they've completely leveraged their model. What they've got is they've got lots of people that know Amazon. And we all know the picture of Amazon, the A to Z, that little arrow that goes underneath. And in the back of our mind, we know from A to Z, I can get anything. If it's in the alphabet, they will supply me and they'll deliver anywhere. And as we now know, drone delivery is either there or will be a big feature in the next 2 to 3 years. And of course, that'll be digital too, because they'll be able to deliver it to your penthouse. They won't have to climb the stairs. They won't have to ring the bell and say, come down and get it, as they're currently doing here now, they're delivering to the curbside. So again, just think of where your business is currently, but you've really got it's self-reflection. Have a good look at where you are, what you can do, and then leverage out of it. And what you will find is that a lot of your leverage opportunities will come from you being a good leader and being able to collaborate more with other people. And we know how to collaborate. It's just that we haven't really worked out what we're doing. So that's part of thinking and introspection of what you're currently doing in a business. But like anything else, day 15, and we've got a few more days to go. But I believe your cabinet's meeting today, so your lockdown may well extend. So, and could even get worse. So, tighter restrictions. But again, you're not in control of that. Someone else is going to make those decisions. So it needs to be in the mix, in your planning, but come out the other side much, much stronger. And you can if you really look.
So, Neville, in fact, we are totally geared up for few days ahead or few months ahead, or counting our quarters. And we have built this platform called Top Brass, which allows consumer to consumer interactions. So and it is available. I mean, I welcome people to collaborate with you and me to reach out to the client, find new ways to address the clients and customers, or even existing clients. So our platform can be leveraged. And while everybody is on lockdown, because we don't know how long the lockdown will continue, and even after the lockdown is lifted in a phased manner, it is not going to be walk in the park.
No.
So I think we are locked in for some more time. So leverage.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, and as you say, over time, I mean, it may be, and we've heard from Paris today that actually it's going to get very tight. It's going to get tighter. So they're narrowing their opportunities currently. There will be an unlocking period. So the dogs will be let out. The point is, they're not going to be let out, as you say, straight into the park. There'll be a phased unlocking. So we need to position ourselves for all elements of that unlocking process. So we do have time now, but make the most of time. Don't say, I'll do it tomorrow. Because as you know, that's behavioral waste. That's knowing what you really need to achieve today to do it tomorrow. Because guess what? When you wake up in the morning and the sun's shining, you say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Because your habit is now forming. And you do not want to form that habit of, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow.
And tomorrow never.
That's not good. Well, exactly. The words and the phrases are out there. Tomorrow never comes. And so do what you can today as though tomorrow will never come. And then you can feel confident and accomplished of what you've done today. That's not to say you won't have a huge list of things to do. I've got loads of lists that I have to get on with. But achieve them. Leverage what you're doing. That's the message today. Get an opportunity. The digital arena is definitely here. We're evidence of it, being several thousand miles away, still talking to each other. So now the message for you today is use the platform, this platform, any other platform, but understand your business needs, what it's capable of doing, what your customers want, and get out there and keep telling them, this is what you do, this is how you do it. Keep the message flowing.
Thank you.
Because day 16 is coming.
Absolutely. I hope people are listening to you. You are such a great voice from our industry. You are literally a leader and corporate mentor. I hope people listen to you and they get prepared for days to come.
Well, I hope so. And like anything else, give us your feedback. We're here. These sessions are here to help you. And you'll struggle. We all struggle. But you'll struggle even more if you don't ask. So send us what problems you're having. Send us the difficulties, perhaps, that you're facing. There's always an answer. We may not have the answer, but we probably know someone that has. So good luck. Day 16 tomorrow. You're halfway through your day. I'm sort of a bit through my day. So be safe, stay home, and enjoy it. It will never be like this again.
You too, Neville, and we'll again speak tomorrow.
Cheers, CK.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and on a Thursday morning, let me invite my friend Mr. Nebelbund from UK to kickstart our discussion today.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a cold, very cold Thursday morning in the UK. We're getting Jack Frost from the north. And that's obviously not good for coronavirus either, because it's the perfect conditions for spreading it. So, hence, we're under lockdown. So, other things are happening, but fundamentally, we're in lockdown mode.
Well, we can talk about coronavirus. I think there is lots being done by the scientists and our doctors and our healthcare workers. But I think let's discuss about something futuristic, the way the world is going, and the new jobs which are emerging. And one of these jobs which may emerge very quickly is the drone pilots. So the advantage of being a drone pilot is that you can sit in your home and in a work from home scenario, and you can control a drone in Mississippi in a field, or somewhere in Ukraine, where you can dust the field and so on. And there are a lot of other opportunities. So I think this is something that we would like to discuss, especially when you have launched a UK Drone Pilot Association. It's a global association, but launched first time in UK.
Yeah, you're right, CK. This is the future of work. So it is futuristic, but it's happening today. And a lot of people say drones. So what they're really used for, they just have that thought process of a McDonald's being picked up and delivered to your backyard and dropped off. That's one use, and it's a really good use. So delivery. So what sort of things do we need to, or could we deliver quicker, faster, more effective, more efficient, and at the same time, remember, drones are electric in the main. They're battery powered. They don't actually adversely affect the environment once they're in flight. So yes, there's all this issue about batteries are not very good, but if batteries are not very good, we wouldn't be putting electric vehicles out there. So this is just another form of electric vehicle that hasn't got anyone in it, and we're getting things from A to B. What other things do you think drones could be used for, CK? Because a lot of people got quite a narrow view of what drones are used for.
Well, I think we are looking at the next phase of human development, and I think humans will have to do a little bit more brainy stuff and not do the mundane activity. And drones are very ideal for that. So things like delivery of your Amazon orders, delivery of your food at home if you're asking for it, um, collection of samples. Say, for example, if you're giving your blood regularly every 6 months or 3 months for sampling your blood, that is one of the big requirement going to come in future, because there will be all kinds of diseases and the sample collection has to be done without putting the health worker at harm's way. So drone is ideal. It can land on your balcony, and then you can submit your sample. There could be other things like transiting from one building to other. So it's like an air taxis, because in a place like Singapore, where there are a lot of high rises, to go down using an elevator, then go down to the tube, and then go back to the next building, and then go up again, it is a 1 hour exercise. So you can just avoid that. Take a drone taxi from the rooftop of your building and go to the next building, and that's how you can save your time. And all of these are non-polluting vehicles. These are electric vehicles, and I think these are going to be very safe, piloted electronically. You don't need very heavy motor and gas guzzlers. You don't need to really prepare your rooftops to power these taxis. There could be other huge requirements which are related to agriculture, where right now, if the fields are very large, the aeroplanes are used for dusting the fields, which can be very well replaced by a drone, which is pilotless, can be controlled using a mobile phone, mobile device, and you just charge it, and then it's ready to go again. You don't need to hire a plane with a pilot. That means you can avoid two costs here if you have a drone technology. There could be other things like surveillance. So it could be used in surveillance. It could also be used in law enforcement. It could also be used in journalism, live journalism happening. And these drones are not even visible, they don't make noises. So whole lot of advantages associated with this, Naval.
You're absolutely right. You're mentioning some, really great uses. Drone taxi. I mean, that is going to be in the dictionary. A drone taxi will be in the dictionary probably in next year's announcement. It will be just like social distancing came into the dictionary as a phrase in 2020. Drone taxi will be a phrase going forward. And it's all those benefits of the drone taxi. So there's a lot of medical things that are moved from one place to the next in an emergency. Heart transplants, any major organs that literally are taken from one hospital to the next. You now don't need a bespoke ambulance, which is on the road, rushing from A to B, suffering with traffic, causing more traffic because a lot of these ambulances, they put the sirens on, you can see the lights flashing, and if you're any part of being human, you get out of the way of a moving ambulance that's got its flashing lights and sirens on because someone needs help. That's what the purpose of the flashing lights and the sirens. And it's inbuilt in us. So everyone moves out the way. Whereas with a drone, it's traveling 50 meters up in the air. No one has to move out the way. There's obviously some regulation that needs to be put around it. And that's the whole purpose of making it a professional arena that's perhaps trying to be more self-regulating so that it is a recognized, not just profession, but it's a recognized industry, which is regulated and people take care of it. We always see the negative when drones are talked about getting in the way of aircraft, established aircraft, etc., interfering with signals. So we see the negatives there, but we need to be thinking of the positives. You also mentioned crop dusting, massive opportunity for farmers actually to take control of their crops quicker. And surveillance, yeah, big thing. Journalism, absolutely huge. And we saw what happened at Capitol Hill in the last 24 hours. And we've seen pictures from drones. We've seen live streaming from drones, whereas typically your even the big news channels would have had huge zoom lenses coming in from literally street level and looking at something that's going massively up there. Now they can take a drone in and they can actually see live action, and just like anything else, if it's live, it can't be dubbed. This isn't like looking at Netflix, where it's hugely dubbed and put into their view of reality. So you're seeing things happen live, which is great. We've also seen these drones on fixed wires at sports arena. There isn't a cricket ground that you can't see a drone that's literally flying around on a fixed wire typically. So it's got the north to south, east to west view. But let's face it, when you're looking at cricket, most of the action is actually within 22 yards, within one wicket to the next. So you can actually, as these zip wires go across, the zip wires pinpoint right over the top. You can see some fantastic action that's going on. It brings it live, and it's been used very, very proactively. American football in the UK, when they put football on TV, you can see action that you would never have seen before. So all these really positive uses. There's also one arena that we don't really think about, but because of my background in the oil and gas industry, that's spread over miles of acreage. So when you get a huge facility, you've typically got people that are driving around that facility for security purposes, obviously, as you mentioned, surveillance. But there's another element of surveillance of looking around your property and finding out what's going on, so that you've got an early warning system. So if you see a leak of something, you can quickly put these drones up there with sensors, because it's not just physically looking and recording video. They can smell gases. They can also sense temperatures. So in a COVID arena, for instance, and I know the police around the world are using drones for this, they're putting a drone up in a heavily populated arena, and they're just taking the general temperature. And if they see spikes in that temperature, then they know that particular area is infected. Whether people have just got flu or COVID is neither here nor there, but they can actually sense the temperature change. That's how good these things are. There's another arena that we've seen over the last few years, we should be talking about here, and this is rescue services. And I'm not just talking about the big dog on the top of a Austrian mountain that takes the water supply up there. I'm actually talking about high-rise apartments where the fire and rescue service can't actually put their ladders up high enough, and the only thing that they could use in the past was a form of aircraft, a helicopter. But you don't see many helicopters holding fire cannon, water cannon up at that height, whereas a drone can. There's a lot of physics involved here, because as all the people that are talking about understanding physics here, as you put a huge force in this way, you've got to apply a force that way to keep it stable. But you can do that. It's been experimented, and you can do that. And certainly in Canada, they've done lots of these experimentation, and it's actually in some fire and rescue services as we speak. So you can take a hose up to very high levels, and you can actually it can help to put the fire out. So there's some fantastic uses for drones. It is the way forward. It is, if you like, futuristic. Maybe this is our futuristic discussion for the week, but it's live today. And the other thing is, it's going to create lots of jobs going forward, because I don't know whether many people saw some of the New Year's celebrations, but the one in London, there was this huge drone display, and it was almost like 500-600 drones were dancing in midair, all dancing together. Now they were all synchronized together, so it's a bit like an Air Force display, where the Air Force go in diamond formation, and then they change it into an arrow, and then they come and dive bomb all over the place, and then they come perfectly up together back into the diamond formation. Each of those are individual pilots. You can now understand where one drone pilot can actually be using all of those drones together, all synchronized, moving perfectly together, exactly 10 foot apart, north, south, east and west. And that's how that type of light show is put together. It's absolutely fantastic, and it was mesmerizing. All you have to do is remember that every drone needs its own battery. So make sure each of the batteries are fully charged up, otherwise one's going to fall out of the sky. But the point is, there are many, many opportunities of using drones, and I'm going to throw this out as a question to the audience. Where could you use a drone? Where is there a problem that could be fulfilled by using a drone? And it might be a difficult to get to place, a dangerous place, or it may be something very simple, like we take for granted. We're all journalists these days. We all take our camera out when we see an accident or we see something happening. That's a simplistic arena of where drones can be useful. So come on, everybody. I challenge you. Tell us where drones could be used. Let's create together, create the compendium of drones. You never know.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, we have mentioned a few arenas where the drones can be used, and as we see, as our imagination goes as far as possible, and you mentioned the firefighting usage of drones in firefighting. I think the biggest advantage is that you can pinpoint where you want to douse the fire, and instead of throwing water on the entire building, the drone has the capability to go inside and then douse the fire where it is needed. So I think that is a very big advantage. You can save water, you can save lives. You don't have to send your firefighters, 30 kilometers climbing the staircases and so on. It can be quick, it can be deployed. And in the buildings today, you have to have firefighting pipes running through. So you can avoid all that and just rely on drones. So I think there are huge requirements. There could be lots that can be done, and I think we will put the poll out where people can say that, hey, we missed out few things, and they can, you never know, Neville, how people can think today. They can come up with a new usage of drone technology. But having said all this, I think the real challenge starts at the training of these pilots. So I think before all of this happens, we need to train pilots in firefighting. We have to train pilots in dusting the fields. We have to train pilot on surveillance, and these are all different skill sets. So I think there is a need for, number one, training institutes who will train the drone pilots. Number two, they have to get specialization in different areas. If they are specialized in deliveries, then they will be called delivery pilots. If they are specialized in surveillance, they'll be called surveillance drone pilots, and so on. What is your take on that? Where the opportunities lies
Yes, I can hear you now.
for next 2021 to 2025?
It's really simple
Very
from
good
my
afternoon. I
perspective.
think
These pilots are in control of a vehicle in the sky. We call them pilots for a very simple reason, is they are piloting. But just like airline pilots are not just taking an aircraft from A to B, they're dealing with passenger safety. So it's the passenger on
Yes, I
board,
can
which is
hear
their
you.
primary concern. And that's where we need to be starting to think that we're not just looking for a gamer that can hold,
I can hear you loud and
a
clear.
couple of controls.
I can see your
We're
video.
actually looking at this as a profession. And this is where we need to be professional about it. Just like if you get an electrician to come into your home.
So I retired a few years back.
You don't expect that
then
electrician
I was,
to say,
working
"Oh,
with the
this
corporates
job's
for
too big for
over
me.
2.5
You'll have to get
years.
somebody else."
And then I took a short
You
break to
expect
be
that
with my
electrician to
husband.
do the job. They have got a level of qualification where they
He
should be
is right
registered to
now
come into
posted
your
to
home.
Jodhpur, and he was in
And
a
we don't want to wait
command
10
appointment.
years
So as
while
his
this
spouse, I
registration
had to join
process
him.
is happening in the
And
drone
I
arena.
took a
Because as
break,
we've said
and it's
today,
been
there are so many
great
facets
because
of
he got awarded with the
being a
Presidential
drone
Award
pilot.
this 26th of January.
So
So
the
I
skill
think my
set
break was worth it.
of driving the drone is going to be very similar to whatever you're doing. But the knowledge around using the drone in specific arenas is going to be very different. It's going to be contextual. So yes, we do need to have drones with a firefighting license, drone pilots with a firefighting license. We do need to have
that's
drone
great.
pilots with a crop dusting license. Because then we know we got people that have got specialism. They are focused on what they're doing, and therefore the pool of these qualified people will be experts. The last thing you want to be doing is using someone who's really good at using a hammer and not very good at using a wrench. And actually, you've got a job for a person with a wrench rather than a person with a hammer. Because don't like you, you can't use a wrench when the job needs a hammer, and you can't use a hammer when the job needs a wrench. It just doesn't work. So it's as simple as that. we need to be making this a very professional job for the future. And to do that, of course, you need the proper training. Two elements of training. As you and I both know, it's not just the technical
Yes.
training you need,
You
but
have to
it's the
differentiate
soft
the-
skills, the interpersonal skills that are also needed. Being able to work under pressure actually is a technical skill, but actually it's a mental interpersonal skill of being confident in yourself. So we need to be building those soft skills in individuals, and at the same time we need them to be very competent technically what they do. So it's a combination of those two skills. And interesting enough, there's nowhere in the world you can get that yet. You have to go to two different places.
That's right, Neville. I think when we talk about drones, people seldom think that it is only the air and all that. But I think the drones are going in the ocean. They are also on the land. So there are all kinds of drones which are going to come up, and there is a need for professional drone pilots who will be doing different activities using the drones. So, Neville, I think we can end our discussion today. We will keep coming back on this one because this is quite futuristic, and this is going to drive the skill sets for the future, for the future jobs. So thank you very much for coming and finding time and talking to us about this very futuristic subject. We will discuss something more interesting tomorrow again with you.
Absolutely. And don't forget, folks, we throw down the gauntlet. Excuse the pun in the name, but we are throwing down the gauntlet. Tell us where drones should be used. Tell us where
That's nice.
you think there's a problem that drones can solve. And let's create that list, because it is the way for the future. So why not be part of that future?
And if you write to us with something new where you think that the drone can be utilized, we will call you live on our program, and then you will get a chance to discuss the same business proposition with Neville. So folks, do write in, do send us your comments, and we will include you in the next session of Akulmach Nation.
Fantastic. Nice to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. Today we have a very prominent historian, Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is professor at Banaras Hindu University. So today we'll be discussing about another great king, Pulkeshin II. So before we start, I would like to welcome Bindaji. Bindaji, welcome to our show. How are you today?
Let me know more and how I can contribute.
Feeling great
Because
talking to
right
you
now
once again.
I have
Yeah,
some
happy
free time on
Republic
my
Day,
hand.
ma'am.
So
Happy
I would,
Republic Day
in
to
any
you
way I
and
can
all
give
our
back,
viewers.
it will be great.
Yes, so we are discussing about Pulkeshin II, who was one of the famous ruler of Chalukya dynasty of Vatapi.
Yes,
And during his
I can give
time,
in
Chalukya
30
kingdom
minutes every
expanded
week.
to cover most of the
no qualms in
Deccan
doing that.
region of peninsula of India. So I would like to listen
Right.
more about this great king today.
So
Right.
I have being
To begin
being a
with,
part
let
of
me say
the
a few
defense
words
services. I
about
can
this
talk
very
about
dynasty.
the defense services, the ethos,
After
and
the
what we've learned.
disintegration of the
Since I've
Satavahanas,
also
that
worked
was
in
one
the
of the
corporates, there
mighty
are a lot
kingdoms
of
of Deccan.
differences in
And
the
by
way the
Deccan, what
corporates
we
and the
mean is
military
that
have been functioning.
present day
Though all,
parts
most
of
management books
Maharashtra,
have
or
imbibed,
rather you can say
and they've
entire
been lecturing a
Maharashtra,
lot of
parts
things
of
that
Karnataka,
military has
parts
been
of
following for
Telangana.
90 years.
So
But
this
it's still
entire
not
region was under
beaten
the
down, quite
Satavahanas.
well in the
And when
corporate
the
sector. It
Satavahanas
can be as simple
became
as time
weak,
management.
many of the smaller regions, they declared their independence, and gradually the kingdom of the Chalukyas of Vatapi. Vatapi is present Badami, that is near Bijapur in Karnataka. That emerged as one of the powerful kingdoms of this region. So now the seat of power that was there in the Godavari region, Nasik and Pratishtan, that is Paitan, that shifted towards Karnataka. The Chalukyas, they claim their origin from the sage who, from his Chuluka means the joint palms. And when he was offering water by joining the palms, he got a child in it. And because this origin is from the Chuluka, that is the palms, that family got the name Chalukyas. Now, this is something which is very interesting to know. That means that probably, the origin of this dynasty was not very respectful. That's why the real progenitors of this family are shrouded in mystery and a myth that emerged. And in this family, one of the mightiest rulers was Pulakeshin II, because one earlier ruler was also there with the same name Pulakeshin. And this Pulakeshin II was actually, he had to fight a civil war. In a sense, when his father died, he was the eldest son and he should have got the throne by the rule of ancient polity. But his uncle was taking care of the kingdom since this Pulakeshin II was very young. And then when he came to an age when he could have taken the responsibility of the kingdom, the uncle thought of continuing with his power and then hand it over to his son. And that Pulakeshin II had to fight, and he fought for his legitimate claim on the throne, and that's how he became the ruler of the Chalukyas. So at this point, I would like to know what exactly you would like to know more about this
Yeah,
king.
actually, I've also read somewhere that his major victory was with the powerful Northern Empire Harshvardhan. And when we were discussing about Harshvardhan, he himself was very, very powerful. So I want to know what are those military skills which Pulkeshin II acquired to really defeat a great king Harshvardhan?
Right. Now, this is a very interesting question, and that certainly highlights the skill of Pulakeshin II as a king, not only as the effective commander of his army, not only a skillful warrior, but he was also a good negotiator. So, and strategic planning was his, I think, forte. Something very special about him. What did he do before he confronted Harshavardhan? On the western side of India, that is present regions of Gujarat and northern parts of coastal Maharashtra, he brought those areas under his control so that Harsha from that side will not get any direct help.
Yeah.
And then there was the confrontation with Harshavardhan. So this is something very interesting. And I think this shows that his strategic planning, in addition to his military skill, must have been really fruitful on his side.
Yes, I can.
His
know some
army
war stories. I can
also was
come
coupled
up
with navy.
not so known stories.
Certainly,
Like
Harshavardhana was not having any boundaries of his kingdom on the seaside, but the kingdoms which were there near the sea coast, they were brought under the control by having both these attacks, the land route attack and the sea route attack. And they were brought under the control, and then Harsha was, there was a confrontation with Harshavardhan. Though history is not very clear about it, that when exactly this war was fought, and whether there was actually any war or not, that also some historians have doubted. But if we go by the sources available in our hand from the side of Pulakeshin II, then we know that the war was there, and it was on the side of Pulakeshin. The victory was on the side of Pulakeshin
Gallantry
II.
medals, yes.
Very interesting line that we get in one of the inscriptions. This inscription is at Aihole, one of the very important places in the kingdom of Pulakeshin II. And that inscription reads that,
the army
see, in
or the
ancient
battalions
times,
just picked up those
military
war cries.
strength,
So
power
we
was
got to
certainly the
possibility
elephant
that
cow.
yes.
The elephants were very important in the actual combat in the war. And Harsha's elephants were, a large number of them were wounded and killed by the army of Pulakeshin II. And then the line in the inscription says that the Harsha of Harshavardhana was taken away because of the pitiable sight of the fallen elephants on the war scene. Now, this is it gives us a little clue about it, that how elephants must have been very important for this war.
Yeah, so Binaji, once I happened to visit Ajanta Caves, and in Ajanta Caves number 1, there is a fresco which depicts Pulakeshin receiving some gift from Persian envoy, I mean some minister from Persia. So I'm sure the trade ties with other countries must be very prominent and must have been developed by Pulakeshin II. So I would like to know what type of this relationship was there with other countries at the time of Pulakeshin II.
Right, right. See, as I was telling you that the western coast was under the rule of the Chalukyas. Initially, it was under the rule of Mauryas, but Chalukyas, they took it over from the Kadambas, from the Mauryas, then from the kingdoms which are there on the Gujarat Saurashtra side.
Some stuff.
This was mainly because the trade
Any subject,
via
but
Western
yeah,
Sea.
it's better that
And
I
Chalukyas, especially
keep some
Pulakeshin,
very well
was
documented
smart enough to
details
see
about
the
that
importance
topic
of these
right in front
coastal
of me before we do
trading
something
centers
like that.
and ports to be under his control. And this trade, that must have brought a lot of wealth to the kingdom of the Chalukyas. And then the Chalukyas wanted to have further trade relations with
Frankly,
the
nothing is running in my
kingdom
mind
of
right now.
Persia.
I would need some. Give
So
me at
Persian
least
or
a day.
Iranian, this was Khusro II, that was the king. We get the name of it from the Persian sources. And he sent one
that you do.
embassy to Pulakeshin II with lot of precious gifts. And also there was one envoy that was sent to a convoy that was sent to the court of Khusro II on part of Pulakeshin II also. So there was an exchange of these trade councils, and that certainly must have been for strengthening the trades. And subsequently, the Chalukyas continued with this policy for some time, because it was not only Pulakeshin II, but his successors also continued with their relation with Iran. And if we compare it with the times of Harshavardhana and the rule of Harshavardhana, then the way Harshavardhana was sending his commissions to
we will.
China,
It'll be nice.
and strengthening his trade relations with China. So on the other side, we see Pulakeshin was trying to do it with Iran. And that's how India becoming a very important trading center on both the sides of the globe. Like on the eastern side, it was with China, and on the
it's
west.
better to
And
do
it is not just Persia then,
something like
because
that on a
through
piece.
Persia and through the trade routes, it was with Europe also. And all
we'll
that
do it
trade
on a
was mainly under the Arabs. But Indian rulers, they had good relations with these Arab traders also, and
no
they got
questions
the
come to
benefit
my,
of that trade.
no questions come to my
Very
mind
important
immediately
economic
right now.
activity.
I'm just
Yes. So
I just
it
ended
seems
with
that
one call,
Pulakeshin
so I've
II
just added
had
into this
multiple
one.
rivals
So
from the
give me
beginning,
some
and
time. I'll
due
just
to
think
his
over it. I think I should come up with some
due to his
new
war skill,
topics to
he was
discuss.
able to overcome all that. And I would like to ask you what about his views on religion at that point of time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting that he himself followed
Yes.
Vaishnavism.
Okay. See you.
and he took a title Parama Bhagavata. Bhagavata, Parama Bhagavata means a great devotee of Vishnu. So definitely he was a Vaishnavite. And Chalukyas, by and large, we have seen that most of the Chalukyan kings, they followed Vaishnavism. But the inscription that I was mentioning, it is in a Jain temple. The temple was created for the worship of Jina, that is Jain, place of worship. And the person who has composed the eulogy of the king mainly mentions the creation of that Jain temple. And he gives the credit of it to his overlord, that is Pulkeshin II. Now that shows that even when he himself was a Vaishnava follower, he encouraged Jainism. He encouraged a scholar who was Jain by his religious tradition and accepted the other faiths. Like we see in case of Ashoka, in his inscriptions, he says that all the different religious followings are welcomed by Ashoka. Now that similar kind of policy you can see here. I will add to it that this was the time when the great Chinese pilgrim Yuan Song, who was traveling in India, he also had visited the kingdom of Pulakeshin II because he was a contemporary of Harshavardhana. And as he describes Harshavardhana's lot of characters and shows that how his kingdom was prosperous, he also is generous in his descriptions about Pulakeshin II's capital city and many provisions that state does for the welfare of the people. He also has described a lot of Buddhist monasteries in this region flourishing. Now, if this kind of approach to religion and accepting different religious followings as the choice of the people, probably this would not have been possible. So we can say that Pulakeshin II definitely shows a great cultural value of accepting diversity, religious diversity, and has promoted it also. Because this inscription, it is composed by Ravi Kirti, and this Ravi Kirti very proudly mentions that he is a Jain follower, and he is in the court of Pulakeshin II.
So when Pulkeshin II was ruling, so primarily it can be understood that he was a great general. He was very tolerant towards people, and he became popular among his subject because he took care of the subject. So what is the impact of his rule when we really see on the southern part of India, the peninsula? Because I see that he is a vast empire. He conquered vast empire. Mostly whole of, leaving few parts, whole of Indian peninsula.
Right. One direct impact that we can see is on the northwestern side, one of the branch of the Chalukyas got established because he appointed a person from his family as a governor of that region, and subsequently that became an independent kingdom. And on the eastern side, where you can say that the mouth of Godavari, that region, which is called Vengi, and there also he appointed his own family person as a governor. And then there also we can see a kingdom of the Chalukyas that emerged. So it was not just the heartland where the main capital city and the surrounding region of the Chalukyas was there. Two very important houses of the Chalukyas. So when the Badami Chalukyas were not so powerful, these kingdoms still continued, flourished, and they became the torchbearers of the Chalukyan culture. So that is very interesting that you can see one of the impacts, that the lasting impact that we can see politically, that this happened. But other than that, I would like to mention one thing, that Pulakeshin, major part of his life was fighting. He was on war. So I doubt whether he really got much time to consolidate his empire and give some innovative ideas in his administration, because most of the times he was at war. And second, his war against the Pallavas, that proved to be a very challenging affair for the Chalukyas. like if we can say that something that happened because of the policies of Pulakeshin II, good on part of the continuity of the Chalukyan rule on the eastern side of the Benghis or on the northwestern side by way of Chalukyas of Gujarat. But if we talk about the main rule of the Chalukyas, the seat of power, then his policy of aggression and a constant war against the Pallavas proved very negative or detrimental to the sustenance or continuity of this rule, because his war against the Pallavas, initially he won the war, and there is a nice poetic description that the Pallava king was forced to lock himself into his capital city of Kanchi, that is present Kanchipuram or Kanchipuram. But that king was Mahendravarman, the Chalukyan king. But subsequently, his son, he fought against the Pulakeshin II thrice at 3 different places. And all the 3 places are actually within the Pallava territory, which means that Pulakeshin II was invading, trying to get the region of the Pallavas under his control again and again. And that was not probably the right kind of decision on his part, because Pallavas were also very powerful rulers. They had major part of the Deccan under their control, the southernmost part under their control. So Mahendravarman first, of course, could not succeed against Pulakeshin II, but his son Narasimhavarman, he succeeded, and succeeded to the extent that he reached right up to the capital city of the Pulakeshin II, that is Vatapi. He destroyed that city, and in the war, Pulakeshin II got killed also.
Oh.
And this Narasimhavarman, he engraved an inscription in Vatapi, marking his history over the capital city of their arch enemy. And he took a title for himself as the conqueror, the destroyer of Vatapi. He took the title Vatapi Kund. Now we can see that after this, it took a long time for the Chalukyas to once again gain their strength. And of course, the subsequent rulers succeeded for some time again to have a major part of Deccan under their control. But it gave a big blow to the empire that was created by Pulakeshin II. So on one side, we see him as a very, very successful ruler, and he had lots of victories to his credit, and the highest probably can be against Harshavardhan. But on the other side, his ambition to conquer the Pallava territory was misplaced, and that became one of the reasons for the setback to this kingdom of the Chalukyas. Other than that, I would like to mention 2-3 other things about this king. See, in ancient polity, we read some of the ideals of the kings, and I can say that though Pulakeshin II definitely was more ambitious, and he was the might of his fighting skill he wanted to prove. But other than that, I think he also promoted art, literature, learning in his kingdom. Because we can see that this temple that I was mentioning, in which we get one of the longest inscriptions which gives us details about Pulakeshin II, as I said, that the temple was dedicated to the Jain faith. But what is very important is that, architecturally speaking, one of the best specimens of southern architecture of the early phase that you can see. So he was creating something new in this territory. He set the tradition, the foundation of this tradition of having temples in this region of very great skill of showing a great skill of architecture. If we talk about Ravi Kirti, who was at the court of Pulakeshin II, he himself boastfully says that he can be compared with Bharavi, one of the great poets of Sanskrit literature, or Kalidas even. Now, somebody who boasts like that. And definitely the
Hello, Manvi.
poem that
This
he
is
has composed
Chandrakant
also shows
from
a great
Akulmach.
variety of
Will you be
Sanskrit.
joining today?
And that cannot happen unless learning is promoted, unless the scholars are patronized, they are respected in the kingdom of Pulakeshin II. His idea of promoting trade by establishing trade links with the very important kingdoms like that of Iran or Persia. He also is showing his one of the qualities that is described is he did not cause harm to the people who are weak, and also he showed respect to the women of the conquered enemies. Now this is something which is we generally read it as ideals of the kings in the texts, but we have an example of this king who put it into practice also. So I think in that sense also history should remember this great ruler. It is not just his victories, but his ideals, his promotion to learning and art, his relation with the uh, important kingdoms of his times, his strategies, and obviously the legacy that the Chalukyan Empire, we can see subsequently the Kalyani Chalukyas also emerging. And from their literature also we know that they trace their origin with the Badami Chalukyas.
Yeah, so actually, I was going through all his conquest and attacks, and with Pallavas, actually, he has taken help of Cholas, Cheras, and Pandyas also. But sometimes, Bindaji, I think there are some bad decisions and they resulted too bad, and it is sad that he lost his life in this particular conquest. But what I take away from the discussion is that he was a great general, and he has self-made general being a king, and he is so, as you told, that he had a lot of respect for women. So I think that is the qualities of a great king. So Pulkeshin second is a great king. He will remain great king for our generation to know. And it was, as usual, very lovely talking to you, Bindaji. We'll discuss some other great king next time in our next show. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Bye. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I welcome you all to Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss something very, very specific to India. And as you know that in India there is reservations for certain category of people, and sometimes if you are in government sector you are exposed to this, and if you are in private sector you are not really exposed to these things. So we will invite our expert today to know more about this reservation, how it has affected us, and who is eligible. So let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, the great lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, and I'm looking forward for this session.
So, how was the Christmas holidays treating you?
Well, it is good to be at home and celebrating Christmas with family rather than going out and going outside in this COVID situation. So we are comfortable at our home.
Very good, Jeet. So, I think our listeners and viewers would like to know first, what is this reservation and how this impacts the society by and large. So, you can just start by giving your inputs on this reservation.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, it's a very important topic in this, and reservation in public sector, civil services, government departments, and also in public and private educational institutions, which reserves certain seats for the socially and educationally backward classes, the scheduled caste, and the scheduled tribe. Now, basically, if you see under the Constitution, which guarantees right to equality to every citizen under Article 14, but this right to equality also means that equals have to be treated equally, and unequals cannot be treated equally, because you need different layers, wherein you can't treat the topmost layer of the society with the bottommost layer of the society. That is not the concept of equality. Also, under Article 15 and 16, which is also regarding the right to equality, it provides that the state cannot deny the equality of the equal opportunity only on the basis of race, caste, sex, religion, etc. But it also, under the subclause 15 clause 3 and 16 clause 4 of the Constitution, provide that nothing in these clauses would prevent the state from laying down certain policies to benefit these backward classes and socially and educationally backward communities, as well as it can make provisions for women and also for physically handicapped people, because a well-built person cannot, and a physically disabled person, you can't treat both of them equally, because both needs different parameters. A physically handicapped person cannot compete with a with a with a normal person. So therefore, these backward communities, these physically disabled people, even including women, they need certain measures to bring them into the mainstream, and therefore that is what is known as the right to equality. Because if we deny them these treatments, then we are not treating them equal, and we are not providing them the platform which would bring them into the mainstream, and which would alleviate their condition and bring them to the uh, which will give them the proper fundamental rights which they deserve. So therefore, reservations are not an exception to the right to equality, but they are a facet of the right to equality, and they foster equality, and therefore they are provided under the constitutional framework. And there is a National Commission for Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe, which is provided under Article 338 of the Constitution. And when the Constitution was drafted, there was a constitutional scheduled caste list which was created in the year 1950, which prescribed for around 1108 castes, which are termed to be as scheduled castes, are around as scheduled tribes. So the list is provided under this list, and they are to be provided reservations as per their population in different parts of the country. So reservation is provided in public employment, civil services, government departments, and also in all public and private educational institutions. So it is provided for seats reserved in educational institutions, for seats to be filled in public employment, and also provided for promotional avenues. Normally, we see around 15% seats are reserved for scheduled caste, around 7 to 8% are reserved for scheduled tribes, and around 27% seats are reserved for other than backward class, that is OBC, which is also which is derived from socially and educationally backward classes. So in 1979, it was felt that apart from SC and ST, there are several other backward classes which are not part of the mainstream in the society. And therefore, a Mandal Commission was set up in the year 1979, which studied the entire country and various castes and classes, and came to the conclusion that there are around more than 3,700 classes which are backward classes, are socially and economically backward. And they provided that some reservation should also be provided for them. And ultimately, it led to the famous case of Indra Sani, which is also known as Mandal Commission case, wherein in 1992, the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court uh, upheld the reservation for the backward classes, but provided a ceiling limit, saying that reservation in no case can be more than 50% of the available seats. So reservation provided for the backward communities like scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and OBCs, the SEBC, cannot be more than 50% in any state in the country for the available seats. So this type of reservation for backward classes is also known as vertical reservation, because what has happened is that then reservation is also provided for women, also for physically handicapped candidates, also for ex-servicemen, and for relatives of freedom fighter. So this reservation, if you calculate with the vertical reservation for SC, ST, and SEBC, which comes to around 49%, and then add 33% for women, 3% for physically handicapped, and so and so for these people, ex-servicemen, it would become 80 to 90%. So what the Supreme Court held is that there are two types of reservations. One is vertical reservation, the other is horizontal reservation. So vertical reservation is for the backward classes, and horizontal reservation is also known as special reservation, is for women, physically handicapped, ex-servicemen, etc. So the special reservation for women physically handicapped is termed as horizontal reservation, and it cuts across the horizontal reservation. So it does not increase the reservation beyond 50%, but what it does is it cuts across and it is compartmentalized. So in order to understand this better, I would give an example. So for example, if there are 100 seats available for say a post of police inspector, and 51 seats are for open category, and 49 seats are reserved for backward communities like scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and OBC. Now, if there are women, 33% reserved seat for women, then from 100 total seats, 33 seats would be reserved for women. But this would not mean that 77 other seats are reserved for men alone. Women can compete with men in open category as well as in reserved category. But the requirement is that 33% seats have to be filled of women. It cannot be less than that. So 33% seats for women will have to be filled. Now, if we look into the compartments, say for example, for open category, so 51 seats for open category, wherein, as per the judgments of Supreme Court, even the reserved category and the backward category can compete. And if they, on their own merit, are selected into the open category, then their numbers in their reserved category would not be depleted, or it will not affect them. Because in open category, there is no reservation. So any person being in any caste or tribe or in any community can compete in the open and general category. And if he is selected on his merit in open category, then that person would. So the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and OBC's reservation seats do not get affected. So they compete with the general category. So likewise, for 51 seats to be filled in open category, the 33% of 51 seats would be 17 seats. So 17 seats in open category will have to be filled by women. And if there, so what has to be done in the and what is done actually in the employment or agencies is that they create a first merit list of say around 100 or 120 candidates who have been selected in accordance with merit and in accordance with their caste reservation. So out of that, first 51 would be the general category. They are appointed as per their merit. They are in the top. So if from that 51, they will identify that whether there are 17, so that is 33% women, 17 seats of women are there or not. So if there are 17 women in that list of 51, then that horizontal reservation is complete. 33% seats are there, and women categories reservation is complete. So there is no need to further add more women category into it. But suppose, say for example, if there are only 10 women and 17 seats for women are reserved as per 33% reservation. Then what is to be done is that from that list of 51, because there is a shortfall of 7 women, these 7 men who are selected at the bottom will have to be deleted. And from that list of 51 towards the end list, 7 women will have to be identified who are in accordance with their merit. And if 7 women are found, then those 7 women, in though they are below in the select list, but they will, because of this reservation, they will find place in the top 51. And if 17 women are found, then that list is complete, and then those 51 persons can be appointed. Likewise, for scheduled caste, say for example, 15 seats are reserved for 15% reservation. So 33% will have to be reserved for women. So that would come to around, say, 5 seats. So if 5 seats are reserved for women, and in that list of 15 for scheduled caste, if 5 women are there, then that 33 reservation is complete. But say for example, there's 5 women are not available in the top 15 for list of scheduled caste, then the bottom, say for example, 2 women are there and out of 5 seats. So then the list will have to be seen, and 3 women will have to be picked, which are of scheduled caste and which will have to be brought into that list of 15.
So Jeet, I think
Yes, sir.
you are explaining the horizontal and vertical. I think this gets quite complex, and that is a challenge as a country we have. For example, you mentioned that there are more than 4,000 different caste categories which are covered under a reservation. I will like to draw your attention to one aspect which is related to getting the person into the area where you want him to be. Basically, the reservation is to bring the equality among everyone, all citizens of India. That was the motive behind getting the reservation done. However, you can allow this person to get into this category, but you can't allow him to succeed when he actually passes through an examination, for instance, as an example. So let's say, and then, as you grow in life, your complexities of handling situations also grows along with the age. So when you're in school, then there is no problem. There is a reservation because everybody is going to study the same thing. As you grow in your education, and how far you can go is basically determined by how many exams you can clear. So you can get into management, you can get into MPhil, you can get into PhD. All that is determined by how many exams you can clear. The whole point is that if your score is less, then obviously you will not clear the exam. So you give the reservation, get people from all these 4,000 different categories and subcategories and the general category together so that everybody is equal. But when they go through the examination filtration, then many of these people who do not have reached that point based on meritocracy will not be able to cross that threshold. So I think, in my opinion, as a layman, I think this is not a right method of bringing equality. What is your opinion on that?
As you said, meritocracy ultimately suffers because, especially in educational institutions, we find that a lot of deserving candidates are not given seats in top institutions, and less deserving candidates of uh, uh, these reserved classes get appointed. But basically, that is the policy which has been established in this country since the constitution was drafted. And uh, therefore, it is not correct to say that this policy is flawed or it is not correct. In fact, affirmative action is required. And because when you see the condition of what these communities was when when we became independent, it was terrible. They had no freedom, they had no rights, they were treated in extreme bad situations. So it was necessary to alleviate their condition. Therefore, this reservation policy was provided, and it has consistently grown, though it should decrease because since 70 years, we can't keep on increasing these reservation policies because ultimately it affects meritocracy. But with regards to employment, if you see, then this applies only to government and the institutions which are funded by government. So, which amounts to only 10% in the entire sector if you consider in India. So, rest of the 90% of SC and ST uh, and uh, uh, and tribe population is employed in private sector where there is no need for reservation. So education is what is important, and yes, to an extent, uh, ultimately the government will have to decide rather than increasing and expanding the scope of reservation. It should ultimately bring it to meritocracy. But in order to curb this reservation, what they have provided is for the term called creamy layer. So the creamy layer, so those whose situation has increased or has been better, improved in last these so many years. So whose families annual income is more than 8 lakhs. So those other than backward classes, so socially and educationally backward classes, who otherwise would get the reservation, would be kept out of this reservation if they are in the creamy layer. So therefore, those communities whose situation has improved over the years and whose income is better or whose parents are in government jobs or who have good jobs, their kids would not be entitled to reservation. So that is one area where the government has actually attempted to curb or restrict this reservation policy for them. And also gradually, if these communities lifestyle, their condition improves, then a lot of communities can be delisted from this list of around 5,000 communities which come under the other than backward class. And ultimately, we can reduce this percentage of reservation and give more weightage to meritocracy. But this policy is correct. I think they require this reservation, and this is enshrined in the principle of equality. Therefore, it is not correct to say that this policy is not good or bad.
All right, Jeet, I think when you present this logic, I think it looks logical. But I think at the same time, 4 to 5 generations have passed after we got independence in 1947. And initially, if I'm not mistaken, the reservation law was applicable for first 10 years, but then it has been extended continuously. And now it looks like that it is the right of the people. For instance, if I remember when I was small and in school, I learned, and I remember that very hard coded in my memory, that the president of India's is from one of these segments, and his daughter is applying for a reservation. So I think probably that those kind of things which are being corrected now, as you rightly said, that if you're in a creamy layer, your family income is more than 8 lakhs, then you're not deserving candidate to get the reservation. So I think this is great for clarifying all these things. However, I think somehow we have to bring the meritocracy also, because India is a very big country. We have to increase the amount of business people do, amount of jobs they have, whether private or public sector jobs, and that is the only way to bring the equality. That is my opinion as a layman.
No, absolutely. You are right. Ultimately, meritocracy should never suffer in any country. So, because otherwise, the best brains of this country would not want to live in this country. They would want to go abroad and settle there. So, yes, the premier institutions in this country, if they are also compelled to have this reservation policy, that affects. But then, uh, so some institutions which are the premier institutions should not be compelled to have this reservation policy. So yes, there can be a way forward to
There's another
meritocracy.
point I would like to make here, Jeet, and it's very realistic. I'm coming from the ground reality. Many of these guards and very low-end workers in our society who guard our buildings and places and all that, those are basically from certain state in India, and they are not belonging to the reserved category. Yet they live in a very, very pathetic situation because their income is so less, and they are forced to work as a laborer or a small menial job, leaving their family behind because they have nothing to do in their own state. So their situation is quite bad, and they have no reservation to help them also. So I think if you look at some of these category of people who are below poverty line, but yet not covered by any schemes under reservation, their their situation is also very bad. I think we have to look at as a country and as one society where we have to treat everyone equal. So I think, what is your opinion on this kind of problems that we have?
So, yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right, because based on economic condition, there can't be reservation. That is what is had been held in the landmark judgment of Rasani. So, even if the government wants, they can't provide for reservation based on your economic condition. So, even if you are below poverty line, there can be certain measures which would help to elevate your condition, and government can launch programs. And there are lot of programs for below poverty line people. But based on, because of your economic condition, you cannot be you cannot have, or you cannot demand any seat reserved for you in educational and public employment. So that is one drawback. But I think the country is looking forward for having reservation. And if I'm not wrong, there is some constitutional amendment which is to be brought in, where which provides for reservation to economically backward classes. And I think ultimately, over the years, if the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes condition improve, then ultimately the government can only think of having an economic reservation only for economically backward people. So their condition can improve over the years.
Yeah, I think the government has started 10% reservation in addition to what we already have for the economically backward people, and cut across all category of people, whether they are whatever caste, creed, religion they are. So they are all covered under that, but that is only 10%. So I think gradually, to improve the scale of what we have today in our society, I think the 10% can increase by certain percentage, and the reserve category can reduce by certain percentage, depending on how the situation is. And I fully agree with you. When the independence was granted, then the people from certain segment of the society, they were not having any land with them. At that point in time, the measure of wealth was predominantly land, because there was nothing else for you to talk about. But that brings myself also in that same category, because we were city dwellers. We didn't have land. But I'm not talking about those kind of people who are similar to me. But then the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe did not have a provision to even have a land. So I think in those days the reservation was very relevant. I personally feel it is not so relevant now, because the government jobs are 10% and 90% are your entrepreneurship. That means if you are smart, you can succeed. And I can share my experience also with you, Jeet. I've been in the industry for 27 years. I've never worked for government or any public job. Uh, we have had very fantastic experience, and we don't even know who was the other person who was working for you. So I think in the private sector, nobody talks about these things, but reservation is there in the government sector. And you have any last word on this?
Um, well, you are right, and it is good that wherever you have worked, in your experience, you have not found any discrimination. But I don't completely agree that in private sector there is no discrimination, or they are not looked down upon. In fact, I think in the 90% of private sector where these people are employed, there is discrimination, and there is subjugation of these castes. So which requires some, but yes, ultimately, uh, yes, if there is, if the casteist mentality of this country goes away, and then yes, then there, I don't think there would be any such deprivation or any discrimination for them.
Actually, you are right. I was just thinking about, when you were saying these things, I was thinking about discrimination at workplace. It's predominantly in certain states. For example, if you look at Tamil Nadu, the divide is so huge that it is only Brahmin or non-Brahmin. So here you talk about OBC, SC, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, but the divide is so huge over there that it's all, the top layer, and everybody else is a lower caste. So I think But even in places like Chennai, the prominent places in Tamil Nadu, I have not seen too much of discrimination. It used to be there 20 years back. Gradually, it is going away. I think all of us, people who are educated and well placed, should not follow any discrimination of any sort or of any kind, and treat it very openly, like treat other human equal to yourself. Even if they are working for you, or if you're working for somebody, you should get the same treatment across. So I think with that, we can end our discussion today. It is a very difficult subject to discuss, but we wanted to bring this to you, to our listeners and viewers, and we welcome all inputs, because today you have heard two sides, where I am of the opinion that we should gradually reduce the reservation, and Jeet is saying that we should continue with it until unless we are very sure that everybody is equal. So I think there are two sides in this discussion. Like to know your comments, and please engage with us, and we can put your comments in the next episode with Jeet. So thank you, Jeet, for joining us, and we will catch up next Thursday.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technology, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR, and she also has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Ritu, as you know, Ram is finest man among men. As you rightly said, he is Purushottam. But Ramayana is a story of Ram and Sita. So what do you think about Sita's life with Ram?
I agree with you. Ramayana is the story of two characters, which is Ram and Sita. And Sita is the main female character. And this is their love story of Ram and Sita. Sita is described as daughter of Mother Earth, goddess Earth Bhumi, and she's adopted daughter of King Janak. She was an educated woman. She got teachings from best of the teachers during those time, and she was a liberated woman too, because she chose Ram of her own will. She decided to get married to Ram, and this was in Swayamvar. So this is a very liberated act as per during those times. She, people like me, or many people like me in modern cities, even in small towns of India, want to be like Sita, because Sita was not meek or weak as people they think her to be. But she was a strong-willed, strong lady who took very important decisions, and who took her own decisions independently in many key points of her life. Like the first key point was getting married to Ram. Second key point was to accompany Ram to exile for 14 years. So these are two very important things. And then I find Sita to be a very kind-hearted woman also, because when she was in exile, she was told not to cross Lakshman Rekha. But when Ravana, disguised as a beggar, came to her kutia, her house, she thought that I should give some alms to the beggar, because no one should go empty-handed from Sri Ram's house. Number two, which I feel very strongly, that she believed in her self-respect. Because when Sri Ram got to know about love and Kush being his own son, he wanted Sita back in his life. But Sita did not go back to Ram's life. Rather, she went back forever to Mother Earth. She went back in the lap of Mother Earth, from where she came from.
So, in modern times, is there anything we can learn from Sita's life, or can we personify Sita in any way?
We should, in today's time, I think the modern women, they should take lessons from Sita's life, because Sita was, as I told you, an independent, liberated woman. And this is the real women empowerment. Number two, she always stood by the decisions of her husband. Her character was very strong. She provides all the motivation which is necessary for women in today's world to excel in any field. Now, I don't think so. Women should take those traits of her life as per, there are many traits in her life, and they should not choose only those traits which they think they choose their consciousness as per their own convenience. Because Sita, we should rather study and follow the characteristics to seek inspiration and guidance in many things in our life, like what are the things we should resist from and what are the things we should follow. Sita, I think, is the most positive character. She's the right role model for any woman in the present time, and she was a perfect wife because of Sita ji, because of her character, because of her traits, because of the decisions she always took in life. Sri Ram could excel in anything and everything which he wanted to do. She followed the path of dharma. She followed the same path of dharma, the same path of love which Sri Ram wanted. So only those women who are educated, who are liberated in their brains, who are independent in their thinking, who are independent in their decision making can do so. And I think the modern woman should be like her.
Nice talking to you, Ritu. We will meet again tomorrow and discuss other aspects of Ram and Sita.
Surely,
and the Ramayan's aspect.
Surely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows, they are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come across because there's social distancing, and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it or not speaking correctly or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart, and I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. Within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers the culture changes in India, and therefore the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, uh, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone. And bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is, we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it's a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is an internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve, and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication, and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now in written word, someone writes it and someone reads it. And when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world. And therefore, the youngsters, we call them millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. In Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace. And therefore, a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture, and to tell the viewers and the listeners, it depends on how much do you bow, whether it is a 90-degree or even, lesser or even more. Depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are bowing both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of another person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable. But that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college-going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sitesh. Bye. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio broadcasting and he has worked across continent and he has a lot of experience when it comes to corporate training and it comes to internet and all IT related stuff. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day again talking to you, and end of the week, which is another great week. Though in this pandemic, the weekend or weekday all look as same. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think you see, I'm have turned myself into I guess a yellow Santa. It's very cold out here, but yes, I am enjoying this weather.
Very nice. So our conversation is around something which is has almost become like an oxygen, Kanchan, isn't it?
Correct, correct. So this is about PM Bani and the Union Cabinet on this Wednesday last week, this week approved the establishment of public Wi-Fi across the country. And that will provide through Public Data Office, PDO, and the central government scheme is set Prime Minister Wi-Fi Access Network Interface, PM Bani, and it's being seen as an attempt by the government to elevate the wireless internet connectivity in the country. And I think it's an awesome step.
Yes, Kanchan, this reminds me of something that was many years back. It was called like a public call office and PCO. And we had seen all across the India, some corner cabins had come up all across the smaller Indian towns, big Indian towns, and they were called PCOs. And we rushed. All of us used to go to the PCOs to get our corners, and then people outside those small boxes, pointing the fingers that our time is over. And then there was a small meter on top of it which was showcasing that we cannot reach or beyond 50 rupees or 100 rupees for a call. And those were very interesting days. The young generation who have been born after that may not know the reality, the fun of that. Similar thing is being now trying out with the Wi-Fi access, the public Wi-Fi access that this PM Vani is trying to achieve. And I think this will lead to a lot of load on the infrastructure. At the same time, it will also give a lot of small shopkeepers access to some extra money.
Correct.
Something I remember seeing something like a Wi-Fi dabba at a pawn shop. I remember seeing an image. So public Wi-Fi is something that has already been championed in many parts of the world. And but for India, it is still an untapped market. And I think only Vani compliant units will be utilized in these outlets. And I think small shopkeepers and small service providers will be able to provide a lot of services around these. And I think, but it's a mammoth task. Telecom Regulatory Authority and the Telecom Communication Agency, TRAI, they all have to work in tandem to bring this. I suggest that the way PCO had come in India, ushered in India, probably Wi-Fi would take some more understanding of coming up to each nooks and corners of our streets in the cities, and therefore it will definitely put a lot of pressure on the bandwidth usage, the device, and especially the, many parts of India do not even have 4G connectivity at this moment.
Yes, you have pointed out rightly that this scheme would enable our small shopkeepers to provide Wi-Fi services, and this will boost the income as well as ensure you get a seamless internet connectivity. So that is awesome because we struggle many times to really get good internet connectivity. Apart of this, it will also strengthen the Digital India mission. Public Data Office will be established on a fine lines of PCO, as you have mentioned. And these PDO, it will be called as a PDO, the Public Data Office. It will establish, operate, and maintain only the WANI compliant Wi-Fi access points to deliver the broadband service to the subscriber. So I think this is in a way is a step forward of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a step forward for development, a step forward to enter into digitization, which we had been talking about so long.
Yes, Kanchan, the digital mission for India is a huge step of the country moving forward. We should also not forget, a few years back, Google had partnered with Indian Railways and RailTel to start a station program through which Google was providing free Wi-Fi to over 400 of the busiest railway stations in the country. And this was basically it continued up to the 2018. It continued up to the 400 mark of the stations. However, it was in this year it was discontinued by saying that in India the Wi-Fi is very cheap, and therefore the data price is quite affordable. But still, people can utilize the free Wi-Fi at all around 5,600 railway stations across the country, and will continue to do so. The another project that was in news was Facebook's Wi-Fi, and but it's still, it will need a price ranging from rupees 10 or 20 for a day, up to 200 to 300 for a month. But what government is doing is something making it free for the masses. Only a person needs to find out through an app which is the nearest WANI compliant PDO, and that is the only thing person needs to find out, and person needs to go there and really access from a, I am more interested around because I have seen the first PCO frenzy, that I can call it. This time I would say that there is also a very interesting take on the jobs that it will create, and these jobs is something that lot of small cities people can basically find it out from a job perspective. A lot of data engineers, a lot of telecom engineers, a lot of telecom operators, app developers, system designers, architects, they all will get an interesting some job. And it may not remain as a privilege only for some of the big IT companies to have such kind of people. And we might see a new wave of IT engineers or software engineers or even hardware engineers coming up around the place. What do you say?
Yes, I really appreciate this step, and I am quite hopeful and quite excited because sometimes we also struggle due to this bandwidth. And I also want to add that Communication Minister has stated there will be no license fee will be charged for providing this broadband internet service. and availability and use of broadband will be enhanced income, as you stated, and employment, quality of life, and ease of doing business, which is very, very important, because uh, all kind of most of the businesses and education is being taking a space in digital sphere. So I think that is a good move, and it will eventually revolutionize the whole thought process and the way of working, and of course the working condition, because we are at home and working. And I think that is also takeaway. We'll get used to the kind of working we are doing from home. So I think that's something which was very much required, and now it is here.
Yes, Kanchan. And on a little bit of a humor side, I can now think of my boss. I can't give him an excuse that I am traveling in a train, or I am, just walking in a village, or I am away from the network. That particular phrase, network is weak, I don't find, I mean, these excuses will go away. The boss will say, you have a laptop, you have a phone, please get on to the network, and I need this report. But on the other little serious side, I remember putting up a proposal with Government of India recently about delivering an e-learning solution over the Government of India schools. There are probably more than 4 lakhs of such government schools in the country in various states. Uh, Now, as we understand, these government schools do not have great infrastructure. The network, the bandwidth is very, very low. They don't have devices, they don't have gadgets. Now, delivery of e-learning solution, I mean, this particular PM Vani can help in that direction. Now, I mean, it is important for a school to just have one PDO unit in the school itself, or probably 2 units in the school, and the whole school can get the e-learning delivered via those PM Vani units. So think of it, the government schools will definitely be the great boosters, great recipients of this great thing, which is being ushered under the telecommunications ministry. And I think this will continue, and this will also a huge workforce will also move from big cities to small cities to support this. We have seen in this pandemic, Kanchan, that people need not work in the big cities. They have to just carry their laptops, and in any city, any part, any tier 2, tier 3 cities, with a good internet connection, they can work. They can basically collaborate, work, project management, coding, programming, everything can be done. And therefore, it is important for there will be a need for more cyber security professionals. There will be a need for maintenance engineers. So I think overall, a thumbs up for this
Yes.
PM Vani.
Yes, it is quite a historical move by the government, and definitely it will enhance the employment. It will increase the employment, and it will also increase the development of digitization, which we are a couple of people are struggling. But I think it's a good move. It was nice talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with another great, interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Only remember, Kanchan, now the children will say, if you don't give me Wi-Fi at home, there is a PM Vani outside.
Yes, true, true. Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Point is pioneer in production. of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very interesting discussion about a person who is in news for some time, and he's Arnab Goswami. Arnab Goswami is Assamese and is born in Assamese family of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami and Suprabha Goswami. So, to discuss about his personality, his kind of journalism, I have Sitesh Srivastava with a deep interest in corporate training. He's been working in different continents and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So, Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day on this side for my side, and I'm sure it is a good day for you as well. I am really well and very charged up, just like Arnab. How are you?
I'm fine. At my side also, things are good. Weather is well, unlike there's no pouring of rains now. So things are perfectly right. And as you know, we are discussing about Arnab, who is trending. He was #1 journalist at the moment in Indian subcontinent. I can say he's also a recipient of Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism. And as you know that he started his career in 1995 with Telegraph and NDTV. And later on, he also joined from 2006 to 2016 in Times Now. And currently, he is heading Republic Media Network, which is trending and also having highest TRP. So, what do you think about the TRP and other aspect of this news giving away?
Well, Kanchan, first of all, I do not believe in any histrionics. I come from the great legacy of the Doordarshan news reporters, All India Radio news reporters, Shammi Narang of those days, if you remember, and Salma Sultan and others of Komal GB Singh, Gitanjali Iyer, and you name it, you have it, including Pranoy Roy, who is now the chairman of NDTV. And so I believe that ratings don't last. Good journalists do. And the other thing is that journalists should be watchdogs and they should not be lapdogs. So in today's life, it is more about the room is filled up with so many journalists, so many media people. And one of the sure shot way of to be heard is to be loud. And therefore, I believe that Arnab is doing a great job. He's really loud. He is overboard. Decibel levels are too high. Really tests a television's decibel limits. And therefore, he is doing a great job. Content-wise, I will have my reservations. The content, the presentation, yes, histrionics, 10 out of 10. Content, I will have to keep it for some more deep thinking. So yes, that kind of journalism is flourishing, has been flourishing. I mean, today it is Arnab. Some years back, we had someone, few other journalists like this. But as I said, in a crowded room, the loudness is a great skill. And therefore, Arnab is doing a great job. Republic TV has been compared to, a lot of some criticism is also there, which is there, part of parcel of the game. There is criticism about it.
And at the same time, he, as you said, he has got Ramnath Goenka Award, but that was in 2008. And he has been, some news broadcasting agency, he has been president as well. But to say that he is not articulate, which I would think, because I always come from a belief that the argument has to be better rather than the voice, rather than the decibel. Whichever debate it is, whether it's a debate on a television or it's a debate in a parliament. What do you say?
I believe some part of your argument at this point of time, but I feel one aspect which is very crucial and very solid when we talk about Arnab is that rise of nationalism, which is, I think, is a requirement of this hour, because we somehow started saying that India is not bad, it is a bad country, and there's no facilities. And we have somehow, the young generation especially, left the feeling of proudness about their country, their culture, their tradition, and the various things which India offers. So I think in one way, Arnab has ignited this issue and this very crucial aspect to feel proud and rise of nationalism. I agree that he is loud among all journalists, but then I also feel that the choice of topics, especially the controversial topics like through defamation case, or we have remarks on Keralite or Palghar mob lynching. These are few crucial issues which he has discussed. And one more point is that he is the one person who is responsible for starting debate on news channel. So that is also goes, I think, a plus point when it comes to journalism, especially in India. What are your views on this?
No, I agree. I completely agree your point about the rise of nationalism. But I would say, Kanchan, that nationalism doesn't come with one label. Nationalism is not about one label, one political party, one ideology, the most popular ideology, and it is also something, it cannot be claimed that one is a better patriot than the other, because there is no scale for it. There cannot be a scale for it. Ultimately, everyone functions under the Constitution and the words written in the Constitution. So to say that nationalism's rise, yes, it is being seen, it is being observed, but to say that that is the only brand of nationalism, it is incorrect. And therefore, I always recommend to my family, to my friends, to my colleagues, sometimes please go and watch Doordarshan news as well. You will be happy. You will feel peace. You will feel at par with what is happening in the country, and you will not see anything that is only sensationalizing 24 hours by the time. And I am so proud of Doordarshan that even in today's hullabaloo of all these, branded journalism, Doordarshan still remains, Doordarshan News, English or Hindi or whichever, they still remain the best news channel. And at least the moment you watch all the other news channels and you come back to Doordarshan, you will feel at peace. You will go and have a cup of coffee and you will think, oh, the world revolves anyway. It doesn't stop. And that is my whole point is all about.
So I think that you are more on the presentation type of issues rather than news or how it is. You want...
So, I want content.
Okay.
I want content. And I want balanced content on so many things happening in the world. If you see, one movie star's death has taken 100 days of television content 24/7 for one channel. You go to Doordarshan and you get the balanced news, what is happening across the world. You take up any international channel, there are sensitive news, there are progressive news, there are food news, there are leisure news, there are sports news, there are life. There is life beyond sensationalization, and I'm completely against. And you know, that is the reason the same thing happens to the Fox channel in America. Fox News channel is just based on this sensationalization. And so whichever party one supports, it is about the belief of the journalists. Can you imagine of the journalists of Doordarshan days shouting on top, hurling comments, insulting comments, throwing words, and the words which are, even probably a person like Mr. I can really think of a person like Mr. APJ Kalam would have been offended being on Republic Bharat. So I think that it is important to have a great content. It is important to raise the pitch as well. We need to raise the pitch. We have seen everyone does it. It is not just Arnab. I only buy that content which gives me a balanced presentation, balanced content, a balanced news, and at the same time, they can after watching for 2 hours or 3 hours in the morning, I should feel that I got a whole dossier of what is happening around me and not just one topic.
I agree with your point, but there's one issue which I differ is that you mentioned about this film star who is kind of a in suspicion that he's being murdered, but there are people who are saying that he committed suicide. Now, no other channel, but I have gone through various channels, has taken up this particular story the way Arnav has taken up. Earlier it was suicide, later on it came out to be a murder, a cold-blooded murder. So now when you see people only listen to you when you really speak loudly, and it should reach in your ear, it should make massive sound near your eardrums. So so I think I give full marks to Arnab to really taking up and coming out and giving a justice to a person who was claimed by many, not one or two, but most of the people that he has committed suicide. But it came out that he has been murdered, that too in a very bad way. So I give full support to Arnab in terms of his journalistic research, his people who are working in his team and doing a great work. And apart of presentation, I agree. I fully agree. The presentation may be very loud when it comes to Arnab Goswami and the public channel, but as far as content, I feel any topic which he takes up or any of his team member takes up, they have some content in that, and they have the capability, and there are possibility which can really give dent in the journalistic outcome and then in the news itself. So that is one thing which I appreciate about Republic and especially Arnab, because as you mentioned, though Republic TV has been compared with North Korean media and of course Fox News in America TV channel, but apart of this, I just gone through all the criticism. I really feel that Arnab and his channel has that capability to reach to young mind and to really be listened by people carefully what he is saying. Unlike Doordarshan, though I appreciate, I worked for Doordarshan for many years, I understand that. And I have a soft corner for Doordarshan also. But though they are journalists, so they take a view which is like Om Shanti view,
this 10% of this news, there's 10% of different segment news, maybe another 30% of news, and then sport news. So they are following a parameter or a sequence which I think need to change a little bit. What do you say?
Well, I can only pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Karan Thapar one day. I can pray that I can see Arnab Goswami in the league of Rajat Sharma, what he is today, what he has made of himself.
I think Arnav has left all these journalists behind. He is way ahead. I think because the kind of people appreciation he's getting, no other journalist has yet, except Pranal Roy when he initially started NDTV. I can agree on this point. But of course, there are Rajat Sharma who has a separate segment and separate fan following. But when it comes to comparison of Arnab Goswami with Rajat Sharma or any other journalist at this point, I think nobody matches him.
Yeah, I think that it's again, we live in a democracy, and like we choose our heroes and heroines, and we have to be choosing our journalists also. So probably Arnab has brought the stardom that was much needed in this space. So he has become like a angry young man of the news channel, and I wish he becomes Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism. If he really wishes to become an angry young man, he should choose to become the angry young man of the journalists of India. And I wish that he does what he does best. And I just wish that he raises his content quality rather than the decibel quality, just banking on that. Because decibel quality in Indian democracy, we know that decibel quality rules for a good amount of time, but it does not sustain for a long time. And that's what is the difference between when we say Rajat Sharma or Karan Thapar or Pranay Roy or MJ Akbar and all Sudhir Chaudharys and Shekhar Guptas of this world. So yes, we needed a star. We have a star. Arnab Goswami is a star of Indian journalism. I hope he carries on with this, and he reaches greater heights, and he becomes dependable, more and more dependable.
Yes, I also think that he has started a different trend, especially in journalism, where journalists are not scared of putting their point of view. And I also noticed in his program that if you are a good debater or if you have a point to really counter his point or anybody pro-government point, has been taken, appreciated, has taken well with the panelists. Have you noticed this kind of approach or attitude during his shows?
I have observed, Kanchan, that he doesn't take any comment negative. And that is the same thing as you have been saying. That's what you said. And I'm saying he's not taken even a pinch of salt from the other part of the argument. So that's why being the loudness means my way or highway, which works well because people are paid to come on his channel. People come on his channel. People also go to other channels also. There are spokespersons. So interestingly, I heard that for the political parties, they have chosen a spokesperson to go to all other channels and only very special spokesperson to go on our Bharat channel or Republic TV channel, because it is not easy to handle the heat and the salvo that he throws. So he is a great debater. There is no doubt about it. And I think that his unique selling point is his voice, his loudness, his decibel levels, and combined with his actions going ahead, launching FIRs and the kind of team he has developed. His team will become as our IPL team of Indian journalism. In that T20 session, they will run behind, they will do everything to get a scoop, a worth of news from each and every matter that they are looking into. They are choosing and going behind. But he is definitely riding a very, very thin rope in terms of choosing between the setup. And he must note, if he has to go very, very long way beyond the decades, where governments change, political masters also change, industrialists change, people change. If he has to go a long way, he has to be a really, really a long-term player rather than a few years short-term player.
Yes, actually, his parental grandfather was a lawyer, and his maternal grandfather was elected legislator from Communist Party and served as an opposition. So no wonder I can understand from where this discussion and debating skill has come from. But at the same time, I feel that Arnav has a lot of challenges to face, especially if we see today's scenario. And I also feel that being journalist is one of the fourth pillar of democracy. It has to be powerful and has to show people what is right and what is wrong. And I think more than 50% of work which Arnab is doing, I think it's clearing mind of people and showing across what's happening, especially when we see mob lynching, Palgan mob lynching. And I prefer and I feel that he has long way to go and a long way to really think about sustainability of this kind of journalism in India. What are your ideas?
Right. He has to be if he has to sustain, he has to be a long-term player. And that long-term player has to withstand many governments in a 40-50 year career. Many governments, many ideologies, regimes change, electorate changes, content also changes, tones change, but the core, the ethics remain. I believe what he is being seen today, his core and ethics remain the same. He has no doubt inspired a lot of new journalists, young journalists. I'm sure wherever he goes to address these graduates, he gets a standing ovation. And his courage is commendable. But at the same time, the sustainability factor is also needs to be seen, so that he can become MS Dhoni of Indian journalism or Amitabh Bachchan of Indian journalism, if he is being portrayed as such.
Yes, so all the best to Arnav, and let him keep giving good news and establish a good journalism in Indian subcontinent. So we'll be discussing more about different issues in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh.
Thank you. The nation definitely wants to know this, Kanchan.
All the best. Thanks. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And without further ado, let me welcome our guest for today, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist in India and also a practicing very senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's indeed my pleasure to be back with another session with you.
Nagesh, for last couple of months, the entire world is under lockdown. People are finding new ways to work, and in such a situation, it is becoming important for people to know what are their various human rights. So today, I would like to ask your opinion about what are the human rights or right to health while you are under lockdown. So, what is your opinion about this?
Well, Chandrakant, see, we all know that World Health Organization, way back on 11th of March 2020, declared the outbreak of viral disease COVID-19 and had reached the level of a global pandemic. The governments had taken several steps because of the alarming levels of spread and severity, and they had taken some urgent and aggressive action to spread of this virus. And because of that, this has been chilling effect on the global economy as well. The governments and the executive have taken administrative actions in parts of the world by imposition of complete shutdown. And why? Because government felt that uh, the movement of people is not essential because they wanted to reduce personal contact. So, in all, we have seen that uh, the movement have been stopped. The local transport has been stopped. There have been shutting of schools, staggering working hours, strictly limiting movement out of homes, and also that there is prohibition of cross-border movement across states. So there has what we see is lockdowns, curfews, quarantines, travel bans have been imposed. So all over the world, the people are subjected to these kind of lockdowns to enforce quarantine or self-quarantine by limiting their freedom of movement. So naturally, when there is a limitation in the movement, the human rights guaranteed to the people have been subjected to restrictions with these impositions. Now, what do we understand by human rights? I'll just briefly tell you about the human rights. We have a declaration which is Universal Declaration of Human Rights that contains civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. In India, especially these human rights are contained in Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution of India. And very important right which I would like to address today during this ongoing pandemic is right to health. Now, international human right law guarantees the right to highest attainable standard of health, physical as well as mental, under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This right under the International Covenant obligates governments to take steps to prevent threats to public health and to provide medical care to those who need it. So, uh, government at the same time have imposed the restrictions, but these restrictions have to firstly be justified that whether these restrictions have any legal basis, whether they are strictly necessary, whether there are scientific evidence, whether any action by the authorities, by the police is arbitrary, discriminatory, whether there is a fixed duration. You see, if your rights are restricted, whether it is for a fixed duration or it is endlessly imposed, or whether they are respectful to human dignity. Human dignity is what is important for everybody to live, uh, to live, and that is what is very important. That these restrictions have to undergo these tests. Now, if we talk of right to health, right to health is closely related to and dependent upon the realization of other human rights. That is, right to food. We need, for maintaining our health, we need food. So it depends on right to food, housing, work, education, human dignity, life, non-discrimination, equality, the prohibition against torture, privacy, access to information, and the freedom of association, assembly, and movement. Now, I have explained a couple of rights which are attached to right to health.
I have a question at this point, Nagesh.
Yes.
You know that while right to health is one of the fundamental right for everybody who is a citizen of India. So let's discuss about the India as a country. Um, so in this case, what was happening is that we have been hearing on the news that one chief minister said that I will give health services only to certain type of citizens and not the other types of citizens. And fortunately, that order was later modified. At the same time, when there were issues related to migrant workers, they were moving around without any health facilities. So, in such event, when the government of a particular state says, "Hey, I will not give you health services," what are the laws they are violating by saying that? And the second part two of my question is, what are the laws that migrant workers had when they are actually migrating on foot or by any other means to their states?
Yes. Chandrakant, you have asked me two questions. One is the imposition of restriction by the chief minister of a particular state to give medical facilities to any other person who does not belong to that particular state. Now, as we all know, that for an Indian citizen, he has a right to have movement and can settle down in any part of this country. There is no restriction on any citizen of India to move around and settle down in any part of this country. And therefore, people have right to movement, and people can come to a particular state or particular city, and for their livelihood and for their personal reasons, they can settle down in that state. So when a person has a right to settle down in anywhere, at any place in this country, he definitely must be provided with everything. Everything means right to health, which includes right to food, right to housing, right to uh, live with dignity, right to education, work, etc. So, any kind of restriction of not giving health facilities to a citizen of this country who has come and has a will to stay and choose his residence in this country definitely affects his right, fundamental right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So there are other rights which are attached, and therefore such kind of restrictions cannot be imposed, and they are absolutely illegal. The second question, what you mentioned about the migrant workers. Now, migrant workers, when there was an imposition of lockdown by which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on 24th of March, the imposition was a sudden stoppage of everything. There was a stoppage of transport, there was stoppage of uh, kind of movement. People were not allowed to move out of their homes, and therefore While it was necessary for protecting the health and life of the citizen, such a lockdown, strict restrictions were imposed. Now, at that time, when such a restriction was imposed, there was all other activities which is uh, connected to the work of those migrant workers also was stopped. And therefore, when there was no work, mostly migrant workers have earned daily wages when they are employed in any industry or in hotels or in any kind of job they are doing. Most of them are paid on daily basis. And even otherwise, if they are paid on monthly basis, for a considerable time, the work was stopped because nobody was allowed to move. And therefore, under those circumstances, the way the work, the industry had to stop, and therefore there was no job. Secondly, for migrant workers, they are mostly staying on rented premises. They have been living in rented premises for which they have to regularly pay their rents to the landlords. And when the money was not coming, the landlords, in anticipation somewhere, sometime, or otherwise when they were not able to pay their rent, asked them to vacate the premises. Now, it was well within the right of the landlords also, because there is a clause which is introduced in contracts like force majeure. Force majeure is whenever something a natural calamity comes, then a certain part of the contract, uh, it becomes not an obligation for the parties of the contract to follow that. But here, when the sudden lockdown came, uh, that force majeure cannot be imposed or cannot be activated in favor of the landlord or the tenant. So that was the situation which constrained migrants to move out of their house. And when there was no
Nagesh, sorry to interrupt. My question was related to right to health. Say, for example, whatever happens with migrant workers, they lose their job, they don't get the money, they don't have money to feed themselves, or even travel, or to stay. So, in such a situation, when the Pandemic Act is applicable, it is whose responsibility to take care of the migrant workers, especially when they are working in upliftment of the economy in that particular state? Why they were left on the street without any food, shelter, and health services?
Yes. See, what is essential here to understand is it is always the government's responsibility to look after the rights of the citizens of a particular state or the country. Now, it was the responsibility of the government when the lockdown was introduced that certain rights of these migrant workers or any citizen, so to say, their rights have to be protected. Now, uh, whatever happened at that particular time, there was no arrangement, there was no facility, there was no connection of the government with those people. And although government tried to help them financially by putting some money into their accounts or providing some facilities, but since this happened in a large scale, there were so many migrant workers and there were no facilities and infrastructure available. The government could not reach out to people to give the help or protect their rights, what are enshrined in the Constitution. So it was basically the management failure which constrained the government to reach out to the citizen and protect their rights.
So, in such a
And therefore, yes.
in such a situation, when the lawmakers of certain states, because all these news of migrant labor issue was coming from not everywhere, but it is coming from few states. So when the lawmaker in the states are violating the law and not providing basic fundamental rights to their citizens, to Indian citizens, how this should be treated from a legal standpoint? What is your opinion?
Definitely, whenever there is a violation of rights, there are courts to protect your rights. The courts are the ultimate protectors of your rights. And whenever there is a violation by the government, the citizens can very well approach the Supreme Court or the High Court whenever there is a legal violation of their fundamental rights under Article 32 and under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. There is a provision of writ where as any citizen of this country can approach the court and ask the court to protect their rights, which includes human rights, fundamental rights, we call it in Indian perspective. And that is how a lot of citizens and a lot of people, NGOs approached the Honorable Apex Court when there was a lot of migration of these workers. And the Supreme Court, after getting the reports from the government, because you understand one thing, that even the Supreme Court was shut down. There was so much of difficulty to understand what was happening around us. And yet the Honorable Supreme Court was moved, and the government was instructed to look after the welfare of the migrant citizens, and gradually the support from the government has been given to the citizens who are migrant. It was gradual because suddenly a lot of things happened at a time, and therefore, as I said, because of lack of infrastructure, lack of a lot of things, the health could not reach the citizen as fast as it was required to have been reached.
So in such a situation, the citizens rely on the government because we in India have a federal system. So if somebody is in some other state and he belongs to some other state, he would assume that I would have the same rights as I was having in my own state. So if he travel on work or some deputation, and suddenly the state government says that, hey, I will not treat you. I think that gives a very bad impact on the citizens of India. And, the government themselves are announcing such things like, hey, I will not treat you because you are from a different state. And similarly, migrant workers who have been working and they are actually contributing to the baseline economy. And now everybody knows that if the migrant workers are not there, the baseline will not be there. And if baseline is not there, nothing will work. So now, the government should have thought about the importance of 30 million migrant workers in India, and they should have done proper arrangement for that. And being a federal country, the responsibility lies more on the local governments because they are on the ground and they have the infrastructure. So what went wrong in this, Nagesh? How we should treat it? Like you said, Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court was also moved, but by the time there were few, bad news that we had to hear by the time the Supreme Court intervened. But in such a situation, how the lawmaker do not know or lack of knowledge why they acted like this, like a layman, I'm saying.
Well, Chandrakant, I kind of, agree with your sentiments about how the governments failed actually in providing and protecting the rights of the citizens, more particularly of migrant workers who contribute to the economy. Now, first of all, I would like to uh, convey that when the lockdown occurred on 24th of March, it was such a sudden thing to have been announced. And at that particular time, what facilities were available with the government was not as much as we ought to have had with the government in order to see so much of pandemic, the effect of pandemic, which could have gone or which could have affected the people of India. Now, if you understand one thing, that the lockdown was ordered in March, and in very initial stages, the pandemic could have been controlled, could be controlled, because at that point of time, everybody was restricted to their homes, the industry was shut, everything was shut. Now, at that time, the effect of that pandemic was so low, and therefore the government, despite not having the infrastructure facility, started working towards it, because there were no beds in the hospital, there were different facilities available. It was very costly affair to have, get yourself treated in a private hospital. Then there was lack of facility in the government hospital. So I think the effect and the lockdown was so sudden that everybody was kind of surprised and were not aware of what was happening. And to move the government machinery, as you know, is a bit difficult. Though we have a disaster management committee, though we have a force which is available to us, but we definitely lacked warriors like doctors coming forward, cleanliness staff, and other people who were to be put at place so that the facilities could have been provided. So that took, I think, a lot of time. And now, when the lockdown have started being lifted by the government, we see that quite a few arrangements have been made for protecting the health of the citizens, providing basic facilities like food and basic amenities to the citizen, and also uh, now there are jobs which are being provided by the government and the private sectors which are being made available to the people. It has to have a gradual thing, but I think it has made everybody now aware that one should be prepared with these kind of situations, so that the way we have suffered all along during this lockdown should not happen again.
Yes, Nagesh, I think you're also talking about certain learnings, and this is a very huge subject. And so one thing is very, very clear and very, very sure, that the Indian Constitution gave the right to health to every citizen of India, and nobody can take away that right. So thank you very much for bringing that point up, and it was a pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We will catch up again tomorrow, and we will discuss one other human right uh, which is available to citizens of India.
Thank you very much, CK. It was a pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
See you tomorrow, Nagesh.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of global IT sourcing and procurement at Novartis.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today, we'll be discussing about one eminent personality who had been a part of our growing up years. And to discuss about this particular topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training marketing professional. He has a vast experience of linguistic, and he had worked in a couple of continents. So before I invite Sitesh, I would like to tell you about one particular name. This is Shiva Shankar, who is an illustrator, who was an illustrator of Chandamama. So we'll be discussing about Chandamama and of course the great artist Shankar. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Thank you, Kanchan. Good day to you in Hyderabad, and I'm very, very well in Bangalore. It's always nice to talk to you, and you suddenly brought back the childhood memories, the growing up memories, and the formative years. And I am just scratching my head about going back to those growing up days, and Chanda Mama and all other comics were such an interesting part of our growing in those days of India.
Yes, I think that when I used to read Chandamama, I was always land into a fantasy environment and all those beautiful pictures and the kind of teaching of through pictures and telling young children, young mind about the culture and the stories and the kings. I think that used to be very fascinating. What about you?
So my memories about Chandamama has been about more about the images that I was able to see on the cover page and the interior pages. Especially, I remember that Vikram Vetal, that image depiction, and then the first thing was to open up that story and going and reading it, and always, the way it was written, the way it was image was drawn up, it was always leaving as if something is happening in the real, and either I am one of them, either Vikram or the Vetal, and discussing. Later on in years, when there was a serial Vikram Vetal on Doordarshan, I was always trying to compare it with Chandamama stories about the same, but it was not the same. The written word, the images, the characters were so vivid about the whole Chandamama as a book. So I'm really saddened to hear about the passing away of that great artist who used to be a part of my growing up.
Yes, it is sad to really hear the demise of Chandrasekhar Shiv Shankaran, because generally we used to call him Shankar, and he was a fascinating artist, and all the series of Vikram Betal, he has done illustration, and interestingly there was a small story that he is very fond of painting from his childhood. And he was born in Tamil Nadu, but his father was a teacher. And there's a story which I just want to share with you, is that when he was in school and there was a test, there used to be history test. So he ended up drawing big pictures of historical figures in his test paper. So he was so much in illustration, so much in painting. So, and then after passing from art school, he also worked in one of the magazine company. And the Chanda Mama started in Hyderabad, in Andhra. So
oh really?
Yes. So it was lovely to really see the pictures and how he has combined stories with illustration. That used to be awesome, and the color combination. What do you say?
Yeah, so I think the color combination in those days and the vivid depiction of the shapes and sizes of the kings and the gods depicted, and the characters, the normal characters, it was all as if somebody was writing a pictorial history of India. and that those pictures captured the imagination of our Indian children,
Right, young
students.
child. I think that's why it used to be very impressive those times.
Very, very impressive. And it was so distinct from the foreign comics that were available in India in those days, like the Phantom and the Mandrake and the Magician and others like that. And therefore, Chanda Mama and others, Amar Chitra Kathas and Chandra Mamas and some Indian homegrown books did a great job. And I think they still do a great job by, creating the memories and the imagination of millions of children. I believe that the illustration, the illustrator, as you said, that also can become a great curriculum in the schools as a hobby subject.
Yes, it is very fascinating and very rich in content, what I feel now. And it was published in Telugu language and started by B. Negi Reddy and Chakrapani, who was a Telugu film maker. Then after 50 years, an association of Mr. Shankar was almost 50 to 60 years with Chanda Mama. And in 2007, it has also been on digital platform.
Okay, that's interesting. And I think digital platform is the key, and most of the publications either have already moved or they are trying to move. I would also say the people who are trying to move to the digital platform try to create the similar kind of experiences that were available when the medium was not around. And that is the whole difference, reading a book in the hand, reading a magazine on Kindle, and reading a book on a tablet or online. People just think, the developers think that it is just, one more channel added. But with each of these channels, the essence, if it is not added, it is lost. The glory is lost if the essence is not added.
Yes, so I feel we have missed a very great artist who has, I think, contributed in our growing years through his illustration, and it is a very sad news. I feel I think your feelings will be similar to mine, and anybody who will hear about this great artist, Mr. Shankar.
Yes, Kanchan, of course. I think I appreciate that you brought up this conversation today. It is no small way of contributing to so many childhoods and the imaginations of those childhoods that we grew up, and a whole generation, and not only one, probably a couple of generations grew up in those illustrations, and the artist behind it was probably igniting the imagination of millions, and he knew it. People generally say the artists don't know how many hearts they touch. I would think the other way around.
Yes, I would like to take up a new subject in our next episode. For today, bye, take care.
Thank you.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have been joined by Mr. Swapnil Deshmukh, who's the CEO and founding managing director of Risarka Consulting. He joins us today from Mumbai. Welcome to the show, Swapnil.
Hi Chandra, glad to be here. It's interesting. Everything's locked down, and but everything's still working. Work is working, business is working. Interesting thing.
So, Swapnil, how does this lockdown is treating you so far? I know you're at home, and I'm sure you're working. You must have called a lot of people today. You must be speaking to your colleagues and employee. How does it look like in Mumbai?
Yeah. Uh, Everybody's adjusted to the whole lockdown situation now. It's probably on Sunday and Monday, it was a bit of a jerky reaction. Now people are getting used to the new system, new ways of communication, new ways of grocery shopping, new ways of staying at home and working while managing their kids or family at the same time. New ways of interaction between society members. So people have been developing new systems and processes, which is very interesting to see how they evolve.
So, in your place, in your society, are people following the government norms of maintaining social distance, or you have some challenges there?
More or less they are. There have been some vigorous debates. So debates happen quite a bit on WhatsApp, but finally whatever comes as a consensus or a majority view, we have been seeing that people do follow. So for example, someone wanted to go out for a walk. He is a diabetic patient and he has to exercise and he's used to walking. He doesn't have exercise equipment at home. The clubhouse is closed and someone took a photograph of him at 6 o'clock or some 6:30 in the morning and said that well, walking is not fine. And then we had a discussion and we discussed. I also told my Singapore experience where I lived through the SARS crisis, and Singapore has a citizen army, and it was they have to be people of the fighting age have to be in a fighting condition. So it was very interesting to see how people kept fit. They have the battalion number, so they're scheduled coming out at 2 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock at night to come and exercise and maintain social isolation. So we had a discussion, and then we kind of decided that okay, we know that certain people in the society are patients of a certain kind, and so at least other people will not go and walk around because of that. Otherwise, a broken window inspires everybody else to go further and say, if he's doing it, why can't I do it? And people don't know the reason. So it evolved through vigorous debate. So debates sometimes get heated, but I think it's really good. We are argumentative Indians after all, but it all works out in the end.
So it is working as per the government norms, and your society has been able to create certain norms and certain procedures to follow those norms. Very nice, Swapnil. I think you guys as a group has implemented that, the government norms and even the need of the hour to ensure that there is a social distancing between each one of us. Any suggestions you would like to make for people who are still not maintaining social distances?
I think we did find in one instance, for example, a few teenagers were breaking, and they're probably young. They have not seen such serious situations. Maybe not even 10% as it gets to serious situations in their life. This is once in a century kind of a situation. And then we had to counsel them. Their parents had to counsel them. It was the thing is, it's very difficult to understand the impact of this till you see something bad happening very close to you. And in our case also, in society building, couple of 100 meters from us, we found that there was a corona patient, and At that time, the municipal corporation came and literally washed down the entire society in chemicals, and the gates were locked, and nobody was allowed to get out or in of the gate. And I think that was the first time people actually realized that this problem is not so far. It's not in the news. It's right outside them. It's just a couple of neighbors down the line. And once I think that realization comes, I don't think it really goes away. You really understand. You probably escaped death by not shaking hands with that person today. You did not know that that person had come from a place where he or she got infected with corona. And I hope that is not what everybody has to go through, but sometimes stories of such nature uh, get you to kind of realize that seriousness. And we I think the entire society had that when we saw that society, we like people wearing those CDC, the Center of Disease Control kind of clothes, and with big sprays and cleaning everything, and wow, this is real. So
Yeah, I think this issue that has happened this time, uh, I'm sure is going to change the way the people work across the globe, not only in India. In fact, when you're talking about the patient in the next door society, there were two suspects in my block itself.
oh my God.
But they were actually following the government norms of 14 days of home isolation. So they are fine. They have been tested negative, but they are continuing with that. And the spray in our society happened yesterday. So I think in my opinion, it is not going to go away. I think it will change the world order. It will change the way we do things. And I'm sure you as a senior executive must be thinking what to do next, because I think you got your social responsibility, you got your commercial responsibility, you got employees with you. So I think the new change will emerge out of this issue. What is your opinion?
uh, I think a lot of changes will happen, and it might look a little harsh at this time to use the word opportunity, but I think as an entrepreneur or as a businessman, uh, you cannot hesitate from thinking that way, uh, even in times of crisis, because end of the day, that kind of thinking helps you create services or products, ideas, which end of the day benefit somebody who is affected by this crisis. So it's while there is charity going on and all other kind of things going on, as a businessman, one should be as hawkish, though not take advantage of people's situations, weaknesses, but their situations are opportunities to, I think, help them and serve them. In this case, for example, many people are sometimes resistant to technology tools. They pick up the phone and talk, and which is where deep work doesn't happen. They keep on disturbing each other, and now it's just not possible to disturb, right? Because I cannot disturb my employee cannot disturb me, because both of us know that we have our family members at home. So using alternative tools other than phone calls is paramount and kind of forced. But if one uses this as an opportunity to use those tools, it will help in the long term to have remote working, have distributed teams, where people have more patience in checking emails or WhatsApp messages or dealing with each other, which will end of the day help deeper work and productivity of people. So similarly, for example, as simple as gathering information. Previously, in our society, we have a society manager employed, and he would just pick up the phone and he would ask, "Oh, so how many people? So what is happening on individual members on the intercom?" Now he's himself not there, and we had the situation that we had to comply with the municipal corporation's instruction that we should know in every house who's staying and when they came and did they have international travel and stuff like that. And uh, I usually did not get involved in the management committee's activity because for my personal reasons I've been a little away from that. And I saw they were facing this problem and they were discussing. And it took me 10 minutes to create a Google form and then send the link to everybody. And within 24 hours, the link spread and every tenant and every owner's data was there. And now I had the secretary calling me, can you send me that data? So it's an opportunity, it just keeps on happening. I think we should look at the next phase and keep thinking solutions as businessmen, as entrepreneurs, as innovators. That is our contribution to the society, and one should not think that only doing charity or only the other things are our contribution. This is our contribution. When this all gets over, we are going to build things from whatever it's there, and we will have to create a new world. The old world will not exist, and we have to take that initiative, even though right now it looks a little hawkish and opportunistic thinking. It's okay.
Excellent, Swapnil. I think this is the third day today. We've got 18 more today. Basically 18 more days to go in the lockdown situation. So I'll catch up with you after a few days to check whether there has been change beyond what you have explained today, or what has happened in your place in Mumbai. Until then, I say bye to you for today, but I'll catch up with you in a few more days.
Yeah, nice talking to you, and thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who is based at Johannesburg, South Africa. He has a deep interest in corporate training and he had been training most of the professionals in marketing and IT sector. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a wonderful, bright, sunny day in Johannesburg today, and good mood. Good to go with you in the conversation. How have you been?
Yeah, it's wonderful here. It's rainy outside, and it's quite a wonderful atmosphere today.
Wow. Let's start.
Yeah, so we had been discussing about communication, and we have covered most of the aspect of communication, like written communication, verbal communication, gestures, and all sort of other related subject related to communication. Now today, I thought let's discuss audio communication, or kind of where we take up mediums like phone, we take up mediums like internet, as we are chatting now. You see, this is digitization. So we will be talking about maybe touch some points in radio, because that is also a part of communication, but it's a high place where only refined people who have a kind of good communication can interact on radio. So let's begin how we visualize this audio communication. How can we improve that?
Well, Kanchan, you have touched a subject that is so close to my heart, and I was lucky to start my audio journey with All India Radio many years back in India, and that was the time when I realized that audio communication is one of the best things, probably after addressing a crowd or talking to people in face to face. And when it all starts with the history of radio, when the radio communications was invented, and they say it was Mr. Marconi who invented this. And radio has become a part of our not just life, it has become a part of our folklore. More than 100 years of radio communication during the First World War, Second World War, the major events of the world in last 120 years has been covered by radio. And you remember a day, the days when we were close to the radio, we used to hear the radio close to our ears. And it was the audio communication of someone speaking miles and thousands of miles apart. The way the person was communicating, the way it was coming on the radio waves, the way it was hitting our ears and the minds and the hearts can only be described by the people who have heard the radio in the 70s, 60s and 80s, or probably before that. So, Kanchan, audio communication is something that has a profound effect on the listener. And the best part of the audio communication is that the listener can do his work while he is listening. And that is the thing which attracts me the most. And that also enhances the sender, the person who is doing the audio communication, to use his vocal cords, his feelings, and his understanding of the subject, throw, pitch, modulation, everything to convey the message. What do you say? You are a colleague in the same space, Kanchan.
Yes, I had been associated with radio for quite a long time and had been doing a couple of shows. But I think this whole start with the technology, we call it phone. The phone communication, then we graduate from phone communication to kind of digitization, doing internet communication and enhancing our skill. But when it comes to radio communication, that is altogether different cup of tea, because it is a one-way communication and you have to reach to your listener in a way that they visualize you in their thoughts, in their kind of what kind of person he is speaking on radio. They interact without even speaking to you. As you know that 99% of India is covered. I'm talking about Indian subcontinent, is covered by radio. And it is one of the medium which is getting boost in recent years comparatively to other mediums which we see. Do you agree with my point?
That's right, Kanchan. In today's satellite television, satellite communication world, still I feel radio has got a bigger reach than the television medium. Probably mobile phones have reached every nook and corner of this planet, but still the connectivity in a mobile network has always remained a challenge even to this day. But radio, I have seen radio reaching out to the sea, the oceans, the crew members in the high seas. It is there in the mountains, the people who live in the mountains, or those places which are still very, very far from the mainstream media. The radio has a power to reach. Radio set may have gone away from our daily lives, Kanchan, but radio remains in our lives through our mobile phones, internet machines, digital devices, and the magic of radio is being also brought about again by online radio channels. And of course, FM radio channels are very popular, but again, I would always say the FM channel has a reach of 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers. But with online radio, there is no limits. It just reaches everyone, anywhere, whoever has got an internet device. So I am completely mesmerized by the audio communication.
Yes, and gone are the days when there was monopoly of government. Now there's all commercialization of radio stations, and people are taking this quite seriously. Like recently, we have also come out with the proposals for community radio, especially in India. And why to go far? We have Prime Minister of India speaking every month, Man Ki Baat on radio. He understands the importance of radio. So. The scope of radio communication or radio broadcasting is immense worldwide. But then how to improve this kind of communication where we can become a radio broadcasters? How this journey will start?
So Kanchan, you rightly pointed out our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi's Man Ki Baat going through the radio and reaching every corner of India. And I mean, nobody thought a few years back that radio would come back in our lives in such a big way. And more and more as we go with the video format of the communication or the television format, radio has again marked its presence by its not only reach but also its affordability, and also the person who is speaking on the radio from a far away radio station, who is not seeing the listener, neither the listener knows who is the speaker in terms of the stature, except for maybe celebrities. But the great point here is when somebody speaks on a radio, it is about the atmosphere around the studio. Now, in today's digital life, many people do not have access to the studios. And also, digital life says that you don't need to go to a studio. And people, I have been to studios where I have recorded, and we have our professional audio broadcasters or radio broadcasters. We also have podcasts in today's life. So you really don't need a very high professional studio setup. But of course, there are certain guidelines, there are certain softwares, there are certain equipment that you need. The distance between the speaker and the mic, the echo in the room, the content, which is the heart of it, the delivery, which is the mind of it, the pause, which is the seriousness of it, and the intonation and the manipulation of the vocal cord, which is the impact of it. All of this brought together makes a very, very powerful communication. And I think, Kanchan, this is what one needs to learn. People go for training. I know that people go for audio engineering courses or sound engineering courses, but speaking definitely will take a time. It will take its own imagination. It will take its story, narrative building up in the head, and then it has to come out. Now, once we have thought through all of these things, then probably there is we may not have a great laptops, we may not have a great mobile phones, but a little bit of a space. And I will tell you going forward that sometimes I have recorded in such places where it is just impossible to record. But then if you have a thought process and creative and narrative in your head, you will find a place to record your audio message for your listeners.
Yes, and I fully agree that the impact and the progress and how the radio journey will go in future, I think it will never be going to die, because we have so much option in radio. It's not only commercial or it's not music related. We have community radios, we have development radios, we have radio channels for education, we have rural radio, if you've heard of it. So I think the progress of radio will never die. When we say that the video has come and nobody is listening radio, but I feel that we will always have, as a broadcasting professional, you and me will always have our listeners somewhere around the world. So it's quite a strong medium which can change the thought process of people just by listening. Right? Do you agree with this?
Yes, Kanchan, and I got fascinated, as I told in the beginning. I got fascinated many years back when I first heard cricket commentary on a radio, because I did not have a television set at home, and then being in India and hearing our Indian cricket team playing. If I remember, they were playing in West Indies, and the radio set, we all used to put up the radio set as per the time from the West Indies versus India time, and the radio broadcaster used to start. Here in the Jamaica, the sun is bright and the pitch looks absolutely golden, and here Sunil Gavaskar and Michael Holding come on the pitch with this a toss to see who will bat and who will wicket the first. And I bring you from Jamaica this cricket commentary. By just these lines, Kanchan, the whole of our excitement used to be built up. The goosebumps of Sunil Gavaskar's team versus Michael Holding's team playing. Our imagination used to run wild with each ball. Imaginations used to run like the wild animals, what was happening in the ground. And those days, the imagination became so fertile because the voice on that radio was able to hook our hearts. And that is something which we need to learn, that even if we are not in front of someone, our message should have the same kind of impact. And that is what the power of audio is today. Whether it is a radio broadcast, whether it is a podcast, whether it is just an audio message, or it is a public broadcast, the way it is happening in Man Ki Baat.
Yes, and I think that even listening a song or a music on radio and watching that same song or music on television, the impact is entirely different. And I feel the radio listening of a music or a song or a film song gives a lot of solace when you enjoy more compared to, that's entirely my expression. I enjoy more actually when I listen rather than I watch. What do you say about it?
Yes, Kanchan, I will tell you my experience, and I completely agree with you, is that what I'm saying, Kanchan, is we have to realize the imagination part of it. I remember when I was very young, childhood days, I started listening to BBC. Apart from All India Radio, our radio used to catch BBC during the daytime. Many authentic news was given from the BBC. Then in the late night, it was Voice of America. And from Voice of America in the early morning in the India, when I say early morning, around 4 o'clock in the morning, you are listening to Voice of America and you are hearing Lata Mangeshkar's songs. Now imagine the setup. 4 o'clock, people are generally alone in their beds. And then from Voice of America is thousands of miles apart. And then you are hearing Lata Mangeshkar on that, or Mukesh or Rafi or Kishore on that. Your radio and Voice of America and your loneliness. The imagination is so fertile, Kanchan. We can't describe it until unless we say it or we write. Similarly, Kanchan, one more example that I still feel that goosebumps on the beginning of the Navaratri, the Mahalaya, on the Mahalaya day, I forget the name of the Bengali person who speaks about the invocation, who invokes the goddess Durga on from probably from All India Radio or All India Radio Kolkata studio. It is around 4 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know whether you have heard Mahalia. It just gives goosebumps. Still today. So radio or audio communication has a power of igniting our hearts, souls, minds, imaginations, creativity, and that's what we need to actually promote it. We need to tell to the youngsters about the audio communication, and we need to tell them that their voice is a great asset, and if they can combine this asset with the imagination that they bring in, I think they can do wonders.
Yes, and I feel that when we are talking about such a deep and immense medium of communication and listening, so do we require somebody who wants to attach themselves to broadcasting sector? So do they require any training? And from where this training should we start? It is entirely for the
Kanchan. Yeah, Kanchan. I think we need somebody who can give us basics of audio recording. Okay, and but again, today everything is commercialized, and we all can go to some media institutes and we pay and we learn. But not everybody has time. Not everybody has that kind of inclination, but still people have something to say. People have something to pass on.
I think passion is also required to become a broadcaster.
Of course. I mean, when I say today about video, many people say, I don't want to be on a video, Sitesh. But then I say, okay, fine, don't be on a video. Can we do an audio conversation? May not be an interview. Then somebody will say, oh no, Sitesh, I feel that my voice is not suited. I have never heard my own voice. I don't know how it will sound to others. So people have these inhibitions about their own voice, about their own presence on the TV. So I think the first step is to basically start recording the voices with various options. And I must tell you, this is not about technology. It is as basic as it could get. Just press a recorder if you have, and most of the phones today have a recording. Do a recording. Go about it. Listen to your own voice. And I'm telling you, after 10 times, 20 times, when you listen to your own voice, by closing your eyes, by opening your eyes, by having a distance from the phone or from the device, go to the end of your room, listen to your own voice. Imagine if that voice is being played in a car when the car is on the road. Imagine that the voice is on an airport when you are walking and you are hearing your own voice. Once you start doing all this, Kanchan, we will fall in love with our own voices. We all have our unique voices, and of course there are some voices which are more recognized than others, like Mr. Bachchan's voice. The moment we hear it, we just stand still and we listen. Something is there. When I went first to All India Radio, Kanchan, I did not know anything about recording. But they said, well, we will give you 1 hour or half an hour of a basic training, how you should do, how much distance from the mic. We are on the other room, you are on this room, and this is an acoustic room, a soundproof room, and therefore your voice will not echo, and all such things, But because there is a passion to learn, people can pick that up. I picked it up. And that's the reason I say a training is required. Maybe we can do more sessions, Kanchan, on all of these aspects of recording. And today, everybody is at home, so every home is a studio. Every bedroom is a studio. Every living room is a studio. So how do we make it a more better studio? And of course, the ultimate bottom line is the content. And that is what content and regular intervals pause, bringing in some little quirkiness in the talks, putting it the basic local linguistics into it, and throwing it and pitch.
Uh, See, now new education policy is here with the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 kind of years and graduations like this. So what do you think this can we also have a subject in schools, broadcasting? Can children learn broadcasting and they can come out with this skill when we have all sort of radio channels like community radio, rural radio, and of course, and radio for entertainment is always there. Then we have education radio. So what is the best age? What do you say that broadcasting should be there in the curriculum, like music?
Kanchan, you have actually brought very important point, and I thank you that you brought up this question. I think that every child, and that we have been talking in our so many conversation episodes, every child has that special capacity, capability, and the broadcasting part of it. The word broadcasting suddenly brings about a lot of technology and scientific and engineering kind of thinking around it. But like you spoke about rural radio, I have known about ham radio, community radios in various parts of the world. Probably in India it is more regulated, to most of them to being to the All India Radio and certain All India Radio, Vivid Bharati, Gold FM, and various state language radios are there. But for any youngster, this is one more avenue to find out the youngster's own understanding of his capability, of his talent. And many of those students are not introduced to broadcasting or a radio or audio or media in a professional way till they reach at a certain, senior secondary onwards. Now, senior secondary onwards, it means college life, basically, university life. We have basically lost time in the talent that to capture that young voice that is there in the school times. So of course, as part of the new education policy, I have not read that in detail. I'm sorry for that. But if this can be brought into the senior secondary curriculum, I think we will have some more interesting voices around us, youngsters picking up audio as a medium, audio as a talent that would come up, and it would not be just dependent on finding another talent through Saregama Pa and those kind of programs. Those programs basically focus on the singing part of it, but audio is not just about singing. It is about giving a message. It is about communicating, and communicating that specific subject. Probably, I think students should get into it. I would think somewhere around, if you want to ask me about this class or standards, I think 7th standard or 8th standard is a very prime time for where some student can be taught about professional audio broadcasting about it. It will be more about content at that point of time, many students participate in the debates and elocution, but the moment you say we will record it, we will relay it, we will stream it, and suddenly you see, oh really? No, my voice, do you think it is that good? It's not about the goodness of voice, it is about all the our own presence of it on the radio. When I talk to you, Kanchan, through our Zoom call, I feel that you are in front of me, and that's why I make this call, and I feel that I'm talking to you face to face. Similarly, in an audio communication, the mic where it is spoken, the moment we tell someone and the moment someone starts imagining, the mic is the audience, the mic is the final uh, place where my message has to reach, and therefore the mic has to be treated with great love.
Yes, in a country where 18 languages are recognized official languages and 1652 is mother tongue. So for radio, it's an immense opportunity, immense professional we need to boost this sector also. So we will be talking more about this wonderful subject in our other meetings and our other episodes. So till then, I'll say bye-bye. You take care.
Have a great day, Kanchan, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The third issue is with regard to the promises made by this government that they highlighted all the scams of the UPA government, and that's how this government is here. So it's a major issue with regard to how they save their face, because if they say that, hey, I want to enforce collection of 1.76, millions of people will lose their jobs, a lot of CEOs will go behind bars for not paying this, and although the blame also lies with them because they signed something which is written in fine print, they didn't see it, but still a lot of people will lose their job, which will be very bad for economy, and a booming sector will get a hit because it's a globally recognized booming sector from India which is asking for a lot of contracts and a lot of people are working for it. It'll get a bad name. Third thing is it will look like that 1.76 lakh crore rupees were a notional figure. So they cannot afford that. So even though the government has changed, in fact, this government has been elected twice already, but nobody is going to collect this money. Government will not collect the money. Now the Supreme Court has got into this and they are saying, hey, why don't you pay up? As rightly said, because the Supreme Court is following the law and what has been signed by these companies between the companies and the Indian government. So that has to be collected. So it's like a catch 22. I think this will continue. My opinion, Vodafone and Idea will continue. They will not file for bankruptcy. Airtel and Reliance will pay part of it to remain afloat, and the matter will continue for some more time before it basically dies its own natural death, or basically in future it will not have any relevance, maybe a few years down the line. Until then, we will keep hearing some headlines every 5 to 6 months or during elections that there is a money which is owed by the telecom sector to Indian government. As usual, I will meet you again tomorrow. Bye bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to this edition, Wednesday, Top Brass. Before I start the discussion today, in fact, we would like to discuss something very, very related to business. And to do that, let me first introduce my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunn.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a pretty dull day today in the UK. And there's this COVID thing that's going on, but we don't want to talk about that. That's far too negative. We want to talk about something that's really positive and really could get you moving ahead and get you very motivated. So what do you think the subject might be today?
Well, I think it's a dull morning here as well, Neville, because we are going through cyclones and a lot of rain. It's as gloomy as, when you see the rains in London. So since past 2 days, we have not seen the sun, so it's as gloomy. But I think what we should talk about is something related to the media. And why I'm picking up this media as a subject, because if you look at the channels, they're all running behind their ratings. I'm at the top and, I'm number one. And if you're number two, you're nowhere. So I think the same thing is happening in our business, where people are trying to get into that top slot. And to reach that top slot, they are willing to do anything. And it is very important for us to discuss the feedback, what the feedback mechanism is there in the corporate circle. I think I leave the floor open to discuss about these aspects.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we talk about collaboration and working together in a community and all of these wonderful joint phrases. And COVID has brought us all together. We're all in it together. And yet the bottom line for most people is, I want to be number one. I'm important. No one else is important. And the media, probably, in my view, it actually supports that type of approach. But let's look at this slightly different. If we really are looking at growth and we really are looking at building stronger communities, we need to start giving people this wonderful word that's used a lot in business, but very normally quite misunderstood. And it's this word called feedback. Feedback. Well, I'm giving you feedback. Okay, well, I don't particularly want feedback. Thanks very much. I'm quite happy where I am. But what's the purpose of feedback? What do you think the purpose of feedback is, CK? In very simple terms, why do we give feedback to somebody? Why do you want feedback from somebody?
Well, I think feedback is very important for me, and I need feedback to correct my course of action, probably correct my own personality, and also the steps that I'm going to take in next 6 months or so. It's absolutely critical for me to know exactly what people are thinking about me and my activities.
So when I talk,
and that's a brilliant response, because it's very personal. It's helped me improve, and because we have this inner drive to be the best we can be. Some people suppress that drive, but a lot of people actually just spark it off a little bit. As you said, it's for you to get better. It's a correction. I mean, these were your words, really. It's correcting your activity, your actions, your behavior. And that's right. That's what it's there for. So you're probably always ready for feedback. Even if people don't realize they're giving it to you. They're just having a conversation. But the thing about having a conversation is there is a tremendous amount of feedback in that conversation. So if the conversation grows and is more interactive, that's pretty good feedback, isn't it? You're feeling that it's going somewhere. the other person is offering more because they believe it's going somewhere. And we, as humans, we thrive on that. We love it. You know, when you think about a baby when they first start to walk, the feedback they get from the adults around them turns a cry when they've fallen over into a smile to say, I'm going to take another go. I'm going to have another go. And we've all got it in us, you know. We're all born very, very similar, you know, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, etc., etc. And it's about time we started to use it. So let's talk a little bit more about what's the purpose of feedback. Now, you made it very personal. It's so you can correct yourself. And that actually is the purpose of someone giving you feedback. It's for you. It's not for them. I often say, when you write an email, who's it for? And people will say, well, for me. And I say, well, really? Then why are you writing the email? Because it's for the person you're sending it to. So you have to think, how do they want to see it? Why would they want to see it? How would they want to receive it? And we said we should do the same with feedback. Don't you think?
Neville, let me share some experience, personal experience, which I had yesterday. There is a person who reached out to me yesterday on social media. I don't know the person. I simply looked at the profile, I accepted the request. And after some time, you know, after 10 minutes, she writes to me, hey, what do you do? I said, we do XYZ. And then she said, okay, we are looking for entrepreneurs. And we have a story where we give the successful entrepreneurs sustained income. So I said, fair enough. But, you know, being me, I wanted to give some feedback. So I said, oh, I just wrote few lines, few words saying, oh, the same old story. And with this 3 words or 4 words, she felt so offended. She said, you are, she wrote names, the next very message. I don't know the person. We got to know only 10 minutes back. She wrote names and she said, I said, anyway, tell me what you have. No, I don't want to share with everybody. So thank you very much. This is a real thing which happened yesterday on social media. Within a matter of 30 minutes, this person reached out to me looking at my profile. When I asked her just 3-word question, she retracted and went back, and no patience to even get a 3-word feedback.
It's really interesting because you've brought in another word that's coming to my mind about relationships and building relationships, and how important that is to build the relationship. And we always forget, actually, that relationship building relies on feedback. It relies upon communication, but it's the type of communication, you know. So there's a really good interview that's going around currently. It was done by Richard Branson, part of the Virgin Entrepreneurs arena. And of all people, they brought on Simon Sinek, and he interviewed Simon Sinek. It's a short interview. We should send people the link, really. And this is all about entrepreneurship, you know. And entrepreneurship is finding a solution to one of today's problems, not finding a solution and then finding out where the problem is. You know, that's not entrepreneurship. You know, that's, to me, that's a bit of innovation that isn't very smart, because unless you've got a problem, no one's going to want the solution. Anyway, he said, okay, I'm going to start it off, he said, and I'm going to ask the first question. What solution would you bring to the table to solve one of today's problems? In other words, what's the biggest problem of today? And Simon Sinek clearly wasn't prepared for this type of question. So it's really good the way, look at this video. We're going to share this video with them. Look at the way of a really good thinker starts to answer the question. And they build time into the answer, because the brain can think while the voice is speaking. And if you look at what he does, that's exactly what happens. But the interesting thing is, he comes up with an answer, which be honest with you, I was shocked. He said, what we suffer from today is the fact that we don't build relationships. We're not very good at making relationships. Despite the fact we're human beings, and that's what we're born to do, we're not very good at it. So if I were running a business today, I would actually look at solving that problem and building somewhere where people can communicate freely and openly. He didn't use the word feedback, but he used the word relationship and communication. And interestingly enough, communication is the number one STEM skill. It's the number one interpersonal skill that everyone says you should be building. So was his answer new? No. Was it innovative? No. But will people listen to it? Yes. And why will they listen to it? Because Richard Branson asked the question and Simon Sinek answered it. And this is about influence now. Two of the biggest influences in the world, certainly in the Western world, people will listen to it. And hopefully other people will start solving those problems. But it comes back to this relationship issue. How do I build the relationship issue? And you said on social media, someone found you. Now, in social media, you and I both know, you don't just find people. You look for them. And you see what they're saying, you know. It's almost like there's a stone out there and all you're doing is picking the stone up and having a good look. And on social media, it's easier to do. If you see them on LinkedIn, you can Google them and find them on Twitter. I mean, even on LinkedIn, it says, look at this person's profile, and it will show you a Twitter profile, and it will show you if they got a Facebook page, if they got other social media, what are their main marketing, you know, it's because LinkedIn platform is a huge platform. It's almost like a business in itself. So you don't have to look very far. But once they've made the thought was, I need to talk to that person, you would make an assumption that you need to drive the conversation. You're the questioner. You're the person that's found somebody else. So you need to be in that can-do attitude, the right mindset, where you're going to constantly ask questions of the other person. Have you thought of this? What do you do over here? What do you do? You know, it's a nice introduction, as you and I have always had. You know, what do you do? Who do you do it for? You know, is there anyone that we both know that you've done it for? You know, so you find some common ground. But all too often, you give someone feedback. You weren't ready for this request. You know, it was unsolicited, really. You weren't asking. I mean, maybe because you're on social media, there is this, I'm here to be asked. Okay, fine. But it's still up to the person that's making the first step to build the relationship, to make that engagement. And all too often, this feedback you get initially may not be what you want to hear. But that's okay. Then ask another question so that you get the feedback you do want to hear. And like anything else, I mean, have you said anything different to many people when they're on LinkedIn? No, I mean, there are thousands of people that come on to me and they say, I'd like to connect with you. Okay, well, let's connect. And then you get a diatribe of, we do SEO, we do this, we do apps, we've done this. Okay, well, thanks for that. Do you want any? Well, no, not really. But why didn't you ask that first? Because then it would have it would have saved my behavioral waste of thinking what you do, you know? So we've lost this art of networking. We started this conversation with a bit about feedback, you know, And we've shot into networking, relationships, communication, but it all is based upon how good is the feedback? How good is it for you, for me? Our conversation here is about a conversation, but it's feedback on what's being said, what's being listened to. Is it interesting? Is it not interesting? So I find this absolutely fascinating. And for all those people on social media that do find somebody, drive the conversation. Control it for the other person. You know, you're the one that's opened up the dialogue. So if you come to me, I expect you to drive the dialogue. I expect you to show an interest in me, because you did show an interest in me at the beginning. And just because I'm not really interested in your first response, it doesn't mean to say that all the time that you started to find me is wasted. But if that's your sole purpose, then get to the question quickly and move on. You know, we have this phrase, you know, just throwing it all at a blanket. Some of it will stick, you know, and good luck. If that's the way you want to do it, then you will need a lot of luck, because you're going to have to hit the recipient at the right time, just at the moment that they're making a decision or going through the thought process of doing what you've got to offer. And that isn't business, you know, that's rolling the dice. And there's far better ways of building businesses, improving yourself, than rolling the dice. Big subject today, CK.
Yes, Neville. In fact, when we were working in the corporate sector, there was no way we could have gone and sold, even though there is a branding image behind the solution offering. But there was no way that you can go and say, hey, I'm representing this brand, so I have a ready business. I don't think that was an assumption. So I'm failing to understand, when you're not even a brand, what is driving people's ego. You know, you have reached out to a person because you want to grow, you want some business out of that person, or you want to collaborate. I was talking to another person in the industry, and she started telling me that the collaboration is such an abused word now, because somebody calls and, hey, I want to collaborate, without thinking about it. So I think people don't have any business sense at all, and they don't want to get into any feedback. So to answer your question in a holistic manner, I would say I meet about 90% people every day who do not have business sense, simply because they don't have any feedback built in their mind or strategy. So that is why even if they have to correct their course, there is no input into their strategy. Or even if input is happening, it may happen very slowly. By the time they realize, water has already flown. So I think the first mantra of business today should be, people should get little calm, and get into the real sense of business, and get understanding what they want to do. As you say, several times you have spoken in our programs, Neville, that what is the purpose? If you have connected with a person, what is your purpose? So as you say, spell out your purpose as a first instant. That is why people say advertising, where you don't have to pick phone of everyone. You just advertise. Whoever is interested will come. It's a pull mechanism. But if you're pushing yourself, you rather be straight. I think that's the feedback I would like to give to the audience today.
Yeah, and as you say, you've used the word again, feedback to the audience. I mean, this is about, offering some thought process so that you can be better. And there is this mechanism, and it's done in call centers, and whether you like it or not, it works. There's a script that these people have. The really good call center people the outbound call centers, the ones that call you up and say, I'm calling you, I'm not calling you to sell anything. Well, immediately that's the phone down as far as I'm concerned, because they are calling to sell you something. So these script writers that are out there that have done this, it's never going to work. Not for me, but the point is it works for some people, and this is rolling the dice. So they've created a script where if you roll the dice often enough, you will get a few takers. So there is this thing within the call center arena that if you make 120 calls a day, you're going to be successful. Now that's just one metric, 120 calls a day. It doesn't talk about the quality of the call, how long the call was, the interaction of the call. But these people know that if you're making 120 calls a day, you are going to be successful because you're rolling the dice and you're improving your script. The point about making 120 calls a day is you're becoming resilient as well. So if someone hangs up the phone, so what? There's always another one to call. And that's the way really good call center people work. They become resilient and they run through a script, but it's the script that they've slightly adapted that works for them. And it's all on you've done this, I've done this. When you call someone completely cold, you really want that other person to start talking so that you can understand them, get a feel for who they are. You can't see them, but just by the way they speak, you can get an impression of them. And we all rely upon that as human beings. You know, and once someone else starts to speak, then you know you've got great feedback.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, when you go in a face-to-face meeting, this is exactly what you're looking at the other person. You know, you're talking, but you're trying to judge the other person. You know, what that person is he raising an eyebrow? What keywords he's listening to? Yep. I think that is very, very critical. Feedback is very critical. So that is why I fail to understand why people today not following these best practices.
Because they don't know them. They've never been taught them, you know. The whole issue of education is a completely different subject, as you well know. But we're taught at school and at university, we're taught how to pass exams. We're taught how to be technically competent. But our interpersonal skills, you know, going back to this Richard Branson and Simon Sinek interview, you know, what problem would you solve today? Simon Sinek says relationships, communication. We're not taught how to build relationships. We're not taught how to communicate with each other. And the reason for that is it's assumed it happens. We know it's important. Everybody knows it's important, you know, because if I stop communicating with you by stopping speaking, I'm hardly going to get a message over, am I? You know, if I stop speaking. So communication is incredibly important. And Simon Sinek says we need to solve the problem of relationships and communication. So we now know it's a problem. Some of the most influential people in the world, one asked the question, the other one answered it. They're telling us it's a problem and it needs to be solved. And that's the answer to your question, is because people don't know. They may have read the books that says it. They may have seen all of these brilliant TED Talks or some of our, you know, communication, our webinars, our videos, our vlogs, whatever you want to call them, online, that reinforces the message time and time and time again. The problem is they've never done anything about it. And I'm going to go back to when I asked you the question at the beginning and said, what's the purpose, very simply, of feedback? And you said to change your actions. Action. That's what it's all about. We don't know how to behave. We don't know how to act. Now, there's going to be a lot of people saying, you're talking rubbish, Neville. I know how to act. Okay. You may do, but do you do it all the time? Have you sent an email to someone on LinkedIn and got a response, and then you don't know how to act? In fact, your actions have been incredibly negative. So it's hardly building a relationship, is it? And the other thing is, I'm not perfect either. You know, I make mistakes all the way along. You know, sometimes I'm too busy and I'll quickly rattle off something. And actually, I probably should have taken a bit more time, because that relationship might have been the one that would have been really important. And doing what I do, I don't like to damage relationships, but we do it all the time, unfortunately. We're human beings. But answering your question simply, we've never been taught how to do it. We've never taken the time to practice doing it. But now, hopefully, having listened to what we've been saying here, is now's your time. Go and practice.
Yeah, thank you, Neville. In fact, your narration and your knowledge has really opened up the minds of a lot of people. And there are more to it, because, you know, this is just a few minutes of video. There are many situations which requires a lot of hand-holding. So if people want to reach out to us, you know, we have Neville Gund as one of the top leading influencer, globally recognized. And viewers, if you want to take help from Neville, please reach out to us. We can arrange that session for you. But in the end, I would like to say that feedback is absolutely important for anyone. Even negative feedback is absolutely important. It is not that you need to discard. And to leverage any sort of feedback, you do reach out to us. We will arrange a one-on-one session with Neville, and you know, it will benefit you a lot in your business or in your day-to-day walk of life. So thank you, Neville. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Thanks, CK. Have a good day, everybody, and look up at the sun and smile. Give yourself some feedback.
Cheers, Neville. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Neville Gund, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, you know, we have been
in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs, and I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Neville Gund to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, it's an interesting. We're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently. And I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got three types of actions that people are taking, three different behaviours. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality. And they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there. And the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organisations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in three buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent. through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are three type of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction, because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now, is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of trust that this will come through very soon, and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So we so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future, but there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because schemes like furlough or the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever, and more businesses will close down because without revenue, it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that there will be new opportunities, and I think one thing that I liked a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador.
Hello friends,
And I
this is
think
Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies,
let
and
me invite
today
our
in the
third
tech
guest
section,
for
we
this
would like to
discussion
discuss
is
how
Kanchan
you,
works with
me,
universities in
everyone
India
today
and
can
schools.
can
What I've
power pack
noticed is
their
that
machines,
almost like
individual
every
machines.
second or
And as you
third
know that
day,
most of these
there is a new
laptops and
app
PCs
coming
that we use
related to
comes
some
with
sort of
multiple
training
cores,
or education.
and the people who actually tell us how
But
to use these
uh, you
machines
know,
will tell us that, hey,
all
if you
these apps
have
are available.
a
There are
very high
Byju's and there
advanced
are
CPU, you
so
should
many
also have
others already
corresponding
available. But
high
are the
speed
school
memory
adopting
and
it?
also high
So
speed
my
hard disk.
question to Kanchan would be
And
that
nevertheless, you should also
our
have
business
a high
leaders
speed
have
network
already
to
described
support
that
all
there
of
is
that.
a
Once
group
you
of
have
people
all of
which could
these
be very large in
things
numbers
in
is
your
in
PC,
denial,
then you
and
will be
there are
able to do your
opportunities
video calling,
available
etc.
in some other arena.
Most of these
But
machines
the
will come
education and
pre-loaded with
university, are
Windows,
they
and most of
training
us
their
knows that
students to
the Windows
leverage
are
these
there,
opportunities? So
whether
Kanchan,
paid
what
version
is
or
your
free
opinion
version,
on
all
this?
kinds of Windows are there.
Well,
And
CK,
stuff like
these
that.
are
So
quite crazy
the whole
times
point is that when we
because
have such
there's
high-end
pandemic
machines,
and people are
are we
suffering.
utilizing all of
But
them?
I will take a
All
little
the
a positive
CPU
approach
power
towards this
and
because
the memory effectively? If not,
and
then
in
what are the
previous
other possibilities that
months
we
we have
can
seen the
use our
most
machines for when
job
they are not
loss happen only in leisure
maxed
and
out
hospitality
based on their
industry.
memory and
According to
so on.
one research, it is
So when we actually
47%
start looking at our
job
PC,
loss
we should look
job
at
loss
at least
happen in
4
hospitality.
core
But
processors,
as I said,
whether
I will
10th
be taking
generation
more
or 9th
positive view
generation
because
Intel or AMD
and
chips,
little India
and
centric,
then
though
there are 4
many
cores.
countries
That
are
means
working
there are 4 different CPUs
and
within one
fighting for
CPU.
this
That means
kind of
if we have more
jobless and
CPUs, we
people
can do more
management.
processing.
But what I
However,
feel, we
most of
have
us are
two
using
great
it for video
options which is
calling
introduced
and
by
MS Word
government of India.
kind of
One is Make in
activities.
India
At
and
the
one is
same
Modern
time,
India.
we are
So
stuck
when we
with
talk about
the
Make in India,
Windows
then there's a lot
platform,
of
and
companies who
there
are
are
setting
other
up their
platforms like Linux has
companies
also come up in a
in
big way.
India, and
So
says,
you may
and
be
thus it is
you
creating
may be
lot
a
of
nerd,
job
you may be a
opportunities.
techie
Now
who would
when we
like to
talk about
try
modern India,
things.
the
You may
government is
be
also stressing on
itching to
digitization
try a
of
new
many
game which
many
has
services.
come up, but
Now
that
for
does not
example,
run on your
if
PC,
I have
and you
quoted
don't want to
hospitality,
basically
so
disturb the
hospitality
configuration
industry
of your
is closed,
PC,
but there are
but
chefs who
you
are
want to
running
play
their
a game.
education
You want to do ethical hacking,
courses
and the
online.
whole point
So
is that
then
you
they
don't want to
have the
use your
opportunity,
machine for hacking.
and
You want to be able to create a
they
new
are
machine or buy a
moving
new one. So
towards
today I will
making
tell you
something good.
exactly
So I
what it
believe that
takes
though there's
to
a
do
job
all
loss,
of these
but
things
then
without
as Farida
spending
said,
any
you
money,
have to be
and be
open
able
your
to do
eyes
that
and you have to
using
open your
your
ears to find out
existing
where the
hardware.
job opportunities are
But
there.
when we
I
say
feel
that you
there's
should have
little
existing
pause
hardware,
phase
nevertheless you
now
should
going
also
on,
have
but
adequate
it will
hardware, in the
kickstart.
sense that if you have a very old machine,
So
Pentium
Kanchan, I
machine,
think I just
obviously
continue
modern times is going
asking
to tell you
on this
will
path
not work. So you
where
should have at
there
least
are
10th
opportunities
generation
and people have to reskill.
Intel or
But
AMD
I
Ryzen
think we have
with at
discussed in
least
the
8
past in
GB
this
of
program where we have
RAM
already
and
pointed
at
out that the
least
skill
1 terabyte
which
of
are
hard disk.
required
if you
are
have
not
these
being taught by
specs
the
which are very
universities.
normal,
And what we see, at
nowadays,
least
if
in
you
India,
look
I
at
can talk about
the
that
lowest
the
end
schools are
PC or
still
laptop that you can
waiting and
buy
watching.
in
They
the
are in
market,
that
they have
denial
at
mode.
least
I think they,
a 4-core
as per
chip,
the Naval's category,
8
all
to
the schools
16
in
GB
India are
RAM,
in
and
denial
at least 1
funnel.
terabyte hard disk.
They are
So
not
if you
looking
have
at
all of
the
this,
aspects
you
that
can
you
then
pointed
create
out. For example,
virtual
if you look
machines.
at
So
the
today I will tell you
investment by
how to do it,
Google
and it is
in
not
Reliance
something which is
Jio,
very high tech.
$5 billion
It can be
of
done
investment,
simply
they
by
want
downloading
to
few
develop
free
indigenous 5G
softwares
platform.
which you can
So when
use
5G
and
comes,
create virtual machines
the
within your
chefs
machine.
who are running their education
Now,
courses will
you and
have a
I, we
ball
have
on
a
this
Windows
platform because
machine,
they can
and
run
we also want to try
multiple
your hand
things
on
with a lot of
new
creativity.
Linux version,
But the
because now you
education is
must
still
be
lagging behind.
hearing that
They are
Linux is
in
also very
denial.
powerful.
What is your
Recently,
advice to
they
these people?
launched their 64-bit
I
Linux,
think
which
because
is very
they are
stable,
denial
very
because they are
powerful.
looking
It
for a better time to come. They want
it
that maybe
operates faster.
the
It
time
takes
which
lesser
were
space
before
as
pandemic
compared to
it will
Windows.
come.
So
But I
you
think
want to
things have.
basically
I
try
mean,
it out
water has
without
flown and
changing anything.
things will not
So
be
if you want to
changing
basically try a
for a longer
Linux
time.
and see how it
So
works,
maybe
then
sooner
you
or
need to
later
buy a new machine.
they are
So why you
struggling.
want to
Actually, many
invest in
schools
that
are
if you can try
struggling
it out?
with the
So the first thing
technology
is
and with
you have to
digitization. But
you
I
have a
again
need
said
where
I
you
am
want to
quite
try a
positive
new
that they
operating
will
system
overcome,
without
because in every
disturbing what
industry
you're
there
doing
are
right
some
now.
people
You have already configured your
who don't
machine, you're
want
already set,
don't like
you have
change. There are some
you don't
people
want to
who like
disturb
change,
what
and
you're doing it,
generally
but you want to
people
try new
and the
operating
management who
system,
like
and
change
that is why a
always win.
virtual machine can be
So
a
I'm
good
quite hopeful for that.
answer, where you can create a virtual environment within your
Neville,
PC and
mankind is a
load the
very
new operating
resilient
system on
species,
that,
and
and
we are
so
going
that could be
through,
one use
like you
case.
already mentioned, that
Uh,
unprecedented. You might have
and one
heard
of
so
the
many
use case
times,
could
but
be
I
to
think
try the Ubuntu
let
version
me
of Linux.
use
So
this
as
word
you can
again,
see in the
that
screen, I'm trying to show
the
that
mankind
this is
is
Ubuntu. Who would
very
believe that Ubuntu looks
resilient
like this? This
species,
exactly
and they
looks
are
like
going through
Windows.
this
You have all these different
unprecedented
icons.
times.
It has its own
What do you
office. It
think
has
is
an
the
email.
takeaway from this
It has
discussion?
printers
What
and so
people
on and so
really
forth.
should
It
do
has a browser.
to get out of the denial mode?
So this exactly looks like and feel like and
Well,
work
they're going to
like
have to look in the mirror and make
a
sure that
normal
they know
Windows
where
PC.
they are,
Although it is
whether
not
they're in
Windows, it is
chaos, in
different.
denial, or
It
they're
is a totally
actually doing
different
something
operating
about it.
system, but look
Um,
and feel and the usage
it's been a
is
fascinating
exactly the
discussion
same.
already, and
You don't
this
need to
is
know
such a big
exactly
topic.
a lot of technical stuff.
What we've got to
There are a
remember
lot of
is that
forums in
COVID
Ubuntu which you can,
really has
if you're
just
stuck and you want to try new things,
accelerated all
you can
these
go
thought
to these forums
processes.
and
They were
take help.
already
And the
there
best part is,
prior to
since
COVID.
Ubuntu,
Now,
which is
the
a Linux version,
education
is an open
business
source,
gap
you
was
can
there.
create your own.
It's
You
got
can
bigger
create your
during
own
COVID, to my
identity, unlike
surprise,
Windows, where you're stuck
mainly
with
because
a
people of
certain view.
universities have gone more into
But if you
denial. They've
download
been
an
more
Ubuntu,
focused on
or if you download another
improving their
version
own
of Linux,
digital
which is called very
presence. And
popular,
remember,
called Mint,
we're in the fourth
this
revolution,
looks exactly like Windows. In fact, the Mint
which is
version is the
digitization.
closest
And
Linux
Farida
version which
mentioned this
appears
one
and
word
works like
that
Windows.
is
But
used
although
quite
when I say
often,
it is
but
like
actually
Windows, it
not
is not
really
Windows. It
understood.
is Linux, based on
And
Linux,
before I say what that
and all
word
of these are
is,
64-bit
the World Economic
operating
Forum has for
systems.
the last 4 or
And
5
then
years been
you want to try
publishing
this before you want to
lots of
even shift.
future job
Suppose you want to shift
profiles.
to Linux, you want to
And
try it,
they
and
published
virtual
just
machine could
before
be
COVID
a good
the future of jobs
answer for you to
in the next 5
get in.
years. And they were saying,
Now this is the
basically,
Windows
that 40%
interface,
of
and as
jobs
you
are
can see, there
not
is
even
hardly any difference
identified
between
today.
this
So
Mint
maybe your
or
insurance company
Ubuntu.
that's
There
looking at
is
lots of
absolutely no
freelancers.
difference
There
in
you
terms
go.
of how you
There's the
use them.
word. We're going to
And so
become
you
a
can
global
choose
community of
whichever version you want
freelancers.
to, whichever
There's no
OS you
more
want to
jobs for
try,
life. There's never been jobs for
but you don't
life,
want to buy a new
actually,
machine.
since I got a
So
job,
you should be
frankly,
able to
which was
create a
many,
virtual
many years
machine
ago. You're
and
going
download
to
some of these
freelance
things.
for
In
a
fact,
period of
there
time.
could
You
be
may be
instance
under
where you want to
contract,
download older version of
but
Windows
I
within
can
your
see
Windows 10,
organizations
and then use
literally
some of those
moving
softwares
towards
you are
fixed
not
term
able to use now
contracts for
into that
everybody.
window
Now, that's
into
just,
that
I don't
virtual machine.
know any
So
facts
virtual
apart
machine is a
from a
very
few
powerful
organizations,
concept
large
where within a
organizations,
machine you
that
will
I've
create
seen
another
move in
machine.
this
So we
direction.
will talk about that
But the
in a
freelance
bit.
community
There could be
is
a
going
game
to be
requirement
huge.
that
It's
you don't
huge
want to
already,
disturb
frankly,
your
but it's
existing
going to
setup
be
by
much,
playing
much
game. You
bigger.
can actually
And this is
create a
where
virtual
job
machine,
seekers, you've got to
create a
get out of
totally
this
different
denial arena.
username. You keep
You've got to
your
start,
identity
look
separate from
online,
your
go
Windows
to
identity
respected
and play
resources.
some
Don't
games.
follow
So
the
you can
shiny
create a
objects and
virtual
fake news.
machine,
Ignore all that. Look what
register that
governments are
game, download
saying
that game,
officially
play
on
that
their
game as
notice
if
boards.
you're
Look what the
somebody
best
else, not
employers are
yourself.
saying on their notice
And
boards.
here I
It's
want to
there,
give
it's
you a little
evidenced. All
warning
you've
that
got to
when we
do
say
is
virtual
go and
machines, it
look at
is
it
not the
and start
separate
thinking.
boot drives as
Because
it is
sooner or
usually
later you will
confused. You know, you
see
can boot from
that the
Windows or you
evidence
can
will
boot from Linux
actually
using same
start to
machine.
change your belief.
You know,
And
this
that's a
is not
good
a bootable
situation
solution.
because
This
now
is
you're getting a kick
actually
of
creating
reality,
a virtual
not a
machine
perception.
within a
You know?
machine.
Perception will keep
There
you in
could be a
denial
requirement
or
where
in
you want to do
chaos.
ethical
The
hacking.
kick of
Suppose you're
reality will
doing
narrow you
study, you're in
down
college,
this middle
and you're
road,
trying to learn
you
how
know,
to do
let's
hacking.
call it, you know,
And
having the
obviously,
right
the whole
attitude
point of hacking is
and
that you don't
being
want
in
to
control of
show
your own
that, hey,
destiny.
I'm so and so,
So
and I'm
my
actually trying to
advice
hack.
to
You want to
everybody is
hide
start
who's trying
reading,
to hack. And the
start
best
Googling,
method to do that
but
is you
don't
create a
look at
virtual
fake
machine in
news.
your PC
Don't
or a
look at the
laptop
shiny
and use
objects.
that to do
And
your
certainly don't follow
ethical hacking
government
activities.
leaders
So this
because,
is
frankly,
another use case.
a lot of them are bouncing
So
around
what is a virtual
saying
machine?
they're
Virtual
in this
machine is
middle
nothing
road,
but
but
an
they've
area
got
of
no
your
idea. Some of them
machine
they're
which
feeling
thinks
their way,
it is an independent PC. It
and I
resides
feel for them
within
actually
your
because
PC,
again,
but
sadly,
it
these are
does not know that
unprecedented
it is
times.
residing inside your PC. It has its
So
own
there you go.
CPU,
You
it has its
mentioned
own
that once
memory,
again.
it has its
But
own
I
hard
think
disk.
some of
It
this
is pretty
stuff
much
that you mentioned is very
something
important.
like
Is
if we try to put it in
one takeaway
a
for me
physical word
personally is never
example,
believe the
is
politicians
like
because
a
among
guest coming
humans
to your
they are the
house.
most
So while the
opportunity
guest
sick
is in your
people.
house, the
So we
guest
have
is
to look for
using your
ourselves,
crockery
not
for
be in denial,
having tea,
don't get cue from the
using your
politicians.
sofa to
So
sit
with this,
down,
I would like
and
to
using
ask
your real estate to move
Frida any
around,
closing
and
remarks from
also
you.
talking to you. So
Yeah,
while the guest
sure.
is in
I
your
will
house,
just actually
the
kind of,
resources are being
take
used
a
which
little
are
bit
from the
further
host
what
house.
Neville was saying and
So
try
the
to,
guest is a
articulate it
virtual
in my way.
machine and host
If it helps
is the
people, it's
actual operating
fantastic.
system.
So,
So this is a
sky is
simple
not the
example
limit,
of
it's
how to
just the view.
understand how the virtual machine works. And
So
then there is no
basically,
limit
when
to
you
how many
actually
virtual
talk about
machines you can create. You can
freelancers,
create
I'm specifically
one, or
talking
you can
about the
create
gig
as much
economy.
as your
Now, that's something that's
hardware
going to be
allows.
huge. The
So you
reason
can
being,
keep on
like
making
Neville
virtual
was
machines,
saying,
keep
there are
on
no
running
longer
different
going to
things in
be
that.
secure
You can
jobs.
also
So
create
I would break
virtual
it down that
machines
there
and
would
give
be
it to your
tasks,
colleagues,
and
to
there
your
would be people
children,
who
to your
would
family
actually
members,
perform those
so that
tasks, and
the
there would
work
be people who
is
need
used
these tasks
from one
performed,
PC,
and
but
they would
then
be
they
willing
work
to pay for
with
it.
separate login and they have a
So
separate operating
there are
system. It
professionals,
will not
there are,
interfere in
even
your
if
work.
there are,
So this way
there are
also,
people
this is
who
one
have been in a
requirement which you
job for
can
very
fulfill,
long, they've been
and you
cocooned as an
create virtual
employee.
machines
Suddenly,
within
they are
your
in
hardware.
middle of everything, this pandemic,
And
and
again,
they
I like to
realize
repeat the
that
word of caution is that
it's not going
you
to be
should not
easy
try
to
this
find
method if you
something.
do not have
So
adequate
keep
hardware,
an
at
open
least a
mind.
10th
Go
generation
to
chip,
respected
at
resources,
least
see
8
what is it
GB
that can
RAM,
leverage your
and
skill.
minimum 1
Because
terabyte of
still
hard disk.
work is
Because
happening.
if you don't
Industries
have
which are
resources,
very
then you will
badly
not be able
impacted are,
to give justice to
aviation,
both
hospitality,
host as well as
luxury,
virtual machines.
to an
So
extent retail.
moving to the next
But then, there is work happening,
subject
like
is,
e-commerce
like
is
I'm trying to
growing
show in
because
this
that's the
screen, is that
only
you have
avenue where people are actually
Windows
shopping nowadays.
environment running. Within Windows, you have
Hospitality is
multiple
not
operating
like, for
systems running
countries
in
like
their own
Singapore are
respective
trying to
virtual
do
machines.
local
Now,
tourism boost. So
what is virtual
something is
machine? Virtual
happening, but
machine is a
it's
very
not going to go back to the
unique,
pre-COVID
remarkable
times
technology
very soon. So keep an open
by
mind, look at
Oracle,
what other avenues are
and
available. There
it
should be
is a piece of
opportunities which
software
can
which you
actually
can
utilize
download.
a skill set
I
you
mean, if you go
perhaps
to
have not
Google,
used for a
search
very
for
long time.
virtual machine,
And it
you
might
can
actually
search
just
for
come
it,
into use
install it,
right now.
and then it will
Maybe
do.
you're very good at
It will
writing
ask
and
you
you
what you
haven't done
want
it
to
for
do,
a while, and there are
and when it
copywriters which
asks you
are
what you want
needed
to do, you
all
should be
the
able
time
to
across so many platforms.
create,
So keep an
say
open
for example,
mind. There
one
will be
virtual machine
opportunities.
1, then you
It's
can
dark, but
assign a
then
portion of your
waiting for
CPU
the gold.
to
Don't
that
miss the silver
particular virtual
lining.
machine. You can assign
Absolutely,
a
very well
memory, how much
summarized,
memory is
Farida. In
will be
fact, one
restored,
of the takeaway for me
given
and
to
for
this
my
virtual
viewers is
machine,
that
and how much hard disk.
somebody has taken your
Now, word of
job
caution again
because the
here is,
jobs
if
are
you
just around the
decide to
corner,
give,
as
say for
from the
example, if
panelists
you have
we
16
realize.
core
But
system,
nobody
or
can take
let's say
away
you
your
have 8
career.
core
So
system,
all you have to do is
and then you
look
decide to
around
give
and see
2
what are the new
core of your
opportunities. So with
CPU
this,
assigned to
I'd
this
like to
virtual
thank all
machine,
the panelists today.
and you
Neville,
assign
Farida, and
at least
Kanchan,
4
thank you very
GB
much
of
for joining
memory
us.
and say
Been a
about
pleasure.
256 GB of hard disk,
Bye-bye.
or let's say 30 GB of hard disk to this virtual machine. Now this hardware will be totally dedicated